T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with more coverage of the T5S2 Season 1 Invitational. I'm here with Bridger from the Tabletop Titans YouTube channel, who's going to be co-commentating with me on the mics today. Bridger, how's it going?
Oh, it's great. Thanks for having me, man. I'm excited to see some good Warhammer today.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. We have a spicy matchup today. Over in the blue, we have Tombking20 returning to the table with his Astra Militarum. Excuse me. We saw him on the stream yesterday against the Space Wolves, and unfortunately, he got caught out a little bit by some Space Wolves chicanery and went down pretty hard. But he's looking today to come back in and swing back pretty hard against Arne in the red, playing, I think, the Chaos list. It's we have two identical copies of this Chaos list in the Invitational, and it's looking like it's going to be a powerhouse in 9th edition. The players are just
awesome.
The players are just getting set up right now, and so we will go over their lists. I don't think that the attacker-defender role has happened yet, so we will see how that progresses momentarily. But Bridger, do you want to go over Tomb King's Astra Militarum list?
Yeah, so we got a pretty cool guard list here, pretty standard, I would say. We have 3 Demolisher Tank Commanders. We got 40 Guardsmen in their 4 Heavy Flamer Chimeras. We have 2 Basilisks, 2 Wyverns, and 3 Scout Sentinels, supported by 2 Astropats. So we should expect like Night Shroud. We're gonna see +1 armor, I think, and just tanks and bodies. That's what we got. Good old guard.
I don't know what the players are doing here. I think we're spawning new tables, so that's very exciting and fun.
For Warlord trait, he's taken Old Grudges against probably Magnus. And for his tank ace, he's taken the reroll ones to wound if you don't move over half.
Yeah, so that's slow and purposeful. And then it looks like you also have Kirov's Aquila on one of those tank commanders to regen some CP as well.
All pretty standard stuff.
Yep, for sure. Now, what do you think about the inclusion of? We've actually left the basilisks at home. We've left the treads at home. We've taken just the Earthshaker carriage to bring some indirect fire to this list.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I remember back in 8th when I saw that they had the infantry keyword and the vehicle keyword. And I thought, wait, if they have the infantry keyword, that means you can like put them in bastions and stuff, right? So you could stuff like 9 Earthshaker carriages in a bastion. Turns out I was just trying to cheat.
No.
But they're an interesting inclusion. It's a cool looking model. Like I love the Forge World Earthshaker carriages, but there aren't really many advantages over taking regular basilisks.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're just a little bit cheaper, right? And that's about all you get. Shave a couple points off.
Lose a point of toughness.
Yeah. Looking at the Earthshaker carriage, actually, it looks like you might gain a point of toughness. According to the Battlescribe of TTS, it is toughness 7, but it only has 7 wounds. And I believe they become inoperable if you kill their crew members. So they each of them have 4 little guardsmen with them that do have sort of the artillery crew character protection style of character protection. But if you are able to get to those guys, you can knock out those artillery pieces pretty easily.
Yep, it's just another part of the model to tag as well.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of an interesting... We discovered some interesting idiosyncrasies in our game yesterday with Tomb King about the Earthshaker carriage, in that obviously it doesn't have a base, so it's considered all to be hull for the purposes of movement, which means that a lot of times you can engage it by just moving up to like the end of its gun, because you have a 5-inch vertical engagement range. As long as you're within 5 inches of the tip of its barrel, you can engage it in melee, which makes them actually sort of take up a lot of real estate on the table, where your opponent could potentially charge them. On the flip side, it does make it easy for them to peek around dense cover, which is a staple on a lot of these the invitational maps. So it is possible to just sort of nudge the edge of that barrel through the terrain and ignore that -1 to hit penalty, which is always useful.
Yeah, it's definitely unintuitive, I think, to a lot of players that indirect weapons like Earthshakers take the -1 for shooting over a forest, but being able to negate it by pushing your barrel over it definitely helps. Especially as guard, hitting on 4s, going to 5s, that's oof.
Absolutely. Yeah, you do have aerial spotters in there to help out a little bit, but even, going from 4s to 5s is really painful for guards. So, and we have seen Tomb King in his previous game it decided to deploy all of his artillery in full line of sight because potentially having to fire through dense cover is just not worth it. It's not worth the extra survivability.
Yep.
We also have, I think, an interesting include in this list. Obviously, it's a Tallarn detachment, so he's going to get the ability to advance and fire with his infantry, and he's going to be able to get around behind them with the 3 tank commanders that he has. So he could potentially be using... there's a lot of obscuring terrain on this table, and he could be using that to hide those tank commanders and perform sort of hit-and-run attacks around these forests and these buildings, which I think is important because a lot of firepower in the game right now is so upgunned that it is able to take out tank commanders at range if they stay in line of sight for too long.
Yeah, I want to see him get first turn, and I want to see him kill Magnus turn 1, and then we'll have a great game for the guard. That's my hope, is that these 3 Tallarn tank commanders can move their way into killing Magnus turn 1.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder if there is some impetus for Arne, the Chaos player here, to strategic reserve Magnus in case he goes second against all of these big Demolisher cannons. And it does look like they have swapped sides. So I think Tomb King has moved over to the red side, so he might actually be taking first turn here. One thing that we do on these invitational maps is that they are asymmetric. So one side of the table usually is a little bit more defensively oriented, whereas the other one is a little more sparsely populated in terms of obscuring terrain. And obviously the defender gets to pick the table side, but the attacker in this format will automatically go first. So you can either take the much more favorable deployment zone, or you can take you can take all the benefits of getting first turn. And so I do imagine that Tomb King has taken this slightly less good side of the table in order to take that first turn.
Yeah, I really do like the addition of that rule. It gives some weight to choosing table side. I hate it when you rock up to a perfectly symmetrical table and you're given the choice to choose side, and the other player gets to choose who goes first. And it's like, oh, cool. All right, I guess I'll take this identical side.
Yeah. It also lets us build asymmetrical tables without one player potentially getting both benefits. Because in the standard GW GT packet, you roll to choose the table side, and then you also roll to see who goes first. So one player could pick table side and then also go first. And that's if you have a map with asymmetrical deployment zones, then it could be brutal.
Yeah, I also like that they know who is going to go first before they deploy, and before they choose strategic reserves and stuff like that. So, the Chaos player could see the guards going first and say, I don't want to lose Magnus turn 1, I'm just going to strategic reserve him.
Yeah, and obviously that is still a huge blow to Magnus's damage output. You don't get him. Your opponent gets two rounds of free reign on the table before the immense damage output of Magnus comes on the table. And even when he comes on, he can be screened out. He can't be warp timed that turn, so it's unlikely he's getting a charge in. And his damage output is just significant for the first 2 rounds of the game, or it's significantly reduced for the first 2 rounds of the game. So you do get your Magnus on the table, but losing him for a round and a half in only a 5-round game is pretty brutal.
Yeah, you're losing so much. You're losing, 40% of your Magnus time?
Yeah.
You need every second of Magnus you can get, really.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the more Magnus, the merrier. Speaking of Magnus, we should talk about Arne's Chaos list here. This is, like I mentioned before, I think basically the Chaos list, quote unquote, that is a similar version of which I think will be, once we move into real space games, I think is going to be a pretty popular archetype. This list is coming in with a Chaos Demons Battalion. It's an undivided detachment, so that it can get access to a Lord of Change who's been exalted. Usually we'll give that guy, I think a lot of times he'll get the -1 to be wounded ability. He also has the Impossible Robe to get him to a 3+ invulnerable save and give him that once per game invuln save reroll. We also have a Sloppity Bile Piper in the list, mostly in there to add an infantry unit, which this army actually doesn't have a lot of, and he can buff the Nurglings as well. But just being a caster and being an infantry character, both are really good things for secondary objectives in 9th edition. Individual characters, if they don't want their aura abilities, they can set up banners and they can perform other actions. And then also being a caster who is sort of low impact means that you can use him to perform psychic rituals and things like that, and you're not really losing a ton of your psychic damage output. And it actually does look like that's what Arne's going to be planning on doing, because he has psychic ritual in his secondary objectives.
Oh, wow.
We also have 6 units of Nurglings. 3 units of 5 plus 3 units of 9 for a grand total of 42. The answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42, and that is also the answer to the number of Nurgling bases you should probably own now in 9th edition. As we've seen in our games in the past, Nurglings probably one of the most dominating troops choices in the format. The fact that they're relatively inexpensive at only 17 points a base, if I remember correctly, or 18 points a base now in 9th edition. And with the ability to forward deploy, they can just sit on every single objective, basically over half of the objectives on the table on the top of one, and just force your opponent to have to deal with them. And if you're going first, it's even worse, because those Nurglings could be moving forward, they could be engaging your front line, they could obsec away your objectives so you don't even score any primaries. It's it's hard to get Nurglings out of all the crevices, you know what I mean?
They just get all up in your junk.
They get everywhere.
And 4.5 points per wound for OBSEC scout deploying invuln models is like, whew, that is too much value.
Right, absolutely.
Can't handle.
That toughness 2 feels like it should be a pretty big detriment, but honestly, when you're looking at a 5+ and then a 5+ ignore on top of that, if you're being hit by 1 damage weapons. It's not that big of a deal.
It's just oppressive value. You get crushed by an avalanche of value from these Nurglings.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And sometimes it's even frustrating when they do damage back to you, because they're 4 attacks each, and they reroll 1s to wound, and sometimes they can just beat sort of chaff infantry just by having a volume of attacks.
Yeah, it's something's got to change with Nurglings.
Yeah, they're going to be...
Get the squishable rule back.
Right. So if you are preparing to go to your next RTT, make sure you have an out for Nurglings. Take some I don't know, big, heavy, multi-damage weapons that you can shoot through those little guys, so to ignore their 5+ ignore.
If you are prepared for Primaris, you should be relatively well prepared for Nurglings.
Yeah, for sure. We also have, following that up, a whole boatload of Thousand Suns in this Nurgle list, or in this Chaos list. This Nurgle list, it's a Freudian slip. We have a Supreme Command Detachment bringing none other than Magnus the Red, like we were talking about before. Extremely powerful include currently, because Games Workshop has not seen fit to grace us with an FAQ yet, and currently the Smite Psychic Power can be cast multiple times by a single character. So Magnus can dump 4 Smites potentially out of his 1 remaining eyeball, and really blow up some stuff. We saw him. I mean, in fairness, in the last game we had Magnus on stream, he rolled like a literal Chaos Demigod and super smited 2 times in a row, which is pretty nasty. But he's putting out between 18 and 20 mortal wounds with those big numbers. But even without incredible dice rolls, putting potentially 3d6 damage on something automatically is brutal damage output from a single model.
Yeah, it's looking like beginning of 9th is going to be not too dissimilar from beginning of 8th. Smite spam, definitely a thing you got to keep your eye out on.
Yep. Yeah, and fortunately the Thousand Suns don't have the rule anymore where they will ignore the increasing warp charge for Smite. So those Smites do get harder and harder as the turn goes on, and probably Magnus is going to be the only character dropping out Smites, and the other ones will be focusing more on the other mortal wound powers that Thousand Suns have access to. That said, he does have immense buffs to cast psychic powers to begin with, and I mean, you just want those D6 Smites as often as you can get them, so it doesn't really matter that you're not casting the little piddly D3s from your other characters.
Well, I don't know, the Lord of Change has taken, it appears, +1 damage from his psychic powers, and he has an innate +2 to cast as well. So we might see a lot of Smites coming out of the 2 Wonder Twins here.
Yeah, that's interesting. One interesting thing about this list is that it's not, it doesn't bring the Staff of Sorcery on the Lord of Change. So he's only coming in with his, I think his baseline smite range there.
I don't know if I support that decision. I think the staff is too good to pass up, especially in a list like this.
Yeah.
I would also like to see rolling on the table. I know it's crazy, but pretty much everything on the Lord of Change table is good. You can get +1 damage. You can get, I think you said -1 to wound. The 6-up Feel No Pain that regens wounds is like so unbelievably valuable. It sounds like it's just a 5-up Feel No Pain, but it's so spiky that if you roll a bunch of 6s, you heal your Lord of Change for whatever reason.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially on a model with the high wound count, that becomes even more valuable.
Exactly. It's just everything on that table is good, so I tend to go for rolling 2 of them, and there's a chance you'll get Spell Thief in a matchup like this where, stealing a psychic power doesn't really do anything, but
well, you do have 2 Astropaths on the other side of the table, and being able to take away I guess a psychic barrier, the defensive buffs probably aren't immensely powerful in this matchup because you are relying on your mortal wound so much, but it is nice to be able to force through, like when Magnus finally gets there onto a Leman Russ, you're going to make sure if you steal a psychic barrier, that they're not going to be sitting on potentially a 1+ save, I think, if they're up armored.
Yeah, we saw, I think in previous games he was taking up armor.
Yeah, he's taking slow and purposeful this time. So
he definitely needs to get reroll wounds. I mean, wounding Nurglings on 2s, rerolling 1s, it's not bad. And he needs to reroll wounds against things like Magnus and Lord of Change.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the name of the game for the Tallarn here is they need to kill like 20 something Nurglings at the top of one going first, and just as much damage as they're going to take from Magnus and from the smites. They can soak that on Chimeras. They have a lot of really cheap wounds that they can give up there, but they cannot afford to be obsect off of their primary objectives. That's how this Chaos list is going to win the game. It's just going to run a bunch of little tiny bodies onto every objective forever, and if Tomb King lets that happen, it could spell the end for these poor tanks.
You know what we didn't talk about? This Chaos list has about 110 points left over for summoning, so he's got a summoning sideboard over here. And he's got a lot of options. 110 points buys you all different kinds of units from demons, but I think most likely we'll just be seeing more Nurglings here.
Yeah, Arne is very kindly brought out every single different option he has for his summoning. I think one thing that I know this list likes to do a lot is bring in the Changeling as a summon option to make that. I believe he makes the Lord of Change a little bit harder to kill, and also brings in another caster he can use to drop in that Psychic Ritual if he needs to, because potentially he could just drop in the Changeling far enough up the table that he can immediately Psychic Ritual him.
I think Plague Bearers would not be a bad option here. -1 to hit against guard is brutal, although I guess he couldn't bring.
Yeah, I think you're only bringing 10, right? So it's not going to be quite as great. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if there's any particular options that we go for here. Potentially even some of the heavier hitting stuff, like this Chariot, could come in. It does have that 3-shot sort of battle cannon equivalent weapon that could be used to knock out some of this armor.
I've never been impressed with the Chariot. It always looks like decent on paper, and then it misses.
Yeah, it's those. I guess. I mean, it did get a little bit of a buff in 9th edition, right? Because it is an infantry, so it can move and shoot its sort of laser beam profile, I guess, without penalty, which is a little bit nicer, which is something I don't believe that it did in 8th edition. But yeah, that said, only 8 wounds. It means that one return shot from one of these tanks will knock it out probably.
Right, you could get 8 wounds of Chariot, or you could get 20 wounds of Nurglings.
Yeah. If the game plan for the Chaos here is just to win based on these Nurglings, then for sure I definitely see bringing more Nurglings back to life is probably a pretty good option.
So it looks like guards deployed here. Everything is almost front-lined, it seems.
Yeah, so the guard knows they're going to go first, so they just want to take as much table space as possible, and they can bounce back those tank commanders wherever they need to go. Obviously, being Tallarn, they are so fast that they can really rocket around the board if they need to. They could potentially sort of be moving a couple inches laterally and then firing their gun anyway, and then using Get Around behind them to move even farther. So they can kind of reposition, I think, to combat wherever the Chaos Army is going to go. I think I have to imagine that Tomb King has deployed on this left-hand side so heavily because the ruin for his opponent is much more favorable for these big characters on that side, and so Tomb King knows that that's where, like, for example, this Lord of Change was going to deploy anyway. So he's really trying to threaten that model in particular.
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks like he actually left 2 Scout Sentinels behind. I think all the infantry are in the Chimeras, but these 2 Scout Sentinels still need to be deployed.
We can double check with him where those guys are going.
They can pregame move, yeah? Scout Sentinels?
Yes. Yeah.
So he can really just get into Nurglings. He got move blocked before the game even started. Checkmate.
Hey guys, where are the Scout Sentinels outflanking for the Imperial Guard?
This back here is all outflanking.
Okay, awesome.
Because it's a combined 8 points.
Yeah, so we're just using the strategic reserve strat.
Yeah, 1
sweet.
CP.
Perfect.
Ooh, exciting.
Budget. Tallarn.
All right, there's confirmation from the players there. We're just going to use strategic reserves on the Scout Sentinels. Yeah, like you were saying, big upside of having all these forward deploying models for the Chaos is that the Scout moves on the Scout Sentinels is not going to get you very far. so we're just going to put those guys in on a table edge later in the game. They're probably just going to, if they were going to be deployed, they would just end up getting wrapped by Nurglings anyway. So I don't think we're super excited about putting those guys on the table. I do like Tomb King did have a pretty interesting plan with this list from the get-go. We had to correct a couple rules in the last game that he played, but he was bringing in Astropaths in that Chimera with the ambush stratagem because he could bring them in on the top of turn 2 in your opponent's deployment zone. Unlike the normal strategic reserve strat, the Tallarn ambush strat doesn't have any restrictions on where you can place it. It just has to be within 6 inches of the table edge. So he could drop a Chimera in with those Astropaths and then dump them both out, and the next turn immediately score 8 points for Pierce the Veil, which is not a secondary that you see people play for very often, but I think that was some interesting technology. But I don't think it worked quite as well as Tomb King would hope, and certainly with all these Nurglings on the table, and not to mention the powerful Psychers that the Chaos list has. I don't think he loves the odds of those Astropaths being able to cast their psychic abilities too many times.
Yeah, it's interesting here. The more that I look at this Astromeltarm deployment, the more I feel bad for the guard, because this super shallow deployment zone means there's really nowhere for him to hide from these Nurglings. He's pretty much just going to get every tank touched turn 1, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll see if we have any... if he has any counterplay to that, he could potentially just dump out infantry squads and run up into the middle of those Nurglings and tag them back, so that he gets another turn of shooting out of his tanks. But definitely, I'm not sure if he has the firepower to kill all these Nurglings before they move up and start gumming up his tracks.
It'll be a sad day that a Demolisher cannon is fired at Nurgling bases.
Yeah. Not that there's going to be any other targets for him in the first turn here. I think that he's going to have to do that. And he might even have to overcharge some plasma to get around that 5+ ignore that the Nurgling bases have, which never feels good when you're potentially suffering mortal wounds, thanks to your overheats. When all you're killing is these, like you mentioned, 4.5 point per wound models. Oof.
They're just so efficient. So, do we have secondaries here? It looks like Tomb King is missing one, from what I can see.
Looks like they are all picked. So Tomb King is bringing Grind Them Down, Assassinate, and Engage on All Fronts, which are interesting picks. Grind Them Down, I think, makes sense. Although once Magnus and his buddies get stuck in, I think there is the potential, if the Chaos starts denying him his kills, then Magnus could potentially be denying Grind Them Down for Tomb King. But at least in the early game, it's probably pretty reasonable that Tomb King scores a quick 6 points off that, and then has to play a little bit smart to get it in the later game.
Mm-hmm. And Assassinate is really just, did he win? If he did win, he's getting a lot of points here.
Yeah. I actually don't think we mentioned when we were talking about the Chaos list. There is a patrol detachment in here. We might have mentioned it in passing. It's bringing Ahriman and a Terminator Sorcerer, as well as a unit of Chaos Cultists from the Thousand Suns. So we do have the full 5 characters on the table for the Nurgle list, and 2 of them, importantly, are able to be targeted from the get-go. They can't hide behind units. So I think Tomb King's assuming that he can, like Grind Them Down, he can probably get himself 6 points from that objective, and then sort of have to finagle the other ones. One thing that could potentially happen, and I think probably happens a lot in Tomb King's games, is that if those characters ever leave the protection of their Big Daddy demons or the Nurgling bases, if there's no Nurgling bases sitting in the back of the table, then one of those Earthshakers picks up a Chaos character pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's actually something that is easy to forget in 9th edition, that you have all these infantry models, and you're pushing them all in your opponent's face because you're trying to hold the board, and then your characters left in the back are targetable now, and you can hide them behind buildings, but Wyverns and Basilisks don't care, and they'll find and kill your characters.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and even though You can't target characters with out-of-line-of-sight shooting. If they are being lookout, sir, forward, if someone's looking out for them, they can tell them when the basilisk shells are coming in. But as soon as somebody leaves, those basilisks get really good at picking out individual men on the tabletop.
Although, these are probably the more durable characters against basilisk fire. Most of these characters, if not all, have invulnerable saves. Which doesn't feel great against your AP4 or Seeker Cannon.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the Ahriman has his own invulnerable saves. The Terminator Sorcerer obviously has a Terminator armor, so he's going to be sporting one, and then everything else is a demon. So yeah, that is true. They aren't random Space Marine lieutenants that could get picked up really easily. But I think it is something that that Arne is going to have to keep in mind, because I don't think there is any much higher value targets that those Earthshakers could shoot into.
Ooh, this is an interesting decision by Arne here. I'm seeing a 9-man Nurgling Swarm set up behind a building in his own deployment zone.
That is interesting. Yeah, I think the impetus would be to put everybody right at the front of the deployment line and just say go. But it looks like we're going to play cagey. We're going to play a little bit more of a laid-back game from Arne, and I wonder if what he wants to do is potentially like layer a couple turns of warp surging with his 9 model Nurgling Swarms. If he forces Tomb King to take out the 5 model swarms early, the 9-man swarms can come in, get warp surged for a 4+ invulnerable save, soak a bunch of damage, use a Nurgling infestation to regenerate a bunch of those dead models, and he has sort of a couple turns of doing that with the red squad, the blue squad, and the green squad sort of hanging out almost in reserve that can run onto those objectives round 2 or 3.
Yeah, he also does have to consider screening out deep strikes. There are the 2 Scout Sentinels and the 2 Astropaths that are Tallarn outflanking. And, I think it's possible that Scout Sentinels outflanking could kill a character, could snipe someone. So just don't give him the option, right? Just screen it out. Yeah. Do your due diligence.
Yeah, for sure. Chat here, bringing up a good point. We may see, I think some high-level tech would be some use of the Grenadiers stratagem out of these Astra Militarum to throw 10 frag grenades into a 9-man Nurgling squad. The 9 model squads, you do minimize the shots at 3 per frag grenade, and Nurglings only being toughness 2, they do wound on 3s, so that is potentially just a high volume of wounds going through on one of those units. I would love to see that. That would be some big brain plays coming out of Tomb King.
That would be awesome. It would be great to see these strats that we never saw in AO. The stratagems that have been around for years and years and gone unlooked.
Yeah, for sure. It's now that you have so many CP, especially a list like Tomb King's that's bringing a single battalion detachment, doesn't really spend too many CP pregame, and is playing a baseline of 15 CP now, and could potentially be rocking even more if he regenerates constantly with that relic. It is fun to see all of those lesser seen stratagems being used for sure. Oh, yeah, actually, it looks like we may actually put this Green Nurgling squad up in front. Here they come. All right.
It's interesting. The Chaos player here only starts with 4 command points, and Guard's starting with 10 and regenning his CP. So maybe if he can deplete those resources of Chaos, we'll get some perils. Maybe we'll get some exploding heads. That could be exciting.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and obviously the Thousand Suns characters actually rely, at least Magnus does, he relies a little bit on his ability to heal wounds, both with his Sorceress Infusion and with Temporal Manipulation from one of these Thousand Suns characters to keep him alive. But obviously, a lot of that becomes a lot dicier as soon as you're out of CP to potentially reroll those psychic tests and to use that Sorceress Infusion to regain D3 wounds.
On the flip side here, I think these Astropaths do have to be very, very careful. If they perils against a demon player, they're pretty much guaranteed dead on the spot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, don't put your Astropaths within 6 inches of each other. They're going to start popping heads all around. We did almost see that yesterday. We had an excellent game. We caught the tail end of a game between Matt Green, a.k.a. Headstrong, playing Grey Knights, versus Jack Tight playing Adeptus Mechanicus. And in the final turn of the game, the Grey Knights needed to kill a single Chimera to win the game. And Grandmaster Voldus, I think a brother captain, who was down to 3 wounds, double ones the psychic test. And were it not for a clutch CP reroll, potentially could have killed 2 or 3 Grey Knights characters with a head burst. So it got a little clenchy. It was a little bit of a stressful moment there.
Promote that brother captain to a grandmaster.
Yeah, he was trying a little bit too hard, for sure. Looks like the players are getting going here.
It does look like Magnus is in strategic reserve here, huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
Not willing to take the chance.
He doesn't want to eat those Demolisher cannons. Obviously, a big part of that is that.
I'm going to go ahead and declare the Lord of Change because I'm going to try to knock him off the board.
Tomb King declaring his old grudges. He's going to declare the Lord of Change.
Play right now,
because Magnus is going to be out for at least until the bottom of round 2. So Tomb King's going to have to deal with 2 full rounds of shooting without being able to shoot at Magnus. So I wonder if, with that being the case, Arne is just going to elect to keep that Lord of Change hiding rather than move him aggressively forward.
Yeah, I would hold on to it, wait until you can hit with everything. If you give this card player 1 target a turn, he's just going to go buck wild. You know, he's got a lot of big guns, and he's re-rolling wounds, so I would just steer clear, keep your assets secure.
Yeah. And we should say as well, one of the reasons that Magnus is being strategically reserved, obviously, is a lot of the terrain on the board is obscuring, but that doesn't affect Magnus himself because he has 18 wounds, so he is too tall for those little tiny buildings to block line of sight to him. However, the Lord of Change is 16 wounds, and so he is just small enough to be able to cower behind these ruins.
It looks like we might have a little bit of a coherency snafu on these cultists. It's not a big deal. Won't impact the game in any way, but we might want to let the players know.
Yeah, let's double check that coherency. Yeah, it looks like this guy out on the end here is lost.
I'm sure they all fit back there though.
Yeah. Can we just fix the coherency on this guy back here?
Sorry, what? He's coherent.
Oh, is he within 2 of this model?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he's lighting
Oh,
up. That's
maybe
why
I'm just delaying the game. That's my bad. Now everybody's measuring it.
Yeah.
I'll keep my mouth shut. Yeah, so let's see guard turn 1. I think there's still a measuring chimera in the middle. Don't want to confuse viewers. That is not an actual chimera. They were using that for measuring.
Oh, looks like they're gonna ask me a question.
Could you press rewind on the game real quick, so we can get rid of this chimera in the middle of the table?
So he has a lot of options here.
Hey, Trevi?
Yeah.
I think he might pile his guardsmen out. That's what I would.
What's up?
All right, can you hit rewind real quick so we can get rid of this chimera in the middle?
Okay. We'll have to hope it doesn't destroy the game state, but we'll give it a shot.
I don't think we did anything
Do we have
in
a
the last
structural
15
chimera
seconds
here?
that would get reverted.
Yeah.
Is it supporting?
It's just, sometimes the
table?
terrain bounces around. We'll see.
Oh.
So I can't see that the chimera. I think that's due to the TTS bug. So you'll have to tell me if it resets.
Yep. We'll tell
It
you.
is gone for me.
It worked.
We're back in the Great
I'm still
Forest.
waiting for everything
These
to
massive
load.
trees. And look how big Magnus is.
Oh,
Look at
the
that
boards are
valuable
small
jet.
now.
Nope, it's back to normal. It's back
Perfect.
to normal.
All right. Yeah. So I think that'll happen if you delete stuff. I don't know why that happens, but.
I would like to close this menu.
I would too. It's not letting me. We'll have to wait.
Yeah,
Alright.
it looks like it's gonna reload for a sec.
It will eventually.
There we go.
Oh,
There
and
you
I'm
go.
spectator. All right, I'll grab myself a color.
Chimera is back.
Cool. Please promote both of us.
Yep.
Thanks. And I'll set my colors back up again while you move. On the Nurglings,
Alright.
that is.
We definitely have the structural terrain chimera here supporting the Nurglings, and in fact the whole table.
Okay, making sure everybody.
Trevi, I'm 999 with Trevi all of a sudden.
No.
Yep, so the guardsmen are getting out of the chimeras. This is definitely, I think, the right play. Just the massed strength 3 AP 0 shots is what you're looking for to kill Nurglings. I'm not saying he's going to kill a lot of Nurglings this turn, but I think he'll kill a fair few, just with guardsmen alone.
Ah, you're back. Good.
Yeah, and definitely almost every attack is reasonable to take into Nurglings. Their wounds are efficient, and they are relatively difficult to punch through with that ignore, but you get a lot of chances at it, being toughness 2. Even flashlights can can put some serious hurt on those guys.
You too can protect the Imperium from Nurglings.
Yeah.
The Emperor needs you.
Yeah, we just need to call an exterminator.
He is getting out behind the Chimera, it looks, so he is not, it seems, looking to get into combat with the Nurglings, just shooting.
Yeah, I wonder if the plan here is going to be to send in that Chimera after those guardsmen get out, and use it to touch those Nurglings and try to deny them getting onto that objective. There are only 9 of them, so if he's able to maintain 10 Imperial Guardsmen on the objective, they will beat out the Nurglings for control of that objective until some of them start dying.
Yeah, there's definitely, with top of turn here, Guard has a lot of interesting plays he could make. There are Chimeras on his right flank as well, so I think he could steal away the 2 middle objectives just by putting 10 bodies on them, and trying to lock the other Nurgling squads in combat to keep them off.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that we have to keep in mind, though, for Tomb King is that he doesn't want to give away too many kills too early, because if he does end up pushing those guardsmen forward, he could potentially lose some ground on Grind Them Down, because Grind Them Down obviously scoring when you kill more enemies at the end of the battle round than your opponent does. So if he gives up a bunch of random guardsmen and some chimeras to smites and nurglings and things like that, he could be potentially losing a little bit of efficacy there.
Yeah, it's always tough with the old Killmore. It's almost working against your interests for a lot of other secondaries, and it makes it tough. I think it's a risky secondary to choose nowadays, unless you are an army like Custodes, who will just guarantee to get it every turn.
Yep.
Although, to be honest, he did not have a lot of great options for his secondaries. This is something I like about 9th edition. Secondaries are a big choice. You know, it's no longer just pick the 3 things that you're gonna max. It's you really have to stop and think and say, oh, you know, maybe I'll only get 12 on this, but that's better than the 9 I'll get on this other one. You have to play out the game in your head.
No, I'm trying to click this button at the top because that'll load in the buttons that it
Looks like that Chimera is really getting in there pretty deep, huh?
There it is. Okay. Here, show table quarters.
Oh.
Yep.
He's going for table quarters. That's what he's doing. So he took engage on all fronts. Before the game, they were talking about this, and Tomb King was worried that he wouldn't be able to get engaged on all fronts. He said, "Oh, you know, I can't take that. I wouldn't be able to get in all the quarters." But it looks like he changed his mind and he went for it. Chimeras are fast, and he does have top of turn, and that's probably what influenced his decision.
Yeah, top of turn is a big deal for engage on all fronts. It becomes a lot easier to score that when you can. Your opponent doesn't have a great counterpunch a lot of times to your models that you're pushing across the table. Whereas if you get up to the center and your opponent tries to do the same thing, the opposite's going to happen. I think the Chimeras honestly are kind of a really big deal for the Tallarn in this particular matchup, given that not only can they push forward to grab those engage on all fronts points, they also can put, not a lot of damage into these Nurglings, but they do a reasonable amount of damage with 2 heavy flamers. And the fact that they can do that while engaging the Nurglings and making the Nurglings, just slowing them down, forcing them to either fall back or not be able to charge onto enemy objectives. And if these Chimeras, for example, move up and just start touching as many Nurgling bases as possible, the Nurglings aren't going to do anything to them. And they can just sit there and happily flame away at those Nurglings as long as they want. Not to mention the fact that they're very efficient wounds to eat on for mortal wounds for smites. So you can just sit these big orange boxes, right, these big orange school buses, right in the middle of the table, and you get a lot of different benefits from doing so.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guard lists go for just the standard 6 chimeras. You know, you're going to take 6 infantry squads, most likely, in a battalion, and you can just put each infantry squad in a chimera, and six chimeras seems to be the right number from what I've seen. We only have 4 here, but that's to buy all this artillery, right? We have 4 artillery pieces, and they're not the cheapest thing in the Guard Codex. Not to mention that we have 3 Demolisher tank commanders with all the trimmings. They have las cannons, they have plasma cannons, they got it all. So I think chimeras is where he did the cost cutting. That's where he trimmed the fat on the list. But I think I would have liked to see 6. I don't know if Wyverns are really the meta call here.
Yeah, I think you and I were talking about it before the game, but I think that might have been a call to try to get ahead of any sort of horde meta that was going to come out. And this list does feel very anti-horde oriented. You have all these big blast weapons on the tanks. You have these big blast AoE indirect fire, and then everything else has flamers. And I do think that's a decent archetype, but in the meta of the Invitational, there isn't really any horde lists. We had one list with 60 possessed, and that was about the closest we got to having a high model count on the table. Otherwise, it's just these Nurgling swarms, which don't interact very favorably for Blast because they only get up to 9 models.
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that Blast killed hordes, and I'm not convinced of that. I think certainly some edge cases of Blast, like aggressors getting max shots with Blast, is quite silly, almost ludicrous, you could say. But in general, I don't think Blast really killed hordes. I think that people just realized that pushing 200 models around the table isn't as fun as they thought it was. So people just don't want to play the type of horde army that would perhaps be dominant in 9th edition right now.
Yeah, and it feels like that was a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy too, right? Like Blast has the potential to kill all of the models, every model. When you bring your billion models and someone else brings 3 wyverns and all the basilisks and a bunch of exploding guns, it's all just going to die. It's all going to lose. But the fact that there's the danger of that counter list hitting you so hard, nobody brought the hordes to begin with. So people played against. I think coming right out of 8th edition, the triple sort of Thunderfire and Relic Scorpius builds were very popular, and moving directly into 9th edition, those still saw some play. And I think it pushed out a lot of the people potentially trying to bring horde-centric lists.
Yeah, in some ways I think it's a shame, because we could have this really almost like hyper dichotomy meta where we have vehicle spam and massive hordes, and you have to tech against both, and so these middle of the road take all comer lists would really have a tough time tooling up against both. But what we got here was a lot of vehicles and monsters and elite infantry like Nurglings and Custodes and Death Guard. I think we're seeing the dominance of the Terminator. It's the golden age of the Terminator, really. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, the elite high resilience infantry model is the gold standard for 40k right now.
Which I'm elated about. Terminators are some of my favorite models. They're super cool. It's their time to shine.
Yeah. They are very cool conceptually, and they've always been sort of a bit of a redheaded stepchild to the Space Marine, the other Space Marine options. But now between not only just sort of the standard varieties of Terminators that we've seen in the past, like Grey Knight Paladins, but also Terminators in other factions are seeing more play. And I do think that even factions like Chaos could potentially see their Terminators getting brought in and seeing some play. I know a lot of Death Guard builds are bringing in Blight Lords, which I think is really cool. I've seen some Scarab Occults coming back on the table. I'm seeing some Emperor's Children Terminators. Those guys have some pretty interesting combos with Honor the Prince, because they can almost automatically guarantee a charge out of Deep Strike when they come in, so they can do a lot of damage when they teleport. Lots of different varieties of really interesting elite units that we're going to be seeing as the edition gets older.
Yeah, it's super awesome to see all of these niche units that were sort of like the pride and joy of certain factions. Like everybody wants to see Deathtrap Terminators and Blightlord Terminators. Or Scarab Occult. Like, how long has it been since we've seen Scarab Occult played? It's just so awesome to see these iconic units hit their stride.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Tomb King may be looking at a charge onto this pink unit. I do like he may be potentially trying to pin the two ends of the pink Nurgling unit with the Chimera and the Sentinel, and doing so would stop them from meaningfully being able to pile in and consolidate. One of the things that units can sometimes do if you engage them with a single vehicle is use their pile in and consolidate moves to sort of maneuver around that vehicle and try to get wraps or try to potentially grab additional objectives and use it for extra movement. But if those Nurglings, it looks like are at the extent of their coherency. So engaging them on both sides would mean that none of them can legally move in any direction, and you're just going to lock that unit in place until it decides to fall back.
Yeah, I'm noticing here that the Chaos player has taken Psychic Ritual, and none of his Psychers are in position. Perhaps the Sloppity Biopiper, he's a Psyker, yeah?
Yep.
So he might be what we're looking at here to do the ritual, but if Guard is pushing up this aggressively and penning in the center, it might be tough to get those ritual points. There are, of course, 14 Nurglings directly on the center of the board. Maybe 23 if you count Green Squad.
Oh, I apologize. The Biopiper actually is not a Psyker. I think I misspoke earlier. I think I was thinking of the other Plaguebearer character.
The Scrivener, right? I think the Scrivener is a Psyker.
Sure. Let's say that one.
Chaos has long been sort of a gap in my knowledge of 40k because they're just so darn complicated.
The Poxbringer. Of course, the Poxbringer. How could I forget?
Their rules are scattered across so many books. And their rules have like conflicts between the books, and it's just a headache that I try to avoid.
Yeah, but obviously the Sloppily Biopiper in this list, he has a 6-inch aura that adds 1 attack to Nurgling swarms, so excellent, very good. And then he also allows you to, he has the ability to roll 2 dice and discard the highest for morale tests. So he can make those Nurgling swarms stick around a little bit longer, even if they start losing a lot of models to attrition.
Oh man, the day that GW puts a banner in Nurgling squads.
A little tiny Nurgling with a flag. That sounds adorable. I'm in.
Chaos players would rejoice.
Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, let them bring back D6 Nurglings. Oh no.
Only if you get D6 legitimate Nurglings. You need 4 per base, and if you don't get a base, you get nothing.
Yeah, you have to magnetize each of your individual Nurglings on the Nurgling Swarm base, otherwise...
You gotta really make Chaos players work for it.
Yeah.
We all know G-Dubs has it out for Chaos. They don't want Chaos to be good, so they're really just gonna make you jump through hoops.
So how many Nurgling Swarms do we think are gonna get taken out this turn?
Oof. Alright, so let's count. We have 2, 4, 6, 8 Heavy Flamers, plus 2 Wyverns, 2 Basilisks, 40 Guardsmen. Oof. Alright, I'm gonna say something crazy, like only 10.
Only 10? It feels to me like, I think 10 sounds around right. I think a little bit more, depending on where all these shots go into. I mean, it definitely, this teal unit in the middle, I think, is where the Lehman Russ feel like they're going.
This is madness. This is heresy. Somebody get a commissar over here. This man has lost his mind.
Looks like having some trouble with the stream on YouTube. Let's see if we can fix that.
Yep. Oh, it's back. Yeah, looks like we're live again.
Yeah, alright. A little bit of a momentary interruption. Apologies to anyone who lost some frames there.
I have never seen anyone charge a Wyvern intentionally into infantry that is meant to gum up said Wyvern. Like, this is maybe some reverse psychology here. He's like, well, if you're going to charge me, I'm just going to charge you.
Yeah.
Well, let's get this over with.
Yeah, but on the flip side, that Wyvern will most likely stop any of these Nurglings from engaging the Lehman Russ, which is really what Tomb King wants to be shooting. And I think maybe he's just accepted that the Wyvern's probably not going to deal that much damage in this matchup, and he'd much rather the Nurglings be caught on it than be able to drive further into his deployment zone and potentially get some cheeky charges on his other tanks.
Yeah, that is fair. A lot of the ordinary efficiency of Wyverns is that they just innately reroll wounds, but when you're wounding on 2s, a lot of that value is just meaningless. So if he's going to give up a vehicle to hold down these Nurglings, maybe the Wyvern is the right one to do the job.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only unit that you want to be shooting that Wyvern into is like maybe those cultists, and try to just burn them out as quickly as possible to remove that OBSEC back in Arne's bottom left deployment zone for that objective there. But otherwise, yeah, shooting at the Nurglings, I mean, it's fine. You're winning on 2s, but it just kind of feels bad. They'll ignore probably more than half. It's I think like a 56% damage gets ignored by that invulnerable save plus the 5+ ignore against 1 damage that they have. So it's not super efficient to shoot into the Nurglings.
Yeah, I think he can remove the purple cultists with his Wyverns this turn. And what I would like to see is him shoot his Basilisks at the yellow Nurgling squad in the bottom right. If he can take Chaos off of his back objectives, then he'll have to really work to win that primary game, right? Like, this is going to be a battle fought entirely over primaries, and removing those 2 backfield objective holders means that all these Nurglings that are now tied up in the middle can't just go salvage those objectives. Like, he's going to have to put... I don't even know what could he get on that back right objective.
I believe all orders are at the start of the shooting phase, and then you do the shooting after.
Like this could be a potentially big swing in points if he can remove the yellow Nurgling squad with Basilisks. I don't know if Basilisks are enough to kill 5 Nurgling bases. That's math I've never done, but
yeah, they only getting D6 shots apiece is going to make it tough for that to go through.
He's gonna,
especially since they're only D3 damage, right?
Yep.
So it's probably at least 2.
Yep.
It's at least 2 hits to go through to kill a single base. So you're going to need to get at least 10 hits through their invulnerable save, which is a tough ask.
It's seemingly unlikely that 2 Basilisks can do that job, but maybe
2 Basilisks and 2 Wyverns.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. It would be a big boon for the guard to kill those 5 Nurglings, but maybe it's just throwing all your bullets into a black hole. It's not worth it.
Oh yeah, hit him.
Yeah, but like you said, if you do it. Ooh. That is a big swing. That's an objective that the Nurgle are realistically not going to be getting.
What's that?
Where are his other guns going?
Oh, he's shooting everything into this.
Everything into
but yeah, so removing these purple cultists also frees up shooting at Ahriman and the Sorcerer, which could
probably super overkill.
Could be important. I mean, if he can snipe Ahriman turn 1 with Basilisks, that's also a pretty big big boon.
They will be blocked by the Lord of Change, right? The Lord of Change will look out, sir, for them, and because they're out of line of sight, you aren't able to target them.
2 hits.
That's still a thing, huh? Yep.
That big birdie, he keeps them under his wings.
All right, 2 wounds.
Yeah, Lookout Sir is definitely
roll damage 1 at a time.
Now, but
first one.
Yeah, it's a very strange rule for sure, and leads to some
Second
interesting interactions that a lot of people don't foresee.
Okay, you've killed 2 Nurgling bases.
Yeah, I certainly would have fallen into that trap. I would have killed the cultists and then be like, "Alright, cool. I'm shooting Basilisks at Ahriman."
Yeah.
Okay.
My opponent would just look at me with this face.
Yeah, Lord of Change says no. Yeah, there's also some interesting situations where you can have it trigger on units like
does it wound?
Character Dreadnoughts or things like Talon Masters, like sort of low wound character vehicles. They look out sir for each other, but they don't count as closer units for the purposes of determining who's closest. So potentially, if you have like a Talon Master just sitting, or 2 Talon Masters sitting behind a building, if they're out of line of sight, they just can't be targeted at all. Even if there's nothing else on the table.
Really worth it.
It's pretty silly.
Yeah, you can also do some interesting things like screen characters with untargetable units, and then have the untargetable units screened by the characters as well.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
There's
Yeah, we've had some
loopy
interactions. There's two Salamanders players in Group 1 of the tournament, and we've had some similar interactions using Heroic Sacrifice from the Salamander supplement.
I'll
Yep.
take those, Mike. Nope.
I'm sure all these things will get
I shouldn't
FAQs
mess with
one
it when
day,
you're
but
doing that.
GW's
You're fine.
busy
Sorry.
releasing
Needing threes.
Space Marines and Necrons, huh?
Yeah, more Gravis armor
Rolling
models.
Just the one.
Oh man,
Burn yourself?
Eradicator. How many Eradicator models have we seen
Okay.
in this
2
tournament?
hits.
I think there's 2 in every single Space Marine
Needing
list.
twos.
Yeah.
In fairness, there's only 2. There's only 3 Space Marine lists.
2
So,
5-ups.
only
Make both.
only
Cool.
6 units of Eradicators.
All right. 2 bases
They're
down.
so they're
3 to
just
go.
so efficient.
Do I have to shoot the tanks first, or can I come back to them?
You can come
Hopefully,
back.
we'll see
Okay.
that sort of point
I'm gonna go shoot
efficiency
these guards now.
in other
Very
factions.
range.
I think that
Yeah, they're all.
if Space
rapid-fire.
Marine's identity within the game is having
Okay.
the most
So
efficient
that would be 20
version
dice, I
of
believe.
any given thing.
No,
so like
one's
if they have the
pistol,
most
so it'll be
efficient
19.
combat or the
Yeah,
most
yeah.
efficient
Yep.
shooting, most efficient
Yeah.
anti-tank,
Probably
anti-infantry.
easier to.
That's a pretty bland identity for a faction, I think.
Yeah,
Can be a bit slow.
for sure. Although I think it fits pretty well with their
Yeah.
background, of
19.
just being the
It d-
best.
It fits the lore, yeah,
Yes.
certainly. We're just the best at everything. Is
Mhm.
their lore?
No rerolls,
And
right?
threes. No rerolls. And threes.
All right, so looks like we got. This is a lot of shots. This must be a wyvern.
Nice. Good wounds.
I think this is this guard squad firing at
needing
the pink unit. Just a
fives.
billion las gunshots.
And 5s again.
Ooh,
He's
good
take
saves
4
there,
damage.
but I think we kill a we kill a Nurgling base. All right, well,
That's where I messed up because I could have killed. I shot this bad boy.
looks like we're just piling into that
Target priorities are
that pink
screwed
squad.
up.
Okay, so let's say theoretically
shooting
he
this
kills
one?
this pink squad.
Flamer? Cool.
What does he do? He has all these units lined up to charge. I guess he could charge the Scout Sentinel around the building and get in
G6.
combat with the red squad, but then they can
they
pile in
don't
onto the
flamers?
objectives. That's not what he wants.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
right.
think he wants to finish off this pink squad. I think he
No,
wants it
I
alive.
agree
7.
with you. I think he wants. It's also a really tough charge. I think that's an 11 or a 12 for the charge on the red squad. I think he wants to shoot that pink squad down to 1 model.
All
Yeah.
wounds.
All wounds, 5s.
Although if he keeps it to 2 models,
Five
the
again.
guardsmen
And a
have a
capital
chance to get
right.
on the objectives. He's still shooting.
Okay, lose another base.
No, he's just so the Nurglings had a terrible roll of saves there. It looked
Okay.
like they were just gonna die immediately, but we got 1
no.
down to 3
My
wounds.
Scout Sentinel's gonna
Oh
shoot.
no!
Oh, but
no,
we're gonna
this
shoot.
is-
We're gonna flamer him. Uh
Which sentinels are they?
The guardsmen are already
Which of your
at what
sentinels
looks
has
like an
the
11 or 12 inch charge,
Ah,
so
this
he's
one
not going to
now.
get obsec
Okay.
on this objective.
Yeah, it should
yeah.
be the one.
I think Tomb King probably realizes that any obsec at this stage that he puts on those objectives
Three.
is just going to get overwhelmed by the
Two.
Nurglings. And the Nurglings would like nothing better than to attack basically the only models in the army that they can reliably kill.
2 needing 5s and then
or at least
5s
somewhat
again.
reliably fight against, which are those
okay.
guardsmen. And so Tomb King has kept those guardsmen pretty far away,
Take 0. Cool.
and can
Saves.
charge onto that objective maybe next turn
Okay.
after he whittles down this red
This
unit.
next one that's shooting.
I think he would like to potentially
Yep.
charge with the Sentinel and to get a second unit in
Alright,
this top
we're gonna
quarter
do
for
a,
engage on all fronts. To
2
get him an
CP to
additional point
reroll
for that,
wounds
which
on
would
this
be
guy.
nice.
Or reroll hits.
Yeah, that would be good. And it looks like he's lined up to
Wyvern.
get. He does have to
Maybe
keep
Wyvern
Killmore
first.
in mind, so he's
Yeah,
lined
yeah,
up to
he's-
get 1 kill here.
Actually, I could do the.
Looks like we're shooting a wyvern now.
Yeah, he's spent
let's do
2 for
1
aerial
CP,
spotters.
Vengeance of Cadia.
Oh no, we're just
like-
gonna
yep.
Vengeance of Cadia. That's
So
basically the same.
reroll hit and wound.
It's a-
chaos.
Yep.
It's a good stratagem.
yeah.
Or
Although
actually,
you
no,
could
I'm
aerial spotters
I'm gonna say that for these
on the
guys.
Wyvern because it already
Okay.
rerolls its wounds, and then
this
use
is gonna be
Vengeance of
2
Cadia on one of
CP
your other
to,
guys,
reroll hits.
which would be nice. Yeah, that's what
So
we're
down
gonna
to
do.
9.
Yep.
Yep.
Who's it gonna go
And
into?
where's it going?
It's gonna shoot its main gun at your Lord of Change.
Looks like purple
Yes.
cultists,
And
right?
it's-
No, we're gonna
and
shoot the
Bolter's
Lord
gonna
of
go at
Change.
The
With a
Interesting.
Y. Okay, I mean, I guess he's rerolling
Full
blue.
rerolls,
cool.
and I mean having AP doesn't matter, right? Because
46
it's
shots.
an impossible row blow to changes.
Free
It's
up
3
and
plus
all.
invulnerable save, so
Yeah.
just trying to force damage through on it. I don't hate.
Yeah, winning on 5s rerolling is not terrible.
Right, and especially with full
Or 13.
basically 100% rerolls. You're rerolling all of your hits for the stratagem and then all of your wounds. It's going to be relatively
Worst hit?
consistent.
Yep, rerolling.
oh shit!
Only 4 wounds looks like.
Sorry, excuse my language.
This was its
And that's
hit
to do the
rolls.
strat to reroll to wound or +1 to wound.
Oh, no.
It's 1 CP, but
Ooh, good
alright,
conversion.
mix it up.
Yeah.
And
Alright.
then wounding on
5s.
5s rerolling.
Yep.
Not a great
Alright.
start.
Try again. 3 wounds already.
There we go. 5 wounds.
5 wounds.
Okay.
Needing 3s. Take 1.
Oof.
1 damage.
And
That's,
2
2
know,
CP for 1 damage. I mean, that's kind of what
At
you can
the blues,
expect,
yes.
but I think you'd like to see a little bit more damage out of those big guns.
Yeah, I think... I don't know, I'm still looking at this 5-man Nurgling, this yellow squad, and you have to kill them one day, and if you don't kill them turn 1,
yeah,
maybe you can work
Fives,
them down
fives
and
again.
try to kill them turn 2,
Cool. Take nothing.
but
Saves.
it's gonna be tough. Points now or points later, that's the question.
Yeah, for sure. And it is, as much as we are extolling the virtue of having a lot of CP to spend,
Strap 1 CP on the
one of the kind of design elements of Imperial Guard is that a lot of their CP is their
Into the
stratagems are
birds.
pretty inefficient
Yeah,
because they're designed around having a lot of CP to spend. So a lot of times you do have to spend 2 or 3 CP
6
to
shots.
to buff up the guns on something that's sort of going to be mediocre to begin with, because they had the potential in 8th edition to have 18 CP or 20 CP. I think the most we saw in Season 1 was 27 CP to start the game with in an Imperial Guard army.
And then this is strength.
So many, the
bunch.
days of so many
Strength
command
five
points are
and
gone.
threes.
And back then we had multi-regen.
for
You could regen
vigilance.
2 or
Right.
3 a turn. It was just silly.
All 3 of
saves.
them. Alright, D3 damage.
So yeah, it looks like probably these tank commanders are going to go into the teal squad in the
One.
middle, and then that wyvern can charge the red squad.
Bonus.
He has 2
Bonus.
chimeras set up to charge
terrible,
blue and
yeah.
green. It looks
Okay.
like almost every Nurgling unit's going to be locked down and
Other
dealt
one's gonna
with
shoot
in
there.
some way or
Same
another.
target.
From top of 1, maybe
Shots.
the answer to Nurgling spam is
6.
just play guard
And go first.
and go first. Yeah.
Yeah.
4s
Mhm.
and needing 3s.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Nurglings
saves.
sort of remain at this
3
power
saves
level.
again.
How, especially in the
Oops.
unadulterated GT
Oh, no.
rules, whether the meta
Yep,
kind of
fair too.
shifts around them, and you start seeing units with forward deploy abilities become more
4
powerful,
damage.
just
4
for the
damage.
simple fact that they can deny board space to giant swarms of Nurglings.
Right.
Having a single scout unit in the middle of this table would be very nice.
How uncomfortable.
Yeah, in alternating deployment, just saying,
Good news is the,
you can only have half of No Man's Land.
Ooh, that was a big hit into that Lord
so
of
the
Change.
Wyverns get a fire out.
5 more damage
Down
into
to
it.
bracket.
Down to
Oof.
10. Oh boy.
I think
We're
that
just gonna
requires
dump
3 more damage.
all of
3 more?
the shooting into that
Well,
big guy
right.
and try to knock him out as quickly as
Yeah,
possible.
just 2 more.
That was another wyvern,
less than
or
I think that was a basilisk. So he has old
Oh, yeah,
grudges
you're
on,
right.
on
No,
this
of
tank
course.
commander in the
8
back.
is less than half. I thought for a moment that 8 was
So
exactly
it'll be
half.
giving those rerolls to the Earthshakers
I'm gonna
shooting
do
at the
some
Lord
more
of Change
CP
because the
to
Lord of Change was his old
reroll,
grudge
+1 to wound.
pick.
Yeah, it's nice that you can
That
pick
is
that
the
at the table, right? You
C,
don't have to say before deployment who your target is. You can
Yeah.
pick top of 1.
Just lower bracket.
Direct onslaught.
Don't you need line of sight for that?
You do.
I'm a little
Go,
nervous
back on.
about
Catch.
No worries.
Tomb King's right flank.
Looking at a cheat
That
sheet here, so.
if he doesn't deal with this
Ah,
Lord
that
of
is
Change,
going
he
16.
could lose a lot here.
Just this
Um,
is 4.
If the Lord of Change hops over the wall and Magnus and the Sorcerer walk out behind him, there's going to be a lot of smites going on. So he's going to lose for sure that infantry squad and probably a Chimera as well.
Nice
That's
hits.
solid 4s. And 5 rolling.
It's entirely possible he could charge those tank commanders if he sequences correctly, right? If he smites down the Chimera
Right,
and
already
then
4.
warp times
Don't do
the
that
Lord
again?
of Change.
Oh, you did that again.
Or no, warp time can't
Oh, no.
can't affect. Lord of Change is not 1,000 Suns a unit. I'm just talking heresy over here.
Lose 2.
Looks like 2 more
I would
wounds.
like to stay on top bracket.
Out of the Lord of
I'm
Change,
gonna
we may
pay 1
CP
CP
one
to
of them.
CP reroll
We're
one of
going to
these.
do it to keep him unbracketed. Oh, and he fails anyway. Oh, get got.
Huge.
Brutal.
That's crazy. Wow.
All right.
That was some intense
Under 8.
shooting from that indirect fire.
Middle bracket Lord of Change.
8 damage through a 3+ invulnerable save from that artillery.
So
Oh,
this
man.
one can shoot and move.
The Chaos Gods are
He's
not
gonna
with
be
him
over
today,
14.
huh?
Yeah,
Plasma.
no
He's gonna
kidding.
shoot his plasma into the. Wait, and then-
Impossible robe.
1
More
damage
like
So you'll get your
Very
fire
Make
back
that
possible
up.
1
rogue.
damage, yes.
I think the pure chaos play there would be to use the Impossible Rope reel instead of the TP.
yeah. Just put your faith in the Dark Gods. It's fine. I'm not gonna kill myself with this reroll. That would have been real, just balls on the table right there. Look your opponent dead in the eye. I'm an impossible rogue this one.
Plasma there. Main gun's going to shoot twice here.
For the edification of the
well
chat,
as
that is
well.
because the Impossible Grove gives you a once per game reroll on an invulnerable
so main
save.
gun
But
first.
if you fail it, you die.
Just roll 2d6 on it. Just roll the second dice as well.
You could save
Roll
yourself a
together.
CP there for the low cost
So
of potentially
11
your
shots
entire
and then
Lord
make that
Exchange.
12 because the last cannon is exactly the same stat line.
Uh,
I think that's the duff dice right there.
all right, so the 2 basilisks have shot
Is it
then.
12 dice.
One
14.
wyvern has shot. We still have 1 wyvern to go, and the tank commanders.
I think both wyverns have gone,
Well, that's uncomfortable for my
and
nerdlings.
we just have the tank commanders basically to go.
Oh, that makes it a lot better.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, and one of them just looks like just fired wildly into the air with its demolisher cannon.
All the wounds.
Okay.
Uh,
5.
Only 5 hits out of all those shots. Oof.
Okay.
First one,
First one. 2.
2 damage. Second
Second.
So we got a 1 damage, 2
Kills-
damage,
Kills 1.
and a 2.
Kills
So
a
that's
second.
5. That'll kill base. Yep, and we were correct.
Okay.
one. All right.
Whoa, what?
And
Oh, they're
the
D6,
plasmas,
sorry.
Yeah, they're the
shots.
big demolishers. Yep.
So that's 2 bases of Nurglings.
Yeah,
Is
these
that 2 inches?
these demolisher
shots.
cannons. Every time they shoot, it's just the most terrifying gun you can imagine. Strength 10, d6 damage. Just oh my gosh.
Alright, take 1 mortal and no hits. Lovely.
Oh wow!
I'm
And then
going
its
to
plasma
that one.
sponsons just fired
okay.
into its own crew members. I guess.
It's a Whifferoni.
Yeah, no kidding. Oof.
Hits.
It looks like we're gonna reroll that one with a CP.
Wounds. Takes
and it
2
wins.
damage.
So he doesn't take
5 up?
any
yeah,
damage
yeah,
from
5
the
up. Sorry.
Take 2 damage.
the overheat.
Failed save.
Oh, and puts
Oh,
2 into
no.
this into this Nurgling. Oh, he's alive on 1. It's
He's alive
perfect.
on
The
one.
Sentinel's gonna step on it.
That's what I'm trying
They have
to
that squishable rule.
Tomb
Because then
King
he gets
is
squished from
do, at least.
so lucky.
Um,
Lucky or is that totally planned?
let's go
Calculated.
with
That was calculated.
Cool,
definitely.
calculated.
his move actually now.
Well, now I
Yep.
mean, if that Sentinel gets the kill on that Nurgling swarm and then gets
gonna
to
go 6 inches?
consolidate into the extra point from engaging all fronts, like that's just
Way
look. It
for,
makes you look like the
boss
biggest
you
brain
there.
player in the world.
Just away from
Yeah,
this one
that
so
would
he
be
doesn't splash
a
onto
money
the
play right there.
gateway. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Oof. Yeah, it's. I mean, guard going first here is
Yeah,
looking
exactly.
a lot stronger than maybe we had thought before the game started.
All right,
Yeah, we'll
this guy
see
back
how
here,
well the Nurglings can
is gonna shoot
fight
into
for primary objectives.
the,
Obviously, the guard are going to have a tough time ever scoring more than 10 points on primary.
green
but
or red.
if
Green
they can,
or red,
if they can maintain the damage output
right,
throughout
somebody
the game
should,
and
both demolish
and
cannons
just
green.
keep that 40 points
And
on
then
primary
I'm
and
gonna
not
shoot,
overextend too much. I mean, maybe they
You know
can
what? He's
they
gonna
can
shoot
do it.
everything into green.
Cool.
He really has to kill this teal squad
I
so
will
that the
overcharge
wyvern can get
plasma.
into the red squad.
Yes.
Probably overkill.
Because if the wyvern gets into the red squad on
to,
the side
main
away
cannon.
from the objective, then they cannot pilot and consolidate onto the objective,
For
and they'll just be trapped sort of in the middle of the board doing nothing.
Last cannon.
Yeah, they may be able
Just
to
dragging these six in.
with some finagling. Since you could potentially move the Nurglings in the
One,
back
roll the one.
onto the objective, they only have to end their movement closer to the Wyvern.
Yeah, cool. Not twos.
So
Right,
if the
but
Wyvern
he-
is sort of at the
These
edge
do
of the
twos.
formation, the Nurglings can kind of arc around into the building.
Alright.
Like
Five
if his wyvern charges to here though,
Okay.
Good saves.
I guess this one could
First one.
pile. I don't know if you can see my cursor.
No,
but
I think you're in spectator mode, so
For
unfortunately,
1,
I
I'm
5
can't
don't
see
hidden.
feel no pain.
I'm
Yep, takes it.
yeah. So I was saying like if he gets all the
And for
way
6 kills a
to like the
base.
farthest back Nurgling, but then the
2d6
closest
shots with
Nurglings
the
could
plasma.
pile sideways onto the objective.
2d3.
Yeah, so definitely if
Hit
the
you
Wyvern
for
makes a
2.
decent charge roll
Ouch.
and can sort of engage the center of
No
that
more
Nurgling
rerolls
unit
available, yeah.
with its pile and consolidate, maybe touch the ones
hit
in the front
No
and force the
hurts.
ones in the back to move directly at it.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with you. I think if the Wyvern kind of flubs its
Let's move.
charge roll though
Fives.
and only touches the first couple in the formation, the Nurglings in the back could
saves,
potentially
so
do
take
that arc around.
4 damage.
Not to
Kills a
mention, I mean, I kind of I have a sneaking
Alright.
suspicion they might just
Let's
fall
see.
back on that
Let's
objective
take-
anyway. But at least that denies them a charge that turn, and you can just continue to
Alright.
re-engage them with those tanks.
And then 2 flamers
They would
over
like
here.
to wrap one of
And
those
Green
units.
Squad.
Obviously, that's a lot harder on the larger tanks, but
2d6.
I'm worried about this Sentinel that's going to be going to Objective 4.
5.
If the Nurglings ever get the chance to declare a charge on it, it may just live there forever and make them unshootable.
Well, we do have the desperate breakout stratagem now.
We could
Uh,
Desperate Breakout that Sentinel, that's for
Fives?
sure.
He has the command points.
Fives
He does
again?
have those
Although-
those long chicken legs
Two
he can
damage.
use to leap gracefully over the Nurgling swarms.
The other Chimera
He's burning through his command points pretty quickly. But I think that would be worth it to not have Nurglings in combat for the entire game.
4.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely, you want to just kill that Nurgling squad with Demolisher cannons as quickly as you can. Looks like our predictions on the number of dead Nurgling bases may be pretty close to true. We have 8 dead so far.
5s again.
Yeah, and we're looking at the pink one dying in combat with Scout
And the
Sentinel.
rapid fire and Laz in that.
And this teal one should die right here,
Oh.
right now. See it live.
4s will hit.
Some failed saves.
3's wound, I guess.
Oh, that
Yep,
was
2
2.
wounds.
Alright. Kills
Oh, this was
kills
on
the
blue.
base.
Okay.
Okay. Roger
Cool.
that. All right, shot. I advanced this Chimera. That's unfortunate. It's also in terrain.
Oh, that's right. The
11-inch charge. I'll
one of
try
the
to
2
do that.
chimeras on the
Oh,
left flank
Is this the end of your shooting phase then?
of Tomb King
I
advanced, so
think
it
so.
cannot
I
charge
don't
green
think
or
I can
blue.
shoot
So he's
anything
only going to
else.
tie up one of
Shot,
those 2
shot,
spots with the
shot,
Chimera
shot.
that did not advance.
I don't think I ever rolled the heavy bolter on this bad
Forgot
boy.
about
Oh,
that.
well.
Yeah, you did. You put it in
Definitely
blue or
fired that heavy
green, I think.
bolter.
Yeah.
Don't remember. I'm gonna so this is over,
So
right?
we're only going to have
Yeah, I think I don't have anything to shoot.
either green or
I'm
blue
gonna,
tied up, which means
use
the
1
other
CP for
one will
Nurgling
be
infestation
free
on this one.
to go
So
attempt to
the
steal an
4 bases
objective
die, I
or
roll 4
touch a
dice on a
tank.
5 up
We
tank
don't want
and
that happening.
Come back.
So, I think
Roll
blue
at least
needs to
1
get
5
tied
here?
down, otherwise they'll
No, damn
tag the
it.
guardsman on
Okay,
objective
well,
2.
That's unlucky.
Oh, no!
A 5.
really
So that was a
needed one
Nurgling
5
infestation on
here
the pink
to-
unit.
Yep.
And
Really
we
needed
rolled no
1 5
5-ups
here
to
put a
regenerate
base here,
Nurgling
so you
units.
can't take it with a sentinel.
Yeah.
Brutal!
No, yeah,
Amazing.
unlucky.
Charges.
Tomb King is either incredibly
Charge.
lucky or
Almost
just the
CP
best
to make a
general.
The biggest
fancy
brain plays.
Charge.
Yeah, he knows that Nurgling infestation wasn't going to go anywhere. And
Send him in.
and
here.
that's
I'll
why
kill that.
he
I
just
also
wanted
hit
his
on
opponent to
2s if
spend
I do
CP.
this.
After
Yes,
that
one
shooting
wound
phase
left.
down to only 2 CP for the Chaos, that's going
No,
to
I need him to
be
stay there to
problematic for the rest of the game. if they want to avoid those big Demolisher
No, I
cannon
won't.
hits
All
later
right,
on.
I'm gonna try to charge the infantry squad first.
Yeah, there's a
The
lot of
infantry squad will
pretty
try my
important
Yep.
things the Chaos needs CP
Charge.
for. Like, if he perils with no CP, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
He has some.
The chat did bring up
There you go.
appropriately that there
Sentinel.
is a little bit of mitigation for perils. Obviously, Magnus
Yep.
doesn't really care about them, and he also gives reroll ones
3
for
inches.
let's see.
It's good.
gives
you should
reroll
be-
ones for psychic tests
So,
for
let's
1,000
see.
suns within 6
You
inches
go-
of them. So the sorcerers might
Shoot
be
forward,
okay.
yeah, you're good.
Um,
You're good.
but
Yeah,
I would
be
be
free
worried
to play
about
it
the
yourself. Just have to walk
Okay.
The other
past it,
casters.
but
The big Lord of Change.
Yeah,
His
easily.
wounds are too low now, I think, to
in there.
perils. He's getting into
Okay.
danger territory.
yeah. He needs. I mean, he might just explode next
All
turn.
right. Charging,
But I do
both
think, I mean, there is some value in
green
just sitting him
and your
behind
red
that
Nurgling
terrain
squad.
and eating another round of
With
shooting
this
from all
lever?
his
Yep.
his indirect
Cool.
fire.
ahead.
So that
Alright.
indirect fire isn't
Charge
going
range.
into, for example, like we talked about, that yellow unit of Nurglings, which it could potentially take out in one go if it had
9?
the chance.
9.
Yeah,
Ooh,
guard turn.
Okay, let's see.
looks like a big charge roll from this Wyvern in the
I
center.
think I'm gonna
9-inch
park
charge.
right here, but I don't want to get too
It's
far.
going to put it
into tech
right
and just
inside
throw
of the
these attacks
structural
at me.
chimera.
yeah,
Let's take
I
these
think I
out
could
of
do
yeah,
the
just
Yeah, thank you.
dominating the center of the table.
Question is, can I get in here and do it? Just block you.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, guard's going to have some interesting choices
I don't
next
think you
turn
fit
on
between me and the
where to
wall.
put his shooting.
Here.
Yeah, it depends entirely on where these Nurglings end up at the end of the Chaos
So try
Players
to put a
movement
corner
phase,
right
whether
here.
or not they fall
Far
back
out
to
with
try to
this
get on objectives, or are able to wrap
I don't think I can either.
tanks.
Interesting. So it looks
Oh,
like
yeah,
he's
man.
not even going for
Okay.
touching the red squad.
We got more than
He's
enough
going to
here
try to
get
stay
it.
out of
Just
engagement
make sure.
range.
Well,
Oh,
he
Oh, yeah. Like, if you go around, yeah.
Oh.
You're inside the wall here.
Yeah.
Yeah, with where he's
I see.
moving,
Yeah.
I think it would be very dangerous
So you
to
can
touch red because
go-
they will
Let's do this
simply.
properly.
There you go.
yeah, he does
Pile
have.
onto that.
He
I guess
still
so.
has a pile in and consolidate available as well.
Did you have the inches to go around?
Yeah, I only moved 6.3 right there.
But where he landed, if he piles into red, red will definitely pile on the objective.
All right, next one.
Yeah,
Alright.
fortunately with
next
that
one.
big
This
base,
guy.
you can kind
He's
of
going to charge.
you can touch a lot of them just by swinging
Yes, blue
around
army,
with
right?
those 3-inch movements.
Blue squad.
You could sort of be
keep it from
moving the
charging
back of the wyvern 3 inches at a time to just sort
Charge
of
range.
do a good old drift into the snurgling swarm.
6. Got it.
That's what I like to see out of my guard players, is drifting their tank.
Come on, you.
And there's the obligatory scrrrr mouth noise that they have to make.
All right.
Yeah, Vin Diesel turns out is actually
Charge,
driving
charge,
every one of
charge,
these.
charge. Okay.
That's Militarum.
I think that's all I
armored
can charge
vehicles.
with this guy.
It looks like this Chimera did
advanced.
charge blue to
And
keep them
advanced.
from
Cool.
stealing Objective 2. Does
don't
the
have any
green
heroic
completely
interventions,
uninhibited?
as far as I know.
They have free
So-
reign and will likely
Feel free to
Sentinel's
start
gonna
fighting.
charge either this wyvern.
Sentinels, I can pay the 1 2.
Maybe go for a long charge on a tank commander.
He's
Maybe they'll just stay on the
around,
objective.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else, many other places they can go that are very relevant. And we also, one of these chimeras, are on the right-hand side of the table, still has 10 guardsmen in it. So Tomb King still has the opportunity to just
Alright.
pile those guardsmen out next turn and just take that objective away from those
one
Nurglings
attack.
as well.
Cool. Does he hit?
This should be a quick fight phase.
Yeah.
Get it
Yes.
over with. Nothing's gonna die
On 2s?
except the one pink
Yeah.
Nurgling squad. Is this what we're rolling now?
5 up.
One hit, one wound.
5 up.
Kill it. Oh, he gets it! The Sentinel!
But of no consequence. So
Nice.
Yep, my Nurgling dies.
So that's 2
Amazing.
kill.
Consolidate for him.
That was the perfect
Close this
allocation of resources
Yep.
from Tomb King. Exactly kills that Nurgling squad. The biggest brain plays we
Doesn't
have
matter,
on
it's just
T5S2
trying to get a corner
here.
there.
Gets him all
Yep.
4 table quarters. Gets him
I think I got it.
kill. That's
I could not have imagined that being any more perfect. for
Next one
Tomb
over
King.
here. Just
the hero walker.
3
Hero
attacks, doesn't really
Sentinel.
matter.
Amazing. That's so good. We were so worried that Nurgling
Nope.
squad was gonna die
the one
before
in
the
the
Sentinel
center.
gets to charge.
3 attacks against
Tomb
your
King's like, no,
small
I'm gonna leave
squad.
it on 1 and then exactly kill it with the Sentinel.
Nope.
I know what I'm doing.
Cool.
And
It was calculated. He
That's it.
Yeah.
Love
saw
it.
into the future.
Yeah, the overcharged plasma cannons.
punch back from me.
Definitely calculated and then
Time on
not
me.
killing the Nurgling squad.
I'm gonna attack you with this blue one here.
All right, here come the
4
Nurglings.
attacks on
The mighty Nurgling
hitting
swing
on
back.
4s, wounding on 6s. Nope. That's the blue one done. Did you base this one?
yes,
Yes. Okay.
yes.
All right, whole lot of nothing, huh?
Then I'm gonna.
Yeah,
do
this
blue
red
over here.
squad may have
Let's
some
do
interesting
a
pylons. It looks like Tomb
3-inch.
King actually just based the teal Nurgling squad in the center.
Magic can
So the
wrap
red
him up
squad's
for the
actually
game now.
relatively
Pilot?
unengaged.
A 3-inch.
Right.
I think I would have
pilot.
liked to have seen that that wyvern charge to 1 inch out of the
Yep.
of the teal squad, and then sort of be able to use that movement to kind of get into a position to
Yeah.
touch as many red Nurglings
I'll-
as possible. But maybe he's just trying to make the wrap harder as well.
We'll probably stay here.
Yeah, where this wyvern is currently situated, wrapping it would have you on no objectives.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
So I will hit.
And
with
So it's gonna get
especially
wrapped.
those big boxy tanks are kind of
this one
difficult to
Chimera
wrap because you do
the
actually
squad
have to
inside.
just touch them on all 4
So
sides,
6
basically.
times 4
Otherwise they just
is
slide right out.
24.
And wyverns, I think,
believe.
still move 12, right? They're on a Chimera
That sounds
chassis,
about right to me.
which means
that sounds
Desperate
right.
Breakout
Guess we
will,
should have been
will
switching back and
definitely
forth
get them
for
out of the wrap.
saves.
You would have
Oh,
to
well.
bracket the wyvern to keep it.
Yeah.
Now I think about it.
Feel free to
Keep it
roll your
locked
saves
down.
here on my time.
I don't think I've seen a Desperate Breakout
Fours.
used in 9th edition yet, but I'm hoping that
And
this is the game. I hope we see
Sixes,
we see
rerolling.
tanks desperately fleeing
ones.
from the terrifying Nurglings.
It's just that looming threat, right? It's
Yeah.
one of those rules that they added
One save.
that just makes certain
Yep,
strategies
damage.
less
Cool.
viable. Like knowing that your opponent can
and
do it
then,
means that you want to wrap less,
only
and you
score
just
left
want to
to
like
activate
touch
the red,
tanks.
right? Okay. So
specifically
reds
blast
with
tanks.
instance
You
of
still want to
five
tag
hyper,
blast
so
tanks,
+1 attack.
For sure.
like this wyvern.
yeah.
Be right there.
So the Wyvern, yeah, they are move 12 at their
So
top
let's go
profile.
3.
So that guy is able to scoot out pretty hard. Make a
what's
tire
the
screeching noise
closest
with its
here?
mouth. It's got the backup alarms going as well. Beep,
So this
beep,
one will
beep.
go
Oh, so it looks like red is engaged
side.
and piling in. Now, will he see it?
Yeah.
Oh. Alright.
So Tallarn in chat saying doesn't like the grind them down pick on Tomb King's side. We will see how it goes. I do think that there are some easy kills on the table for Arne that he could use to fight through that grind them down. We've only got one kill on the board for Tomb King right now, which was that pink Nurgling squad. And for example, Arne could just turn around and blow up that Sentinel and then deny the grind them down that turn. I think Tomb King maybe overestimating how easy it is to fully kill a Nurgling squad. You can kill individual bases all day, but when there's 9 of them, that's gets a little dicey.
So again, 20.
Yeah, even if he had gotten what he wanted and killed the teal squad as well, 2 kills is not hard for this Chaos Army to pick up in turn.
As I just said, so.
I mean, there's like a guard squad on the left, a Chimera right next to it, the Scout Sentinel. That's like 3 free kills just from Smites.
Why doesn't it say 30?
Smites and the Lord of Change getting into combat.
Because I didn't roll this
together will give you those 2 kills.
Okay. Delete these. 18 hits, wounding on 6s. Re-rolling 1s. Cool.
And these screening Chaos Cultists, untouched, which is surprising to me. I think that was the easiest kill on the board, and he didn't go for it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe Tomb King just worried about mitigating the amount of damage output this Chaos Army has on the first round.
Did you activate my other squad?
Yeah, he put a lot of shots in the Lord of Change.
Consolidate the blue squad that I activated
and almost anywhere he was going to shoot, it was going to be whittling down for kills on turn 2. And that's where he chose to do the whittling.
Yep.
And I'll just.
Looks like Red did not pile in or consolidate onto objective number 4, which means it's going to be 3 objectives to 3
These are
going into Chaos.
They want to give hugs.
Yeah, I am also a little bit worried about Tomb King's time expenditure as well. That was a long round 1. And I don't think he's going to really lose anything this turn. Maybe he loses a Sentinel or 2, but he does have to speed things up round 2 in order to finish things off in a pretty reasonable clip.
Yeah, that's a problem that I've seen with Guard pretty often. Our longest games, like our 4-hour games, have all been Guard games. They just roll so many dice and do so little with each die.
Yeah, it's definitely a volume of fire sort of thing.
Oh yeah, it's
even on Tabletop Simulator, where you can sort of queue up large numbers of dice quickly.
That's not touched.
Dice management is still eats a lot of time.
Yeah, and we'll try to give Tomb King the benefit of the doubt as well. He's working on a pretty astronomical ping or ping right now because we are streaming through 3 different continents, so the players are a little bit more sluggish than usual.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm probably not helping. I'm West Coast, so I'm like
we
across
hit
the entire world.
Like every quarter of the board, basically. Or every corner of the
morale,
grid.
Yes. I specifically have morale on teal.
Alright, so what are the options for Chaos here?
I don't have a ton. They could pop out their characters and smite down that Sentinel, I think is an easy pick, just to deny those grind them down points.
Yep.
The question is how exposed does he want his characters to be at the end of this turn? He can pop out Ahriman, Smite, and then work time back inside. Or he could just put it all on the line.
Yeah, he can also just fit this Lord of Change sort of in the corner of this ruin, and then drop the characters just outside of it so that the Lord of Change is farther forward than the characters are.
See what we can do.
And then, as long as they're within 3 inches of that Lord of Change, it'll look outs for them, like we were just talking. It'll protect them with its big mother hen wings.
It's getting a little risky now, though, with only 8 wins left on the Lord of Change and moving the Lord of Change into line of sight of the tank commanders. That could be dangerous. The
Lord of Change can still stay behind the walls of the ruin, so it's out of line of sight.
Cool.
And so that it wouldn't be. It just has to not touch the walls, and it won't be. It'll be obscured by that piece of terrain.
We'll have to see what he does.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's dangerous. I think a lot of the things he has to be very careful with his characters here because the damage output of the list is in a select few models. And
you were gonna touch me.
The Nurglings can hold, but if they're not killing anything, they will eventually die.
Yeah. I think Arne kind of congratulating Tomb King, I think, on his play. He's saying, I don't have a lot of options. I'm kind of in a hole right now, which is fair. Nobody expects the face wyvern to just dive on your opponent in melee.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a
All of them
wholly
are
uninteresting turn 1.
Yeah, I think he tries to pick up that sentinel maybe, and he goes for a wrap on this wyvern to try to keep his models alive, and then
in times of pandemics.
that's it. That's what he's got. Just pass the turn. Everyone's just crossing their fingers, waiting for Magnus to show up.
He's doing something interesting here with this green Nurgling squad. It looks like he's going to tag 3 vehicles at once.
All right.
Yeah, maybe going for a multiple wrap here.
Yep. All right.
And just barely getting that coherency. Yeah. I like it.
Okay. So
there is a concern. This is a model, or this is a unit with more than 5 models. So it does have to be in coherency with 2 models.
Yeah. He's fine. The ones on the edge, because their bases are smaller than 2 inches. The ones on the edge can be within range of sort of the next 2 in the chain.
Yep.
And that will give them coherency. And obviously everyone in the center is going to be in coherency with the one on either side of them.
It is a dangerous play. I think he's relying on touching the wrapped wyvern.
Yeah. Yeah, all he needs is one more Nurgling in that combat to get a wrap on the wyvern.
Okay, let's make the line tool as small as we can.
Yeah, so like having these strings is now
nice.
you can pull it off, but
Start on
because you can
here,
put
it
like
makes a proper
sort of like
line.
triangles on the end where you can have all 3 on the end within 2 inches of each other. But then if you lose a single model when you have it strung out like
where
this,
I can see your
you could lose a large number of Nurglings just for free, essentially.
Yeah, definitely. If you lose, I think, if you lose one of them off of the edge that's engaging the wyvern, for sure, it can chain back pretty badly. You do have to kind of keep that in mind for sure when you're stringing out those big units, and on the flip side too, sometimes you can lose damage attacking into a big unit like that.
Won't be seen from anything
Right.
that's not
Because you kill one on the edge,
here,
and then all of your other
on the
attacks go into models that would be removed at the coherency check step.
Yep.
You actually kind of lose a little bit of efficacy. I've played a couple games where people have attacked into big units like that are actually out of coherency, and it's just meaningless attacks. Yeah, Chad, I think I have to imagine Tomb King's planning for a desperate breakout on that wyvern to keep that red unit targetable. The red Nurgling unit, because assuming that nothing juicy jumps out of this ruin for Arne, all those tank commanders are just going to go right into that red unit and blast it right off the table. I think is going to be the plan.
For 3 inches?
I think this was a strange choice from Arne here to not fall back the red unit onto objective 4, because this means
next up,
he'll only be holding 3 at the start of guard's turn.
Yeah.
These Nurglings here will move.
Yeah, he can make the line of sight really difficult for those tank commanders for sure. If he puts the majority of that unit on the objective inside that
6
ruin,
inches for a group
because then any ones that'll be left out, the first tank commander shot will just kill them, and then the rest of the unit is going to be very difficult to hit.
Or he draws the tank commanders into
turn,
mid-board where they're chargeable.
More than half
it leaves
objectives on the map.
the guard players some very tough decisions
Means I
if he
need to
hides
get
the red
on number
Nurgling squad
4.
inside that building.
I think he actually might be considering a fallback here.
So let's have ourselves some cultist sacrifices.
Oh, he might be trying to warp time the cultists to objective 4. Okay.
That's
Seems unnecessary, but sure.
That's another option.
I wonder if you could get that teal Nurgling over to that objective.
Sacrificed by means of warp time or sacrificed by means of charging? It's a good question.
Yeah, he could definitely fall back the teal Nurgling onto the objective, but that is almost a guaranteed kill to a wyvern or a basilisk or something.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is nice to keep it alive, but if the plan is to wrap this wyvern and force that desperate breakout, then because I think it looks to me like the plan for Arne is to also wrap a Chimera and keep the blue and green units safe. Then only one thing can fall out of combat, and your opponent still can't target your whole army willy-nilly. But he has to grab objective 4 in order to secure that domination secondary this turn. Tallarn, yeah, so 2 of the Chimeras on the table still have guardsmen in them. It's this one over here. Oh, excuse me. These 2 are empty. It's just this one.
Oh, sorry.
Has,
no, I'm dealing with other stuff in my...
This one right here has
next
guardsmen in
to me.
it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it does look
engaged
like
with the blue.
three squads got out.
Yeah. So yeah, one guardsman squad bailed out onto objective 5, one bailed out into the onto the table edge, the left flank, and then this one on the right has still has guardsmen in it. So those I imagine will pile out next turn, assuming that they have distance to do so, and just go grab objective 3 from the Nurglings.
The Nurglings gonna fall back to where?
Sorry, here.
Something that's nice
This
about
teal,
playing
sorry, teal.
against an entirely smite-oriented list is that you can
you throw it
choose
through the wall?
what sits on your
Yes,
backfield
thank you.
objectives. So
It's
like,
item-based,
I think it
right?
would have been nice to see this
Any
wyvern
model
sit
next
on
to
objective 2 and have those
Any only moves
guardsmen
So he was on that
perhaps
base.
screening out for deep
okay,
strikes
right there.
better, or just in a position to affect the board more.
Yeah.
Because
And
the
then-
wyvern is going to sit in the backfield and do nothing and isn't really
White
at
comes
threat
down
of
here. I'll
being
just
smited.
Roger.
So these
2.5
guardsmen could be
instead.
freed up to be more active in the game, I think.
Yeah, you
So
do have to
he's
watch out
obstaking that away from your
because
sentinel.
the forest terrain that's in front of objective 2 is
And,
dense cover. So if you do put that wyvern
And
on
we don't
objective
need
2,
to
a lot of
sacrifice
its
any
targets
cultists
are going to
today.
be -1 to be hit by it.
What a good day
That's
to
true.
be a cultist.
That's true.
That was
think,
part of the map design. We
the
wanted
Lord
to
of
kind
Change
of
will
limit
move.
the effectiveness of
And now,
artillery-based lists being able to alpha strike
actually,
you really
let's
hard.
chill.
And
Yeah.
so
Lord of
putting a lot
Change.
of the obscuring
need to
terrain
get
as dense
cultists
cover on the attacker side of the table
cultists will run forward
makes it so
towards
that
the wall.
lists
Cultists
like this
will run
Imperial Guard
forward
one
towards
have
the
to play a
wall,
little bit more out in the open if they
run to
want to
the
really
wall,
cripple you on
run
turn
to
1
the
with their
wall.
shooting.
Run to
Yeah, I'll
the
tell you
wall.
what. I was on the receiving
Hunt my
end
Lord of
of
Change.
an Imperial Fist gun line at LVO, and indirect alpha strike feels
Feels bad,
real
man.
bad.
Yeah.
feels real bad.
So it looks like
Feels-
we did fall back
Now
to
my
Teal
Lord of
Nurgling
Change
squad
will
onto
move
the
back a bit,
onto
and he
objective
will
4.
just.
So
So the way I
are
understand
Yeah, I
gonna
think
grab
that's a fine play.
yeah.
is that line of sight
It's
still
possible
works
for these
from
two
wing to
chimeras to kill it with 4 heavy flamers,
I'm not sure.
but
I
you know,
think
that's the
because
cost of doing
obscuring
business.
says any part of the model, whereas dense says.
Looks like the Lord of Change is
right.
moving
So I
away.
will-
I-
It's moving in
well-
reverse here.
Yeah, I don't. You'd have to ask Trevor.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Wonder what
So I will
he's,
draw a
what he's
line of
thinking.
sight
I guess he
because
doesn't
you
want
guys
him
need to
in
know
combat
if
yet.
whatever
I would be
part of my
worried
model
that
is
you're
allowed
not
to
going to
draw
get him
line
in
of sight, I
combat
believe
at
it's
all.
wingtip. So I'll just.
He's down to 8
make
wounds, and we've
sure
already
that
seen. You know,
basically
if we have just the same
there's a
turn
line
from the
here,
artillery again, he's gone.
straight on the ground where I have to
So I would
go
want to get
over.
my value out of that model
That
as
would
soon
be-
as possible.
Yeah, so to answer your question, guys, the any part of the model is used for line of sight. So if the tip of the wing is over the line
So
where it
the
can see the
very
sentinel,
tip
you would
of my wing
have line of
is
sight.
now able to
You'd have to go
draw a line
further-
of sight to
You'd
your
have to go
scout.
further right, about another 6 inches. But yeah, or 0.6.
Okay, so my
Uh,
intention is
Yeah.
Yeah,
that I'm
yeah.
exactly on this line,
you-
and that if you want to
Yeah,
sneak
yeah,
back, you
you're
have to
good.
be on this line.
If you look at
Yeah,
it
that's fine.
isometrically, you can see where the lines are that cross over the
Normally I
terrain.
use shadow, but you have a light coming from the side on this map, so I can't
Yeah.
do that.
So if you go into top-down mode, you can see everything two-dimensionally, and then you
I think
can.
I have that.
That's how I knew you were short there. You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
that's
So
fine.
in
If
order
you're
to
going
cross
that
over
red
the
line,
line,
just
you're
wing.
going to have to move another quarter of an inch or so, basically.
There you go.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's close
Yep.
enough.
Cool.
You're good.
All right. Line of sight and range. Good.
Sorry about that, Bridger. We were just answering some
and
questions for the
then-
players for
No,
line of
yeah.
sight and obscuring.
Movement from this sorcerer.
One of the things I really like in
5.
9th edition is this obscuring keyword,
Come out
and especially in conjunction with
that
Tabletop
was
Simulator, you can use the isometric view on Tabletop Simulator to draw your lines of sight
He is going to come
black and white,
out here.
and it makes it much easier to determine line of sight
and then
rather than having to
Ahriman.
maneuver your camera around and try to get angles.
Yeah, it would be good not to go back to 7th edition arguments about
Just gonna stay away.
angles and drawing lines on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
It's nice to just have it cut and dry.
Go a slight bit.
The
to
game
the
does it
left.
for you.
Yeah.
Cool. Now,
But yes,
do I have
like
any
I was
other
saying, I
movement
think
to do? These
keeping the
moves,
Lord of
these
Change back
are
like
stuck,
this
these are stuck.
is asking for trouble.
This one
I
moves.
think
Cool.
he's not going
I
to
will
get
go
all the
into
value out of
psychic
this very expensive model that perhaps he could.
I will start.
Because if
with
the
my
Lord of Change dies
Change.
on turn 2 to guard shooting, he gets one turn of
will,
smiting, killing a
smite.
Scout Sentinel. That's a
Oh,
real,
wait,
real
start
feel
of the
bad.
psychic phase.
Well, I
First
think
of
the
all,
other
start of my
consideration
turn,
is
I go
that
into secret.
Arne wants
And
to
then start of my
limit
turn,
the
I roll
amount
for my
of
Lord
the
of Change to
really
give me
big guns that get to target that guy, and force those Demolisher cannons to go into Nurgling squads where they're certainly not, making their points back. The highest value target on the table right now for those Demolishers is that Lord of Change, and every turn that he can stop those guys from getting that value is a win for Arne.
Ooh, the sorcerer walked out. So
Here he comes.
he's probably looking to warp time him back behind the wall after.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
That will be gateway.
Because he kept Armon on the inside.
And this is Devastating Sorcerer, Devastating Sorcery Sorcerer, so he is coming out with that +1 Mortal Wound every time he damages with a damaging psychic power. And I believe he has an Arcane Focus for +1 to cast as well.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with Ethan in chat here, where like a Demolisher Tank Commander can make its points back in killing Nurglings. Now, it's not like points for points, it doesn't feel good, like you're killing 18-point models. But victory points wise, killing Nurglings is just as good. Like it's advancing your game plan just as much as killing the Lord of Change. So I think the guard player gets value out of his demolishers no matter what happens right now. And I would like to see the Chaos player try to get some value out of his models, because this game could go downhill quickly if he loses his big hard-hitting hammers too early.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly one of the benefits of this armored vehicle skew over a list like these Nurglings that is just trying to push primary points through is that there's only like 3 models on the table that actually threaten almost anything in the guard army, and those are like this Devastating Sorcerer, the Lord of Change, and Magnus. And Magnus is taking a break. He's off on the sidelines. He's got his pom-poms. He's pumping up the team. He's like, go Thousand Suns, and the Lord of Change is well, he's not having quite as good of a time as Magnus is. Yeah, so I think I agree with you. If Magnus comes out and just isn't able to get the amount of damage that Arne needs it to onto this Imperial Guard army and gets killed by those Demolisher cannons, yeah, this game could just be over for the Guard, which I don't think Arne would be super happy about.
It looks like that Scout Sentinel got smited off the table by the Lord of Change. And now the Sorcerer is going to do some smites.
It has to be the closest.
Sentinel, more like scented no.
The guard model here?
They're measuring to see what is closest. It looks like the Chimera to me, but we'll see.
I was planning to go into this, but let's see. So 12.2 and 12.2.
Exactly.
Are they equidistant? Did we do it? Did we find the triangle?
Yeah, that's the one downside of TTS. It only measures down to increment of a tenth of an inch. So sometimes you're not quite as exact as you'd like to be. Okay, and it looks like the intention of the Chaos is to go into the Chimera, so we're just going to call out one closer. Makes sense to me.
Yep. Not really an argument worth having.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, worst case scenario, just 4 up at that point, I think. Ooh, big 4 from the Smite. Ouch. Or from an Astral Blast, excuse me.
For 4. Nice. D3 +1 to the other Chimera.
Oh no, this is a gateway. Oh no, this is a lot of damage. Oh man. Oh boy, that's so much damage.
Maybe that's why the argument might have been worth arguing, because it's the model that gets hit. So
yeah, it's a question of whether or not it hits the tank commander in the back, I think.
Oof.
That was a lot of damage right there, but that is why this Devastating Sorcerer is one of the only models on the table that threatens this tank army. That was almost a Chimera's worth of mortal wounds. It straight up was a Chimera's worth of mortal wounds onto vehicles from that one psychic power.
Brutal. Whoa.
Here comes the warp time.
There he goes.
He's out of there.
Back in the box.
9 inches and does not require lightning.
Does the Zoidberg get away?
Now, something interesting here. If those cultists die, the Lord of Change is no longer protecting the Sorcerer and Armor.
Yeah, that may, well, yeah. Where are they positioned? Oh yeah, Aramon is way up in the front. They're both way up in the front. Yeah, if those cultists go down, it could be a quick little Earthshaker for one of these sorcerers. Yikes! That may be the plan for Tomb King at this stage.
Yeah, if I were Tomb King, I would be looking at this with some raised eyebrows. I'd be like, oh, so you...
And then we have,
looks like I can...
Chat, throwing me some shade for getting the psychic power wrong there. I apologize, chat. It's an infernal astral blast way.
You know, there's just too many psychic powers available for Chaos.
Yeah, it's tough when they both have two almost identical psychic powers.
Well, yeah, they're all very slight variations on other Chaos psychic powers.
Yeah, Chad, that's a good question. If the Lord changes on the objective, it does look like he is. Yes, he is on the objective.
Yep, he's got a little sliver of his base there.
You're fine. I just said
That's one of the nice benefits of having the 3 inches pre-measured out. On tabletop, there's some neoprene mat objectives that do this for you, and that it just eliminates all arguments.
We actually have some special ones that we're giving away to the winners of the Invitational. We have, in lieu of trophies, you get some sweet custom objective marker sets based on your placement, thanks to 3D6 Wargaming.
That's awesome.
Gets me there.
Alright, so it looks like we have a charge here on Wyvern and this maybe not this Chimera.
This one will go.
Nope, yep, he's tagging the Chimera.
The other base is in the way.
And depending on how he piles in, he might be able to wrap the Chimera that is half wrapped by blue.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. And especially that is the #1 way that you get around that desperate breakout stratagem, because obviously the Instrumental Charm will only be able to fall back one of those tanks, probably the Wyvern. But if the green unit is still engaging a unit at that point, then they're going to be able to still be untargetable.
Does that get him out of the wall?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah.
Out of the wall.
It's a good play. Solid play coming out of Chaos here.
For sure.
Ooh, declaring yellow.
Oh, here they come.
So he's going to wrap the third Chimera.
The reinforcements have arrived.
This could be lights out for Guard. If he can hold, it looks like 2 objectives. Maybe he can stretch onto objective #2 and hold 3 objectives while being untargetable with 3 separate units of Nurglings. That's devastating for Guard.
Yeah, and this one's also based. Yep, I'm gonna CP it then.
Okay. So it looks like they failed, and we're gonna CP down to 1 CP for the Chaos.
Oh, and a 9, he makes
it's a
it.
Big one, yeah. Ooh. That must be a culture shock for Chaos players coming from 8th edition, where they always had 3 battalions. now they got to play with like 2 CP.
Ooh, that charge is massive.
Yep, there you go.
This is
we got the sweet double wrap.
Some Jim Vessel style Chaos coming out here.
Yeah, no kidding. I
No
love
more
it.
Plague Bearers, but Nurglings might be worse.
Yeah, they're just tiny Plague Bearers. Maybe I wonder how many Chaos players are going to take their Plague Bearers off of their 32s and put them on 40 mil bases.
Right.
Just two Plague Bearers to a 40 mil base. That's a Nurgling swarm. It's fine.
No other charges.
Chi and Doc in the chat rap like it's Christmas. Getting festive up in here. I love it.
I get to activate a charge.
So now if I'm Guard, I'm gonna desperate break out the Chimera that is touching yellow, because that means like you can at least shoot yellow with your tank commanders.
Well, the tank commanders, you have to remember, only have a 24-inch range with those Demolisher cannons.
Make sure I stay with
That's right.
So I think opening up red to be shot may be the play.
Oh, it's tough because red's not on an objective right now. That's
right.
Like you gotta keep the primaries. He can't fall too far behind.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you want to try to deny those 15-point turns. But I do think that I don't think that there's a universe in which Tomb King's going to be able to grab. Actually, he could just take objective 3 away with his guardsmen, right? And then he has these chimeras to run up onto objective 4 and kill that 1 Nurgling there, and that drops the Chaos down to just 2 objectives.
Oh, that's true. If he gets the guardsman to charge the green squad of Nurglings.
Yep.
And the Nurglings are stretched out in such a way that they can't really move ever again.
Right, and you can also deny the swing backs from the green squad because they're sort of stretched out so far.
Right.
You can engage sort of in the center of the formation, and then the Nurglings out on the edge on the far side of the ruin aren't really going to be able to get into you. And And suddenly, you're not trapped in here with the Nurglings. They're trapped in here with you.
And these chimeras are just going to keep flaming. Like they don't care. This is not mission,
exactly.
Man. They're happy.
Yeah, I do love the double heavy flamers on the chimeras. I think that's really cool. A lot of times, it's going to be problematic for those non-obsec models to just chill on objectives and get obsec'd off by other troops choices. But having 2 heavy flamers means that they kill chaff all day.
Yeah, and I mean, if he gets his guardsmen onto objective 3, the building provides nice line of sight blocking for anywhere that Magnus might come down.
I think this one is. And
we might have to measure some 9s, but looking at where Magnus can show up, if the Wyvern scoots over to objective 2, this tank commander scoots along the board edge, there's not a whole lot of, like, Magnus is probably coming down his own deployment zone, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see how many guardsmen can fit in the out the back of this chimera as well. Looks like the Nurglings are consolidating over to make it difficult to place them.
Then these here.
There's a lot of millimeters and inches game going on
No
here.
kidding. We do have that new emergency disembarkation stratagem, right, to allow those guardsmen to deploy at any distance from their transport.
It boosts it to 6 inches, but then you die on 1s and 2s when you disembark. He could lose a lot of guardsmen.
Yeah, for sure.
6s. Rerolling the 1s.
Nice.
5 saves.
That was a lot of dice.
What was like that chimera just take 2 damage from those Nurglings. Chimera not super happy about getting its mechanisms clogged up. Nurglings all up in the gearbox there.
So that'll be what have I activated so far?
Yeah, strength 2 makes it tough to.
Yeah, at least they have those reroll 1s though. That's helpful. But certainly
winning on 6s, rerolling 1s.
Yeah, certainly against that toughness 4 or higher, it's like ooh.
I don't care. 2 of them into your chimera.
Yeah, so not a whole lot going on this turn from Chaos. They got 1 kill the match, so no kill more. But that's really all he needs to do. He's not playing this fast and furious killing scoring game. He's just gonna hold objectives, and I think he's in a decent position to do that for the foreseeable future. Although he did take Bring It Down, he does need to eventually kill all these vehicles.
Yep.
But if he can score enough primary points, it won't really matter if he's down on secondaries.
So red is a bunch of attacks. So which of red is based?
We do also have to keep in mind Psychic Ritual has to happen at some point. He has to, 3 turns in a row he's got to do that.
That's true.
This is turn 1.
Yeah.
So he's only got 1 more buffer turn to not set up for it. But
Yeah, I wonder if we see this Bile Piper next turn just chill and try to summon in a character into the center to cast that Psychic Ritual.
Oh yeah, that is an option. That would be interesting. I don't think he has enough points to summon a Demon Prince, but he could summon like a Changeling or a Flux Master.
Yeah,
could be interesting.
Look at all these picks that he's already picked out for us. Blue Scribes, Changeling, Flux Master.
Looks like a Stigmar model I've never seen before.
Yeah, it turns out that's a lot of the demon codex is Age of Sigmar models that no one's ever seen.
No, Phil played Cornload of Skulls and he was just go.
These two corners you can't even get to.
5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, so it looks like we're closing out Chaos turn 1.
So that'll be 45.
Not a whole lot left to do.
Yeah, I think we're just rolling this massive swarm of red Nurglings here. He does have the +1 attack aura from the Sloppity Bile Piper active, so they're attacking 5 times a piece. Just trying to kill a Wyvern here.
All right, 1 wound.
45 attacks into 2 wounds
the
with the
conversion.
reroll. That sweet plague weapon coming into play. And it does 1. All right, all that for a drop of motor oil, I guess.
At least it's really fast in Tabletop Simulator. Rolling that on table, like on an actual table, would have taken forever, and I would have just skipped it.
Yeah, that's those people who roll all their first rank fire, second rank fire guardsman squads into your Land Raider, just in case it might do a damage. And you're there for like 2 hours.
So you would have to walk over this piece of terrain here, up and down.
Alright, we appear to be furiously pointing at the edge of this building.
Do we pause for scoring?
Not sure what that.
I mean, I have 3 of domination.
It stopped.
Alright, going on to
Yeah, cool.
turn 2 for guard. They are on. Looks like only
What
2
else do I have?
objectives. So that's just going to be one primary.
Ritual, no. Did I kill anything yet? Yes. 2 points
Yes,
to bring
one
it
kill.
down.
You killed one scout sentinel.
Yep, 2 points, and then no ritual.
You got to
yet,
bring it down from the Scout
and,
Sentinel. That's right. You got domination.
Yeah, sounds
Has not
good.
started the psychic ritual.
Let's. I think that's.
Interesting.
Oh, and you score your first primary points.
Oh,
10
is he on
of them.
3?
Yep. Score 10
No,
points.
you only have to be on
primaries.
2 objectives to score.
Yep.
10 points.
Oh, this is one of the
Looks
6
like I can
objective
deny
for 1
you.
hole 2.
Yeah,
Primaries
Overrun
should
I think is
be
the other one that looks a
interesting.
lot like this one, but these center
Okay.
objectives are in your deployment zone.
Feel free.
So that one is
Very interesting.
yeah,
I
that one's
think
a
I
little
can
bit
deny
harder
all
to score
but one.
primaries on. But this one, yeah, it's just 5
We'll see
points for
how it
1,
goes,
10
though.
points for 2,
And if
I'm
it's
intrigued.
15
Go
points
ahead.
for hold more.
Okay. All right.
That
start
gives
us
me a
off
lot
with
more hope
next
for
turn.
guard here.
Is that red?
I was thinking guard would have to hold
Start.
3 objectives to score 10,
I get
and
plus
that
1
would
to
make
start
it
it
real
off.
tough. But
Okay.
guards, in a good spot,
I
I
have to
think.
kill that entire unit though.
Both armies, I think this will be a close game. Both armies are playing their game plan the way they
Nurglings
want to play it.
The Nurglings are OPSEC, right?
Yeah, for sure. It is an interesting clash
Nurglings are
of these two list archetypes. You know, the armored parking lot versus this swarm of objective security models. And I do think Tomb King's putting up a good fight here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens once Magnus drops in, and whether Tomb King is able to withstand that big burst of damage that he's going to put out when he engages. But this is the turn to dump those guardsmen out, to really spread out a bunch of garbage bodies around the table, to eat those mortal wounds, and at all costs keep the tank commander safe. That's going to be the name of the game for Tomb King for the next round or two.
So I'm looking at these 2 Scout Sentinels in reserve, and this is a model I've not seen a lot of before, so I'm looking at its stats, and it has 1 attack. Unless you take the no. Do Scout Sentinels honestly just have 1 attack? Is that really?
I'm tempted to fly out. All right, first things first.
I was thinking maybe he could deep strike and attack the yellow Nurgling squad on a charge, maybe get them off that objective, but Scout Sentinels appear to be awful in combat.
Yeah.
Their gangly legs not proficient at fighting.
Not amazing. Yeah, just the 1 swing. I do think they have a stratagem to buff that up, but I don't think we're gonna be seeing that very much. Mostly there to shoot heavy flamers into combat.
Yep. So here we have the 10 guardsmen getting out.
I just didn't want you getting out towards this side and
Gonna steal away objective 3 from this green squad.
Check it also did.
Exactly what we would expect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It looks like Tomb King actually has plenty of space to put most of this guardsman squad here.
Destroyed, I believe.
No, when it's surrounded, I think.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Interesting.
But yeah, the question of the day is going to be whether Tomb King elects to Desperate Breakout this turn, and where that ends up going.
Nope.
Whether it's going to be on one of these chimeras or on the Wyvern in the center.
Because otherwise
I
that
like
would
the
just,
Wyvern
like,
to open up the
would
tank
just
commander
run one and
shots a
disembark
little bit
on
more
the
easily,
vehicle
but
to
I
get
think
it.
an argument could be made to get those chimeras out
If I can do one,
and allow them to be a little bit more live. Although I kind of like that this chimera by objective between objectives 1 and 3 is just casually scoring Tomb King engaged on all fronts for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's got to be
Just
careful
hold
though. I think
there
Magnus is going to come down in that neck of the woods, and I think he'll kill one, if not both, of those chimeras in the psychic phase.
You think Magnus isn't going to drop down by objectives 4 and 6 on the same side of the table as those tank commanders?
It would be risky. So if he drops down over there, he has to buff himself up. He's got to get up to the 3-up invuln. He might even want the -1 to hit with the Clamor of Tzeentch.
Yeah.
And then he's not hitting as hard as he would if he were coming down between... I think it's like safe for him to come down around the 1 and 3 area, because the tank commanders, like you pointed out, only have 24-inch range, right? So unless they're moving
that's
their
true.
full distance
Ooh.
and single shooting,
Yeah, I guess
they
I'll
can't
do
really
that.
threaten him over here, and he
Yeah.
could just dominate this side of the board and not have to buff himself up. He could wipe out
What?
both of these chimeras and eat into that infantry squad, securing this side of the board.
Sorry, I gotta finish moving these guys.
It's a tough call.
I'm gonna be I would be worried that if Magnus did drop on that side, he may be safe from the tank commanders for a turn, but it seems to me like he quickly runs out of the ability to really ever do damage to them because there's so much distance he has to cover in order to get into range to smite those tank commanders. Like the entire rest of the Imperial Guard army is between him and those commanders, and obviously if smite being the majority of your damage output means that any of your smites that gets redirected into guardsmen or into these wyverns or chimeras is like basically damage that you're never going to get back. Although, I mean, his ability to just charge in and hit them with a stick is pretty good too. But I do think that if he wants to cripple the shooting of this Imperial Guard army in one go, he does need to get smites on target on those commanders.
Yeah, he could definitely. Ooh, it's tough because he can't warp time the turn he comes down. So like, even if he comes down between 4 and 6. He can get some splash damage on that tank commander from Infernal Gateway, but outside of that, he's going to be hitting these 2 chimeras in the infantry squad. I don't know if he has enough to eat through and get into tank commanders, and then he's just out in the open. It's tough for Magnus here. I don't know where he can get the most efficiency without putting himself at risk.
Yeah, this is, I think, a situation where Arne must be pretty happy that the GT packet got rid of those Vigilance Detachment abilities because those tank commanders don't have the option to just move their full distance and double fire their Demolisher Cannon into Magnus, which could be brutal.
He does have the monster keyword, right? So the max shot strat out of Psychic Awakening, we could see a 12-shot Demolisher Cannon into him.
Absolutely. I think as soon as the first tank commander gets a beat on that guy, it'll
be 12 shots rerolling everything with Vengeance for Cadia.
Yeah. Oh, gross. Yeah, he's a 3+ invulnerable save this, buddy. Oh. Yeah. Looks like a 6-inch advance on those guardsmen to get them onto Objective 4. I like that. And I wonder if we see one of these chimeras just rocket right up the side of the table to block off a lot of real estate on the side for Magnus to come in.
Does he only get one model? Oh, we got one model on, which means they both have OBSEC, and then it goes to total number of models, which means with the chimera he holds it. Okay.
Yep. And he might just kill that Nurgling also with the chimera.
It's possible.
Yeah, just shooting it with flamers.
Yeah, I don't know. The question of the day is like, where does Magnus arrive?
Yeah. I mean,
max
we'll find out.
Only against vehicles. My bad. So we won't see 12 Demolisher shots against Magnus.
Oh no!
What a weird choice. Why would they? Seems like they use vehicle and monster interchangeably, except when they don't.
Yeah.
And then it's like, great, awesome, excellent.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty arbitrary for sure.
All right.
Yeah, that's the Hail of Fire stratagem.
Wingtip is on that red line.
Yep.
I don't think I can get to you.
Man. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I would lean on the safe side. I think Chaos is trying to play the slow game here. And I would put Magnus on the right side of the board. And just dominate one side. Like, if they're both killing each other, but Guard can only kill Nurglings, really, I think Chaos is pulling ahead. Because they're going to hold, and they're going to kill more. So I would just play it safe with Magnus.
Yeah, and it depends also on how much damage the Guard can do against the other damage dealers in the list, right? Like we mentioned, those characters could potentially be in danger this turn. The characters in the Ruin, if the cultists there get killed. Not to mention that we had so much damage on this Lord of Change last turn that a spiked roll from these basilisks with those old grudges rerolls could also knock that down and leave Magnus as the only real damage dealer on the Chaos side of the table.
Yeah, we have a lot up in the air here. This turn's going to be a big decider for both players, I think.
Definitely, yeah.
The decisions they make here will impact the rest of the game massively.
Now, there's no argument to leave Magnus in Strategic Reserve, right? There's no... I don't think I'm not sure if the Chaos can continue to play without that damage output.
No. Yeah, I think he would just get screened out even worse.
I mean, you could potentially knock 2 of these Chimeras on the left-hand side out. And then leave a big hole open for Magnus. Sort of where this Lehman Russ is going right now.
This is a bold play from Tombking here.
Yeah.
This is Oh, he's changing his mind. He's thinking about it. He's thinking, how close do I really want to be with this tank commander?
Yeah. I mean, he does have get around behind them, right? So he could just pull back after that. But it's interesting. I don't think there's really any shots for this tank commander this turn.
Well, so
going that direction.
I think that move was to get line of sight on the teal Nurgling.
Maybe.
So I can get a shot.
Because that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah,
like, why
there's
would
nothing
move
really else.
Right now. I can or can't. I don't know how it works. It's pretty close.
And his other tank commanders looks like they got nothing to do unless he desperate breakouts the Wyvern.
Right.
Damn, I don't really have anything to shoot my tanks. And oh wait, I know what I could do. I could touch this terrain, and then I can see your guy.
You can see.
Oh, so he's just listening in on player chat. He is thinking out loud about what his options are with the tank,
Yeah.
and he wants to drive up to the L on objective 4, touch it, and then see the Lord of Change through the windows,
That's the only one that's
and shoot the Lord of Change.
Yeah, so the red line on the
one's
table
contentious.
currently
You
is the
definitely see them
line
at the very
at which you can see that Lord of Change.
Okay.
So if one of these
That's
tank
fine.
commanders elected to move up so that it was
Range
overlapping
to
that
your
line
Lord's change.
um,
So, question. I can see the model here.
behind
His
the
range is
L,
here, right?
it
Yep.
could
Yes.
you could
Measure to
you
my
could
base.
see the tip of his wing because that's where the
So I
Lord of
can
Change
go
had
up
to
and
move
touch
to
his
see the
terrain,
Sentinel.
Now the question is, would they be within 24 inches,
Damn it.
or are we really just
Why
getting
does
this
that
line
look
of
like
sight
that?
for
Yeah,
blast
right.
cannons?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
works.
may just be
Okay.
las cannon shots. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're measuring it now, and it's a lot more than 24. But they will get their plasma sponsons and their las cannons.
Five,
Seems like he's
seven,
electing
Yep.
not to break out the Wyvern.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little tough.
But okay. You will have to
No,
be
different order.
over this red line though. you'd
So
have
where
to
he's moved, he's not touching the building or over
Here?
the line.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
He's
wondering
he's
whether
just
that
putting
has-
his tanks in danger here. A little worried.
Not quite.
They might take a trip to Frowntown.
Wait, let's grab
Yeah,
the
I'm
line.
wondering, now that these
And
chimeras have
go
moved
I'll
up
be
fire back
enough,
to-
one thing that Magnus can do is use these buildings
So
to
I can
block
push
his
this
own
from
line of
sideways
sight to
range,
direct his
that's
smites where he
24
wants them to go.
23.9 right
Yeah.
there.
So, for example, if Magnus just deploys in this back corner,
Wait a minute, can't see whether
and
I'm doing the line
something kills
correctly.
this chimera, Magnus's
line of
smites are
sight.
then going to go into the Lehman
Is
Russ
this
on that
straight?
side, on
Is
this
this
left-hand
line
side of the
straight?
table,
Yeah.
Tell me if
because
it's
there's
go
nothing else
forward.
in line of sight that's closer.
Is it straight?
Oof.
So
Which
here,
could be brutal.
I'm just gonna show you real quick. I'm gonna go and do his move.
Yeah, I'm also seeing if Magnus,
You ready?
like, if the Wyvern in the middle of the
Yeah,
board
I'm gonna go and do his
dies
move. He's gonna
to
be like
any
this,
psychic,
Right?
then
So
these
building
Nurglings
line.
are freed up. These red Nurglings can just go and
touching the
touch these
terrain
tank commanders
and
basically for
point
free.
on the vehicle, he's gonna be
Which
within range.
might not be something that either
Is it?
player sees.
And your cultist
Because
is
you generally
Oh,
think
yeah.
of combat
Alright, squeeze the cold
as
one.
tying you up until your next turn, but
Oof, that's flimsy.
if you don't
Alright,
fall
we can
back
do
in
that
move
as well.
phase and then in
So,
psychic phase that Wyvern's gone, then you're free to
I can
charge.
also scoot him a little bit
And that is not a
Touch the
long
line.
charge to that tank commander that is touching the building
Yeah.
right now.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's good.
Damn. Okay, so note to
A lot of
self,
options for
So it looks
tiny bit
like
more here and I'd be fine.
we have
Okay.
found
I did
we
not
found
think
the line literally
That's what
on
I'm
which
doing
this
here.
tank commander is seeing through the center ruins, is in line of sight
Yeah,
of the
I fell for that.
Lord of Change, and is within
Yep.
24 inches of it.
I remember.
Uh-oh.
Ooh,
Danger zone.
I already moved
That
this.
is
Okay, I can
very
use
exciting.
Oh boy.
Which you don't have, so
It
that
could get
doesn't
spicy.
work. Okay, good.
I can still see his wing.
But you need true line of sight
That's
to the wing.
oof.
I know.
Okay,
Yeah, I can
but
see
is
it.
that worth giving up that tank commander? Is the question.
You're
Because
not.
like this will be essentially a trade.
There's a
Lord of
solid
Change will
wall.
very likely die here, and then this tank
It's
commander
either
will
left-
almost guaranteed get touched by
This
some
one.
unit of Nurglings next turn.
The other wing.
Yeah, but that you need to draw a line of sight, a true line of sight, to my model that doesn't go over obscuring. Because
Okay.
like you can't see this wing because that line of sight goes over obscuring terrain.
Oh, it looks like we're
You need to see
having
this wing.
some discussions of line of sight.
Yeah, so
and be
the
touching this
issue
obscuring terrain.
being that basically the tank,
Correct.
as soon as it touches the terrain, needs to have true line of sight to the model. The terrain
got
isn't
very
entirely ignored,
Yeah.
it's just the obscuring keyword is ignored when you're touching it,
Okay. So
Right.
and then
which means that the tank will have to draw line of sight to the Lord of Change normally.
Oh, man,
Which
it's so
basically
close.
means if it can see through this window here.
all right, Trevi, do you see
Yeah.
line of sight?
He just needs his sponson to stick out a
Trying to
little bit
check
more.
from
He needed
both
to move a
sides,
little
and
bit more
I'm like-
towards the center of the board,
let's just
or
get a
rotate
call
the
here.
model.
Yeah, so as long as the tread can see through this window, which it looks like it can from where it is right now, then it will be able to see you.
Good.
Well, that's
All
Okay.
so
Oh, yeah,
close.
no,
Like you said before, game of millimeters and inches. Oh boy,
And I won't
Oh,
go
it's
through
so
this.
narrow.
it's incredibly
Whew.
close. And yeah, it looks like
All right.
23.8 inches away.
Shot,
Jeez.
shot.
Oh
I-
man.
Sorry, scroll.
I love when my tanks
Alright.
shoot out of their
Yeah,
treads through
Yeah.
multiple buildings
Yeah.
to kill Lords of
I
Change.
also like that
Okay.
Tomb King has deployed all of his tanks backwards
Um,
so that their las cannons can't be used to engage them. So not only is this tank
that
shooting
one
out of its tread,
advances
but he's also doing it
And touch that
backwards.
terrain too, but then you can
Behind the back.
consolidate
That's
everything.
you know
I
they're
guess
not
you
tank
have-
commanders for nothing.
They're already based.
They've really put in the
Yep.
hours in these tanks. They know
That's
just how to shoot bullets around corners and with mirrors.
yeah, Chad pointing
that's
out
fine,
that this
I'll
may
see
be a lot of effort to deal
This
two
guy
wounds
right
to this
here,
Lord of
Tank
Change.
commander
After just make solids 3+ invulnerable saves.
has no valid targets.
Yeah,
I think that tank commander did have to move full in order to get that position, so it's only gonna get
I
one
did
shot
the
out
thing.
of that demolisher
I
cannon.
repped everything.
Womp womp.
Yeah. All right.
and
Let's go
with
move
a
into
command
the,
point and
support
impossible robe
reserves.
left
So
for
we're moving
rerolls,
any of these in
it's
right now.
unlikely that this tank commander will one-shot the Lord of Change, but we do still have the two basilisks and the two
multi-user or
wyverns
heavy
to.
fire
Yeah,
guy?
not to mention that this
one wyvern.
this old
Has to
Grudges
be
tank
out of-
commander, I
out of
think,
your deployment
has
zone, right?
potentially
Out of my
left the
deployment is outside
Earthshaker
of 9.
carriages in
So-
the dust. So I don't know if they're gonna get
Yes, that might get
their
stuff
rerolls
back
this
here.
turn.
Yep.
Give you
What is the
some-
move
Just
characteristic on
some
an Earthshaker carriage? Probably not 12.
That is a great question. Fortunately, the old Grudges Lehman Russ is the
Yep.
one on the left-hand side of the table. The question is whether or
sorry,
not
no,
you can
what
draw the range
that's
for that to
9.
its
There you
crew.
go.
I think the
Yeah.
the crew part of the
So
You
unit.
don't fit
We're
there.
getting back into the territory of all the things that are wrong with Earthshaker carriages.
Yeah. So their move
sorry.
is in fact 0.
Shit, didn't I?
Oh,
You bumped
no.
into the Chimera.
Amazing.
It was
Amazing.
boxed in pretty
Base.
well. We know
Oh.
it's
Yeah. Just
Yep, I
based on
think
everything.
that's
So we're
about
good.
Yeah,
what we
that's-
got based on
I don't
both
know.
sides,
They-
basically.
But the unit does include
Okay.
the crew, so
I
you can
think-
measure to the crew in order for that.
Yeah, because my astropath too.
And there's a
would
guardsman
come-
crew right here.
come
So it
in
looks like one of the
all that
Earthshakers
room.
is going to be in range.
But now we're getting into this weird territory of
No, 'cause
the
it's-
unit has
Oh
the
no,
infantry.
just kidding. I
Has to be
just
outside
lied.
your
The
zone. Okay.
it
that's
has
good.
another rule that
Yeah,
says
we
that
will
it
save a
splits
turn, I guess,
when
'cause I already
the
got
unit
what I
is
need.
deployed, so the crew is a separate unit. Just kidding,
Oh,
chat.
okay.
I apologize.
All right.
And shoot
So
some
that
guys.
means he can't move it, and he's not in
Uh,
rerolls.
Yeah.
Orders
So
first.
maybe just
This
here's
guy's
something
gonna
different this
reroll
turn, I don't know.
once.
Oh,
Looks
here's
like, we
here's
didn't desperate breakout.
Okay.
the
this
top
one is,
tier
moving.
sequencing plays here. If he
Because
moves,
all
shoot,
the-
moves the old
Yep.
Grudges tank
And then this
commander,
one is
move it back in order range.
Oh,
Of
you're
the
right.
Earthshakers.
You're right.
So it really doesn't matter.
He just has a
He's
bigger
just-
brain than us.
Yeah, Chad. If you kill the crew, the Earthshaker is removed from play.
Okay. The reroll once. Do you really
But
want
it
to reroll
it works
kill
like
him?
Tech Marine and the
Yes.
Tech Marine Gunner. So if you
So
kill
wait, start of
the
shooting
crew
phase, do I have
and there are
other
any
resource
other
that
crew
can be
units
shot?
available, the gun can still
Only that one, right?
can still operate. It just I think only
Alright. Oh, I don't have one.
each crew can only fire one gun a turn. So
What am I looking
you
at?
just keep
Okay.
a useless
And before I do that,
carriage
this guy's
battery.
just flames at it.
Oh, each crew can only fire one?
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
lame. Tech Marine Gunners can just fire as many Thunderfire cannons as they want.
And I think Tech Marine Gunners are the same. I think each Tech Marine Gunner has to
7,
independently
make that
operate a
8.
Thunderfire.
For the-
It just can keep as many alive as it wants.
for the last-
Lame. They have
Yeah,
8 arms
right.
for a reason. You
Oh
gotta-
yeah, what
use
is that
all
servo
the
arms
arms.
doing, buddy? Just give the big
Choose
clamping thing one of those little aspects things you use to shoot the Thunderfire.
alright.
It's fine.
For 5.
all 5s.
All right, so what are we shooting
He's
here?
dead
Dead.
automatically. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Super duper killed
I guess
that
if I roll
Nurgling.
4
Get out of there,
You
Nurgling.
roll all one,
Yeah.
and I make all.
Oh, that was the
Yeah.
Old Grudge's tank
Okay.
commander shooting the Nurgling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Something to note here: both Scout
so
Sentinels
that-
and both Astropaths left
this
in
guy
reserve.
Right here is going to go ahead and shoot the Lord of
Yeah,
Change.
not great places to put them right
Double
now.
shots.
Everything's engaged that they could shoot at. And the Astropaths, I mean,
Okay.
obviously, like we mentioned before, none of their
I'm gonna overcharge
defensive buffs are
12
really
here.
useful in this matchup.
Overcharging.
So
Okay.
maybe just
So, double
maybe you want to
shots.
just try to get them in
Yep.
range of magnets for one cheeky deny.
Ah, CP. Yeah.
I would not have high hopes of Astropaths denying Magnus, but it is worth a shot.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 shots.
Cheeks.
It's too bad he has the Astropaths on the list because I think Abhor the Witch would have
moving
been
on this one.
No, that one moved, right. And
just an amazing secondary for him here,
threes.
and instead he was forced
Good.
into
Last game.
grind them down,
Yeah.
which just is
Yeah.
much harder to score.
Yeah,
in this matchup.
maybe if you reevaluate this
Doesn't
list, maybe it's worth taking the
Doesn't
Astropaths out for these
Oh, that was
matchups.
uneventful. 2d6,
It's always a tough call now with
yeah.
psychers and secondaries because while they offer you the 2 psychic, or I guess 3 psychic secondaries,
All right. Why
that
did
they
we
can
worry
perform,
so much about this?
they take away Abhor the Witch,
Negative.
which in matchups like
Oh,
this is
no.
just so valuable.
Why
So
did
that
we
tank
worry
commander
so
just
much
did
about
2 damage to itself with
Yeah.
its plasma
whether you
guns.
have
Wasted
line
all
of
my
sight
time.
on it? I'm sorry.
That instead of shooting at the load
Yeah.
exchange.
Damn,
Huh.
that hurt.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right, 1 CP to reroll Acadia thing. I'm gonna. shoot the Lord
So
of
Ethan
Change.
asks in chat, would Abhor the Witch
Sorry,
be
what?
that good? Lord of Change is amazingly hard to
the
finish off.
Purge.
Yes, it is hard to finish off,
The Chimera.
but each
The
each character is worth
Oh,
so
that's
many
Shaker
points. Each psychic character,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and all the models that he
Force
has to kill
Yep.
are psychers.
Reroll to hit.
So it's pretty much just getting points for playing the game. Some better rolling.
Reroll to wounds.
You know where you should have used that reroll one hits and wounds against me?
Oh yeah, I
On a
should use it
certain
on
tank
this.
commander.
That,
I'm
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that
and it looks like that was a Vengeance for Katia on one of these
I think I
Earth
would have had
Shakers.
to make a lot more saves if you were vengeance
that
for
just,
Katie at that tank commander. Yeah.
Just bounced off the invulnerable save.
Well, only 2 more.
Yeah, the Impossible Road will do that.
Hey, your shot
Um,
count.
Okay, shooting.
Yeah, I
other
am
one.
surprised that
Something
Vengeance for
changed.
Katia wasn't used on the tank commander. I
Oh,
think
the Earth Shaker? Yeah.
Tomb King may be overestimating his damage output from that guy without
Lovely.
those rerolls, but that would have been pretty devastating if we had seen
All right, that's a nope.
full rerolls, especially on those plasma
Do
guns.
you have a wyvern?
Gentlemen. Yep.
That was a super
Wyvern's gonna
disappointing
shoot
turn of
at-
shooting from Tomb King.
The cultist squad back there.
It is, I want to say
Yeah,
5
one
psychers
I
on the
don't
list.
think I need to.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4 psychers on the list.
That's
Yeah,
six.
and then potentially
Six
even
I've already
more
shot
if
everything that
some
mattered.
stuff gets summoned in.
So it doesn't
But
matter.
I think in a lot of matchups, you either kill the 2 big demons or you lose. And so I think if your plan is not to lose,
Yeah, the
planning
Wyvern's
to
gonna
kill
go
the
and
2 big
shoot the
demons
shots at
is
the-
pretty good.
because
And
it's
getting
minimum
10 points off of a
shots.
secondary like that
They're
is
gonna
pretty
shoot
solid.
the cultist.
Especially since you can
Minimum
stack it
3
with
of
Assassinate if you
56,
want
lovely. You already have minimum 4.
Yep, a lot of points for
So, there you
just
go.
playing the game.
to. Yeah.
12 shots.
Well, more than that.
No, that's 12. That doesn't become a
Uh,
3 made.
Oh, it doesn't. Each
No,
dice.
it-
minimum
No, no,
three.
no, 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 no. Minimum 3 for weapon.
So no desperate
Not for
breakout. I
dice,
think that
for
was
weapon.
an interesting
Oh, I thought
wait.
it was.
call.
Maybe
Maybe
it was
he
that was
didn't
12 shots.
remember the new stratagem. But I think just
tracking
opening up
per-
more options
per
for your
2d6
shooting,
rolled, by the way.
No.
just in general, right? We have a few tank commanders that did basically nothing this turn.
Damn it.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to
Are the
see
cultists worth 2 CP?
desperate breakout
Yeah,
somewhere.
this is all this thing does.
He has the CP to spend,
Fair.
Rolling.
and he has
Yep.
some CP regen from Kurovs. I don't know if he's been rolling
Yep.
that.
4 saves.
6s, I believe, or whatever. 4 die.
He's also running out of time pretty quick here. He's only got 20 minutes left on his clock, and it's turn 2.
Right.
That's
Right,
Flamers and-
I'm allowed to.
concerning.
Take... whatever. Yeah, what?
I would hate to see a
Flamers in the
game
yellow
go
Yep.
because of the clock.
Yeah, for sure.
Saves.
And especially since, that's partly because Tomb King just has so many more game actions to take in this matchup.
5 wounds.
Whereas the Chaos can just put Nurglings places and then make their one attack, their one set of attacks every turn, and then
One
chill.
base size. Yellow.
Definitely
That
the onus is on the
Okay.
Militarum to
Kills the base.
2 into the blue squad.
to play out. Oh, it
Yep.
looks like the Flamer is actually doing some damage into these Nurglings.
11.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's tough. With this little time on the clock, you start to think, what game actions can I forego?
Yeah.
And I think like shooting these flamers is getting you some value, but the chances of you fully killing these squads, even over the course of the entire game with just the flamers, is so low that I might just skip it.
These flamers actually been brutal though. She's killed 3 Nurgling swarms, or almost 3 Nurgling swarms with those 2 chimeras. But it is important to whittle down the Nurglings, even if you want to save time, because getting those obsec on those objectives is such a big deal.
Okay, that it?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, it's tough.
So
He just has so much game left to play, and so little time on the clock.
I don't think I do. I guess I can.
So I think he's fired all of the big things so far, right? He fired all
I
of
think
his
we're
big
moving into
commanders.
the charge phase now.
Yeah,
So
I
in
think you
Tomb
activate
King's
first charge.
in Tomb King's defense, this has been a pretty quick turn for him, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of his tanks didn't really have any good options to shoot.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Lord of Change still on 8 wounds.
Yeah, and I do think that may have been a bit of a
Come on in.
of a misplay on Tomb King's part. I think
We're having a blast.
not using the Vengeance for Cadia on that tank commander that was shooting into the Lord of Change. That could potentially have brought it down to the point that the other tank commander using its get around behind to turn on old grudges on the Earthshakers could have killed it. And I think it may be a little bit of a missequence from him.
Make sure they're not standing on each other's bases though.
Yep.
Yep.
I got you.
Chat, the clock down here at the bottom of the score sheet is the player's chess clock. So each player gets 90 minutes that they to use to take actions during the game. Tomb King down to only 17 and a half minutes, whereas his opponent is on 45.
Yeah, time management is a big part of tournament 40K.
Yeah.
If we didn't have chess clocks, guard armies would make 6-hour games out of us.
They would for sure.
I don't think anybody wants that.
Yeah.
I believe this one in the very back can't fight.
Yeah,
Guard
guard
tier
is maybe the worst defender, I think.
Yeah, they play every phase,
yeah.
and they play every phase so poorly.
Right, it's just a weight of dice and a weight of 10-man squad. It's not even you're not even rolling 30 dice at a time. You're rolling 10.
has 3. So it should be 10.
I know. I went to a tournament one time, and my friend played against a list that was like 20 individual, just guardsman squads with heavy weapons in them, and that was the whole list. And some company commanders, and that was it. And it was, I think they played through like 3 turns because the guard would just take like 40-minute shooting phases. Okay, you got it, buddy.
Is anyone wounded in
Do your thing.
So Torn in chat is asking for an explanation of the obscuring terrain rule.
So I'm going to activate.
It takes a little while to understand, but once you understand it, it's pretty simple. Terrain that you give the obscuring keyword to, and that is 5 inches or taller, becomes infinitely tall and blocking, fully blocks line of sight to anything that is not inside, quote, inside that piece of area terrain. So, for example, these ruins, although they have windows on them, if you are not touching the terrain, if either the attacker or defender is not touching the piece of terrain, it blocks fully infinitely tall. So something like this Lord of Change, despite his giant, really tall wings, can stand behind it and be safe.
We're continuing to roll 45 Nurgling attacks into a Wyvern and do no damage. So it's not just guardsmen that do a lot of things poorly, everyone. Turns out the Nurglings can take credit for that as well.
Right, yep, thank you. That was yellow, you said?
It was a green. Into green, because I just wounded him.
Okay, cool. So that'll be this one. Okay. I will then.
Yeah, so it looks like not a lot coming out of guard turn 2.
That's definitely this one closer.
That's a bad omen. I think
Cool. So
if Chaos has a big turn 2,
basically the only
this is
thing
gonna
I could want
be
that could pile into what is this, and I don't
it's gonna be a
think that
quick
might
game.
break coherency.
This could go downhill
Yep.
very fast.
So 1 ling into these, 3 lings into Chimera, 4 lings.
I see a lot of good options for Magnus now that this tank commander has pushed up. In fact, 2 tank commanders have pushed up.
3 hits.
He's almost flooded with like a wealth of good options. I think almost anywhere that you put Magnus right now, there's a solid defense towards putting him there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Magnus dropping down by the Lord of Changes makes the most sense to me. That's where he's going to be able to be the most dangerous to those tank commanders, and he needs to kill the tank commanders immediately as soon as he drops in. Otherwise, they can just turn around and blast him.
Up here.
Jonathan Blake in the chat. Unfortunately, it looks like the Eldar player, Cullen, in Group 1 was knocked out. But I do believe Liam Vissel playing Harlequins in Group 2 is still alive. I think he's 1-0 right now.
That'll be 1 armor save on your.
Yeah, I think Harlequins are probably the best hope for Eldar competitively right now. At least in my opinion. Like, Craft Worlds have some cool armies that play the mission, or they have some cool armies that don't play the mission, they just try to kill you. But finding that balance is really tough for Craft Worlds right now. And Dark Eldars just got beaten over the head by points changes.
Feel free to do the other one as well right away.
Yeah.
We don't have to swap. There's nothing that's happening from this.
Harlequins, I think, fare pretty well against this style of guard list, but I don't know what they would do against this Nurgling spam.
Yeah, Harlequins survive a lot on their invulnerable saves and penalties to hit. And I do think, we've already seen them play into this chaos list. I think they did lose that
green
game.
just took a wound, right?
I don't know if the score is up there.
That does kill.
Yeah,
they already fought.
Yeah, I don't see any way for Harlequins to really take down this list. Like, the Haywire is just gonna be,
I'm gonna pile in.
D6 shots against Nurglings. Like, the AP doesn't matter. The strength is basically irrelevant. All their combat ability. Like, Harlequins lose in combat to Nurgling swarms.
Yeah. A lot of high volume 1 damage attacks is Nurglings. I mean, they'll lose a lot, but again, that over 50% damage reduction from all of their saves is pretty good.
6 is to wound though. 1 wound. These Nurglings don't want to hurt anyone. They're pacifists.
So it looks like we're just trying to finish up the combat phase here.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them into your Chimera.
Just rolling endless waves of Nurgling attacks right now.
Oh no, the hits.
He's got the middle Wyvern down to 7. He's got a Chimera on 7. I don't know, at this pace, these combats will not end.
Okay, so
even by turn 5, I don't think he will kill any of these vehicles.
I will hold 3.
I don't know, the Chimeras are getting work in with those Flamers, though. Slowly but surely.
Yep. So,
they're not going to degrade. The Flamers still auto-hit. Still get the same number of shots.
I think with 2 dead, you already failed, right?
These combats are going to be a stalemate.
Good.
Cool. And
I guess it's particularly relevant for this green squad in terms of number of models that they can keep on this objective.
7 and they lost 1, so I don't owe you. Blue also doesn't, green also doesn't.
Although,
so they're good.
for guard, I might choose not to kill the green models, because if he frees up the squad, then perhaps more Nurglings could get onto the objective.
The dice will go in there. The dice will go in there. The dice will... 2, they're good.
Yellow is the one that he really wants to kill.
Yeah, for sure.
And... oh noes. Looks like I did a... wait, did I delete the wrong one? Oh. Looks like I did a coherency mishap here, so I lose 2 more.
Ooh. That's a good catch from Arne there.
Maybe I didn't do a coherency mishap and they just ended up... and they just don't show coherency anymore because I deleted the one that the script was attached to. Whatever. They're alive on a few dudes.
A couple of chaos cultists, I think, running or leaving for coherency.
Oh no, that's if they failed.
No, they didn't
some casualties
fail.
got
I just
mispulled.
fucked up coherency when casualties when you shot me earlier. Didn't realize.
So only 4 cultists left. If he kills 2 more cultists, they will no longer character block.
Yeah, that's a little scary. Although Magnus may jump in there and be within 3 inches of these guys at the end of this turn.
Infantry squad that needs to die, and then a bunch of tank commanders.
Yeah, he has a full move phase to correct this. So between the Lord of Change and Magnus, I don't see these characters getting sniped out.
Yeah.
The opportunity was there just for turn 2. He's going to be gone on turn 3.
Move 5.
He's got to go around his models too, right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So about a...
yeah, I think the window might be slowly closing on the guard here.
Yeah, they needed to get the maximum damage out from their army while Magnus was off the table, and unfortunately that shooting phase was a big flop for the Imperial Guardsmen. And they may be in danger of losing a Lehman Russ this turn, which would be real bad because they need, I think, all three of them to have a chance of killing Magnus when he drops in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Now, we could still have a catastrophically bad psychic phase for Chaos. Never rule it out.
Yep.
Chaos can always
chat,
just roll for it.
Dan K is running this exact same Chaos list. You can find all of the lists at tts40k.com/invitational. All the lists and the current standings are up there.
I don't know. Where do I fight you now?
I wonder why Mortarion didn't make. I guess because you can't get a second Supreme Commander detachment.
Right.
It's too bad. I miss the days of the Wonder
Yeah, the Super Smash Bros.
Yeah.
Yeah, that certainly was a cool list. I played against a list right at the tail end of 8th back in January. That was Magnus and Morty and 4 Greater Demons, I think. And it was pre-exalted Greater Demons too, and it was I was playing Space Marines and it stomped me into the dirt. I got wrecked.
The Monster Mash. You weren't prepared.
I was not. I was playing Imperial Fist, so I was very much not prepared. He's like, I'll see your +1 damage against vehicles and raise you 6 monsters. Well, you got me, buddy. Good job.
Yeah, the new Monster Mash lists are very reminiscent of early Knights in 8th. It's just like if you don't have enough Strength 8 and 9 weapons, you just can't do it.
Yeah, for sure. It's such a huge skew. It is interesting in 9th to see how how skews pop up with the new scoring rules. I think a lot of those really hyper defensive skews can be beaten just by overwhelming them on the objectives, as this Nurgling list may be doing right now.
I'm still holding out for Custodes to stay relevant in the meta until I can physically play tournaments in the US.
How do tank commanders?
I hope.
It's going to be interesting once more sort of real space games come into play.
Okay, cool.
And obviously, big things are going to change as soon as we see a new Space Marine book and we see the core rules FAQ to address some of the issues that we're having right now.
Yeah, fixing multi-smite, I think just has to happen. Like, there's no way that they don't FAQ multi-smite.
Would certainly change this Chaos list quite a bit.
Although, like, Chaos has sufficient quasi-smites. Like, they have Bolt of Change and Infernal Gateway, and I think they have another Bolt.
It would be interesting to see if Magnus makes the cut with his with the Smite being updated.
I would imagine not. I would imagine the list would pivot towards a lot of smaller characters that can't be targeted.
Yeah, we go back to sort of the old school Thousand Suns characters days.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep. Seems like it's just a Jim Vessel-esque list with Plaguebearers swapped out for Nurglings.
Yep. Chad, I'm joined today by Bridger from the Tabletop Titans YouTube channel.
Hello, everyone.
So some new folks in there who haven't heard from Bridger before, but I really appreciate him being able to jump on and talk to me about some 40k.
Of course. I love to spend all my free time talking about 40k. It's my favorite hobby.
I gain a CP, I roll for my Lord of Change, whether I gain a CP.
I'm itching to get back into tournament play. It's been eating away at me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's
Magnus. We have an upside down Magnus.
R.I.P. Magnus. That was quick.
These things, I would need this infantry squad to get slapped a bit more. Or I just
Luke in chat, we were theorizing earlier that maybe you just rip your Plague Bearers off the bases and put 2 of them onto a 40mm base and just hope people don't notice. It's not a real Nurgling swarm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The classic Nurgling model though is so great. Like pretty much all the Nurgle models, they put really excellent detail into.
Steal this objective.
And like basically all of them have tiny Nurglings that come with them, right? So you get a lot of extra Nurglings you can use to build unique Nurgling swarms. I like the little ones the Death Guard ones that have the little helmets on them. Those are my favorite.
I like the Death Guard ones that are getting squished under the Terminators.
Yes, yeah.
And they're loving it. Like you would think
They're having a
that
good time.
being squished out of existence would
Yeah.
be awful, but no, they're
being
just
squishable
delightful.
is a part of their identity, so they're happy to to accept that.
Okay, let's pay attention to time a little bit here.
All right,
Order
so yeah,
change.
it does look like we're going to see Magnus in the corner here.
Yep.
We'll smite away this Chimera, and then Magnus will likely kill that tank commander in one go.
Yeah, he's not happy with what you've done to him.
I don't know. Guard's
He's
guard's
inside
pretty
that
far in the
20
hole here.
24-inch danger zone of Magnus to just blast that Lehman Russ to death.
My Lord's Change will...
In terms of points, it's a close game right now, but we'll have to see.
It is, yeah. It's gonna swing wildly as soon as
here.
Magnus starts
I will
blowing
then-
stuff up.
So he's able to...
I'm,
Chaos-
Load of this Chimera.
Go ahead.
Chaos has not yet set up for their psychic ritual. We'll have to see if he summons in a character in the middle.
I know. Yeah, that's
Armand
going to be a
will
little
stay
bit
with the three
dangerous.
of him and
Chaos do
on
have to
this
set up
objective.
to start doing it next turn, and they
It's-
certainly don't want to do it with Magnus or the Lord of Change.
It's
My
looking real
Terminator.
tight on the 9-inch.
202.
The Sloppity Biopiper might be too close to the Wyvern to even be
Will-
able to summon in anything, because they have to be 9 away. If they're within 12 of the Biopiper, and 9 away from the Wyvern. So there's going to be a very tight band there where he even can't summon.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Why do these have collision boxes? Anyways, it was right here, I believe. So I would like my sorcerer to be out here.
Yeah, in chat. I'm sure they're going to fix
Alright,
multi-smiting,
to that Chimera,
but I don't know that Grey Knights and Thousand Suns will get back
or
Brotherhood of
be-
Smiting, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, we just had a discussion with Matt Green, the Green Knight player from the
Okay, I see.
Invitational
Okay,
yesterday,
so then
and he
who's
seems to
the
think
sorcerer
that the
first? So I
Green
will
Knights are
advance the
probably
sorcerer.
okay without being able to spam
He
smites.
goes 5, so he
Um,
goes 10.
Just given that they're going to have less units on the table,
Armand.
you don't see the 6
Goes
strike
10
squads out of Grey Knights
to-
quite as much anymore. That was really
Right.
putting out all that smite damage, and they have to play so defensively now to keep their characters alive that a lot of times they can't really afford to just send stuff out willy-nilly to do smiting. And they're playing a lot more of a board control
And then
style
with
game.
Arne
And
March, put him
so
within
I think
9 of the sorcerer.
Thousand Suns maybe
already moved
hit a little
Armand
bit differently,
to
but Grey Knights at
next to
least,
your Lord of Change.
I think, is probably fine
Well,
with their
then pull
increased
him back
warp
a
charge
bit
on
so he's
smiting,
within
because they can still
9 of
buff
armor.
themselves
Yes.
to get 3 or 4 pretty reliably if they
That's
need
what I
to.
said with I need to move the sorcerer.
Yeah, I
first.
think
thought it was
yeah.
okay,
Nobody
right?
wants to
Armand
see
now.
these psychic identity
Is that
armies
fine, or-
change to just smite spam. I think we all want to see
Is it fine if
like
I
a list of
switch Armand
18
now?
spells
'Cause I
that they
was
can
like,
cast. Like that should be
What's
their
your
identity.
first, 'cause you know what's movement now?
And smite should be relegated to.
I was
Oh,
just
yeah,
Well, if there's
sorry,
nothing
sorry.
better to do, I
Yeah,
guess I'll
should've
smite.
undone Armand before
Like in
I moved
Sigmar,
advance.
there's all these fantastical spells, and the
So
wizard
there-
factions
Whatever.
do
Yes.
cool
Makes
things and have
sense.
identities
Still
outside of
within
just
contact
here's
with the
D3
ball.
damage.
Yeah.
So I would love to see that come to 40k, and we're
Voltage.
starting to see it with Grey Knights and their Psychic Awakening. They got
have any guards in
a
here?
bunch more spells, so we'll
No, just
we'll see. Maybe Thousand Suns will get the same treatment.
Yeah, I think
is
regardless
not,
of
right?
its power level, and I do think Grey Knights were very strong when immediately after their Psychic Awakening came out, but
Just check.
I do think that the Grey Knight
Good.
Psychic Awakening was probably the best
So,
designed
we'll just
out of all of
walk
them.
over next to
Just
Arne.
because without really adding many profiles to the faction,
The
they
Lord
sort of
Change protects him,
entirely
might as well
revamped
double up
what
on
Grey
it.
Knights were capable of, while still remaining true
Cover
to
here.
their original identity, which I think was really well done.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the Grey
Then,
Knight Psychic
my
Awakening. It's a
Sloppity-
lot of rules to keep track of. It's a lot like not only for you as a Grey Knight player to understand, but
Yeah.
playing against a Grey Knight player
Oh
is
my gosh, the options
nightmare.
that they have are just endless.
So
like Grey
just in
Knights
case
will
this might
say
go
that they're
over.
casting a spell, and you'll
Might
just
always
have to take their word for it because
Um,
there's no way you can memorize that entire. They'll say that they have a spell to reroll everything and also teleport around the board, and you're like, yep, probably.
Sure, man.
Going
Yeah.
here.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Warp
and then
charge 4.
yeah, it's sort of as soon as a Grey Knight
With
player
that.
pulls out like a smite to free a
Um,
unit to then edict it to clear a space for a gate of
Okay,
infinity or
so
something like
all
that.
these-
You're just like, all right, I didn't see
Then-
that coming. You got me.
They're playing in more dimensions than us.
Yeah.
Mere mortals.
Yeah, yeah, but it is, I think, one of, if not the hardest factions in the game to play, just from a sequencing standpoint.
now
It's
I
so
remember
difficult,
that.
especially with the new
Okay,
psychic
well-
rules.
So hard.
Unfortunate. Shouldn't have moved the Bile Piper.
But we are seeing a lot more finesse armies in the game now. I think Harlequins are coming to the forefront as a finesse army. Blood Angels are going to be a very blunt brute force, but still incredibly finesse in terms of positioning army.
For sure.
End of my movement phase.
I'm
I'll
excited
have
to see where 9th
Magnus.
edition goes.
Yeah, and a lot of that's going to be dependent on this new Marine book as well.
Say hello.
Especially,
Double ship range on
maybe
this
not so
tank
much for
commander
Blood Angels,
is
but
11
especially for
plus
some of the other
24,
close
35.
combat-oriented Marine
Yep.
factions,
So you can't double tap
which may have some really big
So he
changes
can see
made to
this
them in
tank
the
commander and this
with their
chimera
new
from
codex.
here with his wings,
Yeah, it's interesting to speculate
but
on.
not
We've
anything over
seen
here 'cause it's obscure.
some pretty major changes in the Indomitus data
in
sheets. Like Storm Shields
having wing
changed,
not hang
Astartes
off the
chain
tail.
swords are a thing now. So it'll
Actually,
be
not sure
it'll be very
where
interesting to see
that
how
is.
Space
Is
Marines
it legal now?
shake out after the codex.
Far from it, but it's okay.
Do you want to move it? I can't properly see the.
All right, so it looks like the sorcerer jumped out.
Uh,
He's looking
yeah,
to
Is it better?
Right there.
Okay.
maybe kill this Chimera.
See these
Maybe
because
he's
wing
looking
line
for
of
some
sight goes
targeted
right
psychic
around
powers
it.
on the tank commander because he has
And I
crossed
have
that
even 24
that
of
delineation
these.
line of sight.
So that's my
Um,
smite deletes this turn.
The Lord of Change and Magnus are predictably
And,
cramming themselves into the corner of the board to kill anything and everything in line of sight with psychic
Yeah.
powers.
That'll do it.
Other than that,
Let's
looks like a pretty
do,
uneventful turn, right? Sloppity Bilepiper
Let's do.
moved
psychic
this
phase.
turn, which means he
That'll
will
flip
not
it
be
with the
summoning.
chicken. The chicken will.
I
get his
wonder
fate.
if Chaos here has a
Uh,
plan
Needs a 6.
for their
Fails
psychic
it,
ritual
it's only
because
a
they
1
have to start next turn.
We
or
did
they
hear
will not.
Arne,
So
I think he
smite.
lamented moving his Bile Piper a little bit.
Gets that.
Maybe that was a mistake on his part, and I think
And
he
we'll
might have realized that after he
Do
moved it.
3 plus 1, 4 to your Chimera.
Yeah, I don't. Is it even possible? I guess he
then
could
I
warp
will
time
go to
the
Ahriman,
sorcerer
who will
and
cast
start
Warp
the
Time
ritual
on
next
this
turn.
Terminator.
Mm-hmm.
And that's his last chance
Looks
to
like
get these.
we're
Gets
warp
it,
timing the
So
the Terminator
will
sorcerer.
advance.
Yep.
Probably just gonna run back in the
For
building.
3, going 8.
Oh no! If he goes in the building, he'll never score the ritual. He has to go into the board,
Oh, there
the
he
middle of the
goes.
board.
Yeah,
Make it
you're
to
right.
the other side of the wall. Not
Mm.
quite.
This is the last turn for setup.
apparently
He has to do it
touch
all
the
3 of the
wall.
next turns to get those 15 points.
Here.
This could be a big mistake here. Like this could open up
The Wyvern 5.2 away.
some interesting
This
opportunities
thing
for guard.
9. Nah. Annoying.
Now he is screened by the Nurglings.
Do I need
Um,
more, or do I need to go further
but-
forward?
Tank commanders do move 12, and it
Yeah.
is possible that a tank commander could move right next to him and just unload a demolisher cannon into his face.
Where does your Wyvern start?
And that would be huge. That would be a
Yeah,
15-point
you're-
swing just on psychic ritual
Vehicle?
alone.
5.1?
You've just done
5?
just 5. 5.
Okay.
And
what's
this one,
this one?
5.4. You're gonna have to reroll your run.
4.9.
Looks like he's measuring to see if he's in
The track there.
6 of the center. Or no, he's measuring what's the closest
No, to
visible,
the
and it
inside
appears
of
to
the
be this wyvern.
Inside of the track would be further away, wouldn't it?
Although
No,
they're
because
both measuring and
closer
coming
to
up with
that
different
side of the
numbers,
vehicle.
so...
Yeah, one of them's probably measuring off of the hitbox
No,
of the
I mean like
wyvern.
here, the corner of the track
Okay.
closest to me.
Can you turn on the auto measurement?
I don't think that'll work, but I'll try.
Yeah, see. 'cause
Uh,
the
Now I'm
auto
not sure which the Chaos
Maybe
player
just get a
wants to be
measurement.
closest, but
8.3
if
to the middle of your vehicle, that's not
his
bad.
intention was to be
Well,
closest to the
measure
Chimera,
middle
not the
of
Wyvern,
the
then he
vehicle.
could simply not touch the wall.
Yeah, but I don't
and
want to know
therefore
whether
not gain
I'm
line of
close to
sight through the
center.
wall.
I want to know whether I'm close to the track.
But
Alright.
we'll let them.
That's cool.
If you go
Um,
above it too, the Chimera is closer. You can even see it from the top.
Chimera
Yeah,
is
it seems
closer?
like they're
Okay,
they're
cool.
figuring out that the Chimera is the closest.
Ahriman will cast Glamour. Gets it with a 7. Magnus is -1 to hit. Cast Weaver.
All right, here comes the defensive buffs up on Magnus.
5
Keeping alive.
becomes a 6. Gets it. Magnus is
Ooh, so
yeah,
he's
but-
not gonna smite
So
8,000
Magnus
times.
is all buffed up.
Well, no, this
Ahriman's
is from
done
Ahriman.
casting.
Ahriman's casting them.
I'll go to the Sorcerer, who will cast,
That would make sense.
in that case, Infernal Gateway on your Chimera.
All right, big Infernal Gateway into the Chimera on objective 4.
8 becomes 10, so D3 +1 to your Chimera for 3.
Okay.
And D3 +1 to your Infantry
So that'll be
squad
3
for
damage on the Chimera,
2.
and then 2 on the guard.
And then he will go...
They will still hold this.
That's annoying. Then he will smite... No, not smite. What's he got? Astral Blast.
I think we're gonna get a smite here.
Yeah, he's going with an Astral Blast to not increase the warp charge for Magnus.
All right,
I think he wants all of the smites out of Magnus to
okay.
Magnus and the
will
Lord of
smite the
Change.
Chimera.
Oh, we're not. We're just
First,
going to do Magnus.
Gets it. D6 damage.
We roll a 3. Yeah, so
For
it kills
5,
the
your
Chimera.
Chimera's dead. So
Does
blow.
it explode? That would be sick.
Explode.
That would be so good right now.
It does.
Oh,
What's in range?
Oh, and it
Just-
did!
Oh.
Oh, no!
Oh, Ahriman
this
too?
could be just what this guard player needs.
Cool.
We hit the
lovely.
cultists
yes,
and Ahriman and
Alright,
the
so
Lord of
cultists-
Change. Oh, no.
Oh,
That's
that's
going to
big.
mean the cultists won't screen for these
Ahriman.
characters anymore.
And now Armon's gonna be low. This
Oh, no.
is game changing.
Alright.
What an explosion.
All good.
Only in 9th edition do we see explosions every game.
The one on the big guy, real quick. Once
Oh,
you do
really?
that.
So 2 on
Still
Armon.
one.
You can't reroll the explosion
You
damage.
can't reroll explosion damage anyway, so yeah, lovely.
Okay, disregard.
Chimera
Well, it's good
on.
because I failed anyways.
And
only
Magnus
one damage
will
on the Lord of
24
Change.
smite that
And it looks like only
Commander.
one cultist down, so they will still block.
Oh, that's
Second
so
smite of the
sad.
So the
Smite
so the
it.
wyverns are gonna have to go into those
That
cultists.
could have been
Or the
so
one
good.
wyvern.
Rerolling ones because he's
Yeah, something's
Alright,
going to have to
Super
kill those
Smite,
cultists,
2d6
and we're going to have to
to
deal
your
with that
tank
Lord of
commander.
Change also to target Ahriman. But, I mean, even just keeping the Lord of Change in that
3.
corner.
This is where I need a gaze reroll.
Ooh, that was a
Kill
super
that.
smite off Magnus for
And
3
one more
mortal
smite.
wounds. Oh, dear.
Roll a 9, doesn't go super. So D6 to your tank commander.
Big 6 would kill it.
Four.
Oh, and it does! What is this
Yeah,
game?
Will be complete shit. Does
Unbelievable.
blow?
I guess it
Magnus
combined
is
with
30 dominant.
the 3 mortal wounds on the
That'll be your guardsman.
on the
then,
2d6
I don't
super
know,
smite.
this is
That's
true.
not. It's too
Yeah, the
surprising.
creep
Or it's not. It's about average once you
So
get a
the
6
guardsman
on the
says
1 dice
crew
one, but
dude here.
that was a funny sequence of
That ain't
events there.
crew.
That is a
crew
crew.
or
Dude.
back.
It says crew. This one says crew.
Oh, oh. Okay, is he in range?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just say he's in range. All right. Crew.
So looks like we're gonna catch the guardsman squad back here as well as one of the
Nice.
crews.
And the other one.
For 1. Alright.
That was huge because you were about to die.
I know,
Oh,
that's why I needed that one dead.
that was massive.
Yeah,
so
that's.
Magnus
I
is,
think we
cast
were
out
both a little
Magnus.
worried about that aggressive push from that tank commander that turn. And I think that's why, because Magnus will just kill those guys.
See, how did that even happen?
Definitely
the
needed.
wrong
I think
models.
if that tank commander had
Okay,
stayed
cool.
back, sort of
So
where it was
Psychic
in this
Phase
area, it's a lot
with- I have-
safer.
Yeah.
Bit unfortunate there. I think
Gateway
a little bit of a misposition from
And
Tomb
now-
King on that tank
I
commander's
want this
position.
Chimera dead, honestly.
Lesson learned.
But
Sure he won't. Sure he won't do that again.
Yeah. Also 2
no
explosions
longer
from
kill
the
this wyvern,
from the
which
guard
is what I
player this
actually
turn
wanted rather
so
than the
far.
Chimera.
Welcome to 9th edition. It's
Yeah, no kidding.
especially
This just
for
happens all
especially
day.
guard. They just can't resist exploding.
Yeah. Just filling those chimeras full of gasoline.
That's awkward. Okay. I'm gonna pay 1 CP and cast an extra spell with.
Okay, we're gonna
the
Great Sorcerer, the
Sorcerer.
Terminator. This, I think, see if we can finish
And
off this Chimera on Objective 4.
You will cast Infernal Gaze on your
I do.
guard.
Yeah, with only 3 wounds, it should be a
Gets it.
guarantee.
So 3 dice, 4 ups do a mortal wound. For 2
Oh,
mortal
it leaves about 1!
Oh, he didn't do it.
Do a mortal wounds
Yeah.
to 1.
+1 for him being Devastating Sorcerer.
Oh, okay.
Any spell that deals damage deals an additional damage.
Yeah, that's
I
an
will
interesting
go
interaction
to my shooting
between the
phase
+1
and do
mortal
and I
and
will go into
that
my
power
shooting
for
phase.
4 ups to deal mortal.
And my sloppy
Oh, that
Cloud
was into the
Viper will
Guardsman, excuse
charge
me. I
your
think he was just
Chimera.
going to try to pull the Obstac off of
And let's
that
see,
objective,
do I
because
wanna-
right now Team King is holding it. Team King may score a 15-point
Chimera's
primary
a
this coming turn
5,
if those Guardsmen
is
stay alive.
A 6. I will charge Chimera and Guardsman.
Ooh,
Okay,
here comes a
okay, 1
charge.
CP
Yeah.
to overcharge for the
I believe
Chimera.
that he can charge.
Sure.
With the
Alright,
Bile
2d6
Piper.
Sniper shots.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
I'm gonna reroll that 1.
Okay.
So this was a 2 CP Overwatch, 1 for the Overwatch itself,
10
and 1 to
shots, I guess.
reroll
10
number
hits.
of shots.
Yeah, I
He
mean, you might as
could-
well at this point. Team King has
Right.
a ton of CP left.
He could just
Wow,
one-shot the
that's a
Bile
lot of
Piper here.
5s. Okay.
Okay.
5s to
Moving
wound.
time.
Yep. 5 ups. Okay.
Oh
and
my
5
gosh,
up
does
feel no
it die?
pains.
It
Yeah.
survives on 1. Oh my gosh.
But,
Charge
hey,
range?
You made a
Oh, yeah.
valiant effort.
Oh,
That was so scary
charge
for that
range?
guy. Holy crap.
God, so close.
Oh no, that's also an assassinate point if Tomb King takes out
they're
the
within
Bile
6.
Piper there.
Well, he's now the very, very not character blocked. Like that Bile Piper is in the middle of nowhere. He
Yeah,
could.
it doesn't matter if he kills those guardsmen though, because he's gonna. That's all he needs to do is take
I
that
measured it was
objective away.
6.9 to the infantry squad. That's why I declared it.
Okay.
Do I have any?
Yeah,
other
let's hear it for this
charges
bottom bracket
here?
Chimera. I hope it just kills him.
Question is, have you based the vehicle?
You know, I don't think Bile Pipers are that good in
I
combat.
think I have to
Yep.
get
There's,
that.
I mean, they're strength 5.
Yeah,
And that'll
they have
be
a.
the
Yeah, they just have a
end of my charge phase.
poison
I will
sword.
go
That's it. It doesn't do
and,
anything special. But 3 attacks to kill 2
activate
guardsmen
my
is
Bile Piper
not
first,
terrible, especially when you hit on 1 on 2s.
and I'll slap these infantry squads.
Let's see it.
So Sloppity Bile Piper has 3 attacks on the charge.
This is gonna be. This would be a big swing if
With weapon skill 2, I believe.
if
The guards-
the
Huh?
guardsmen survive. Yeah, that denies a dominate point. Ooh, and we miss one.
Wounding on strength 5.
That denies a
Increase.
dominate point from Arne and
Reroll
potentially
for
gets
Bile
Tomb
Sword.
King an extra primary.
Alright, 2
Okay,
and
2 wounds.
We gotta make 1 5 up here. Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen.
No, for Marat. Oh, AP 0.
Yeah.
Okay, once
This one
Oh
doesn't-
man.
This one has Marat.
Oh.
Marauder.
The
Now he
guard
is gonna
holds
have to
strong.
auto pass morale. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think he has any other options here.
Yeah, I mean,
Who
they
survives? How many
lost
did they lose this turn?
a
1,
bunch
2,
last
3,
turn,
4,
right?
5, 6? Okay, cool. They run
Oh,
unless
but
they
yeah,
roll a
they
one.
might have to. Oh yeah, they lost 4 last turn, and I
Um,
think so. This turn probably worth an auto pass on
Do
that.
that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. No, you're gonna go activate now.
All right.
Ugh.
That one guy is just gonna swing back.
Wow. And here we go again
Yeah.
with the endless combats.
Chad,
The-
Katie broke before the guard did
Red
in this
squad.
game for sure.
So, and put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Amazing.
6, 7, 8,
Yeah, so that
9.
if these
dudes
guard on
who are
objective,
just outside,
the center
so
objective here,
they'll just
which name's the name I
be
forget.
9
Objective
times
3.
4,
Yeah, objective 3
36
survive.
attacks.
That will get Tomb King. That will deny a domination point, and that will get Tomb King
Fours.
an additional point, 5 points for primary next turn, which
And
could send
sixes.
him
Reroll
into
the
to maxing
ones.
primary by the end of the game.
There you go.
he needs every point he can get at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
With
just
Magnus and the Lord of Change both
ahead.
still relatively healthy for going into turn 3,
I love how you really
Yeah.
don't want that wounds. Okay.
he's got to start
3, 5 up.
eliminating. He either has to score, like make a very large point lead,
I'm
or
good.
he has
Go
to
down.
start eliminating
Still
these
has
threats.
And,
My time won't stop. Here we go. It won't switch.
Ooh, only 12 minutes on the clock
There,
for
There you go. Yeah.
For guard
1,
here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Tomb King.
7 Nurglings
It's
in
gonna have to
the
play
battle.
fast. I would just forego fighting with all the chimeras.
Oh, why do
Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to make your melee attacks, but he may just not want to
1, 2,
fire
3,
his ranged
4,
weapons
5,
at this point.
6, 7.
Although I can definitely see why you would want to, because you are slowly burning down those Nurgling swarms, and it could be very important by the end of the game. But if it's a question of getting to the late game,
Saves?
at the most optimal point and actually getting to the late game at all, it's you probably want
Saved.
to just save as much time as possible.
Cool. 2 damage to the 7 wound Chimera.
He does still have 2 tank commanders,
Get
and
5, so I go
feel
D3
free to
attacks
activate
now.
something.
I think he will be able to get line of sight on the
D3
Lord of
attacks for him.
Change.
Yep.
Takes 2.
He's gonna have to move far though.
That's 3
Yeah, it's gonna
And there's
be
no
some
damage
interesting
rolls
lines of
anyway.
sight for sure.
And,
Although he may
over
just
me.
take the shots
I will
into
activate
Magnus
green
because they are
squad.
much easier.
I will put
In an effort to
4
save
into
time, although they
river,
are a
1
lot
into
harder.
Infantry, 2
Uh,
into the wounded Chimera. So
Although I think
1
Magnus
into
did deploy
infantry,
outside of range of the second tank commander from getting
One
a line of
hit.
sight to him. So the tank commander
Yeah.
at the back may
rerolling
have
a
to
wound, doesn't wound. Cool. 1,
may
2,
have
3.
to go on a little
Is it 3
odyssey
into?
to
No,
actually
2
get
into
any
wounded
shots off.
Chimera.
I think Tomb King may be
4s.
overestimating the survivability of his Lehman Russ, and the way Arne has placed his models, I think Tomb King's going to have to basically go into them piecemeal and attack with one
takes one.
tank commander at a time, which is
Cool.
Takes
really
3 attacks back.
not what he wants to be
I'm
doing.
still.
Yeah,
I
that's.
still need to
I don't see
make
that
sure
working
it's-
out well for him. He might
Oh, my bad.
want to just run away with his tank commanders. If they're able to be smited by Magnus, they're just gonna evaporate.
One save on your Wyvern.
Yeah, force Magnus
Yeah, one
out
save on your guy, too.
and
Okay, cool.
force him into a position where he's going to get shot.
Save.
That may be a
saves.
good play for
Cool.
sure.
Okay, nothing ever happens in these fights. Do you want me to just do yellow?
And it would save him
and
time
then
on the
I'm done?
clock. Like taking shots into a 3-up wall that
Yellow's the,
aren't going to kill their
last
target
fight, I think.
and
Right.
will get you
Well, I
killed
guess
seem
we
like
have
a,
3 into
a
your
bad
ball.
investment of time right now.
Yeah, especially since you can just hide behind these trees for a while
Only one.
and force the chaos to sort of move out into the table. Although the problem there is that you may be ceding enough
Wildpipers win.
dominance on the primary objective that
Five
the chaos army
Five
just
up,
comes
he's
out and
good.
blows off objectives like 5 and 4,
I need
and
to
then
drill
just
these ones.
swings the
No
primary
damage
really heavily in their favor.
on
The only
your-
thing keeping those
Cool.
big demons at bay
We're
right
done
now is
here.
the threat of
My
those tank
turn's
commanders,
over.
and if they
One
if they
pulse for
leave,
scoring.
then
Yeah.
All right,
there's
you
nothing stopping them
hold,
from moving up the table.
Yeah, we'll have to
Sit
see
still,
where
that
the
is
Scout
really do
Sentinels
this. No, he needs to
and
leave
the
leadership.
Astropaths come
He
down.
needs to
They have to
run.
come down this turn.
Two.
Um,
He's auto
they
pass.
might
We're gonna
just-
auto-pass
Okay,
this
he's auto
infantry on
passing. Love it.
objective.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. What a
then,
boss that guy
anyone else
is.
need leadership in your army? Nope. None of mine either.
I think just putting the Scout
So,
Sentinels
Cool.
on objective 5 to
Guess we're
absorb some smites,
So hold on.
try to
let's,
slow
do
down,
another point scored.
stem the bleeding.
Grind them down. I don't think I killed more
Well,
than you. that
Might be
turn.
the right thing to do.
no, no.
Oh wait, leadership on your cultists. They only lost one, didn't they?
Yeah, they lost one. So they're five. No, on the 6 they might.
So we're scoring up the turn here, trying to figure out, bring it down
now,
up to 8 points
with all
for
this
Chaos.
other
That's
um,
huge.
Yeah, big
I have killed vehicles.
big downside of
tank
this
commanders were 3,
style of
commanders
Astro
were
Militarm
3,
list is that you do
Scout
sort of
Sentinels
give
were
up the
2,
15 on Bring It Down
so
every
that's a
game.
total of
And there's nothing
8.
really that you can take against
you
units
already
like these
picked that
Nurgling
in.
Swarms that
I don't dominate at the end of this turn. That
that
sucks.
reciprocates that
Really
that
annoying.
big detriment.
I blame this sorcerer.
This
rolling
Chimera
2 on
surviving
his
will give him one more
If
turn
I got that
of
Wyvern,
engaging all
everything would be
fronts, which is also, I think, kind of big.
fine.
Yeah, that is
Of
true.
Chimera
And
on
then
objective 4.
We have
Yeah,
So that's
we're gonna
another 3
continue
points.
to grab those 3-point engage on all front
So,
turns, which
start
is
of your turn, you
definitely a big
earn
deal.
And I would
15?
probably just leave it in combat with the Biopiper and flame him
not planning for that.
And I
for an
think
assassinate. 3
What I think is
points.
gonna happen too is I think I could deny one,
Back here,
and I
I
can't
am
deny
not
4 though.
seeing you killing all this.
Yeah.
The players are currently
Oh, that's
discussing
cool, actually.
denying
One
objective
episode of
6,
the squad,
which
be able to
seems
claw
like
back.
a
Oh.
bold
Yeah, time's on you.
a bold claim. He would have to kill
Oh, sorry.
the cultists and the Lord of Change to stop the screening on Aramon and then kill Aramon.
Reserves.
Yeah,
reserves
it's
don't
that's a
die,
big
don't die.
ask, especially since the tank commander that died was the old Grudges tank commander, so he's missing those rerolls against the
Sort
the Lord of
reroll and set
Change.
them all here.
Oh, here comes the Sentinel, the Sentinel boys. I think you want to put those Astropaths within 18 inches of the center of the table. That's the big brain play from those guys, because that gives you a
Alright.
deny on a psychic
This
ritual.
guy's just gonna fall back because he has no.
That's a good
reason
point.
in that fight.
And honestly, as close as this game is looking like it may come down to, a deny on a psychic ritual might
This
just
thing,
literally be the game.
This guy over here is gonna.
Yeah,
start-
15 points to deny is
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh,
And if he
does
just
that?
kills, if he puts like his whole army into killing this Terminator Sorcerer,
Yep, cool.
Fucking.
there's no way for
Alright,
Chaos to
why
get
don't we have
Psychic Ritual. It's
Yeah.
just too
It
late.
really just happened.
Yep.
Yeah,
Plus 3 on Bring It Down, up to 11.
Did a Chimera just die in combat to
Really might
Narmer?
just cost me the game.
oh
That
no.
is horrible. All right,
What?
shit happens, man.
I mean,
Okay,
I think strangely that's really
this
good for
guy's
guard
range
because
is
that's gonna
here, so
open him up
he's
to
just gonna
shoot
go
yellow off of
5
objective
and
1.
Yeah, it also loses him that extra point from engaging all fronts, though,
Alright,
get him raised
That's
again.
true.
which is not great.
5.
Well, he can get it back with the Scout Sentinel.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he's just gonna place models
Uh,
there. That, fair enough.
God,
and now he
that's
can put
huge.
those models. I guess he can't quite put them in range to
They're
shoot
the-
at
Huge.
the Nurglings. That's
Yeah.
I mean, he
Uh,
could hide
not
it
how that works.
in
I'm
the
pretty
objective
amazed.
1 corner in a place that Magnus can't
Dice
smite it,
hated me last turn
and then
too,
walk
so
onto objective 1
So
in a
it's
future
just
turn.
too bad about it.
That's looks like what he's gonna do. That's
yeah. I mean,
that's a big play.
That's the plan. Definitely
shoot here.
denying as many primary points from the Nurgling,
This guy.
the Nurgle as possible. I think is the way forward because
Five
they're going to get,
here.
assuming their Psychic Ritual goes off,
I
they're going to
can
get
see
a
a
massive
change now with big wings coming
lead
out.
in secondaries. And there's
Um,
not many
If not, I'll just
there's not many ways for Tomb King to get back in that secondary game. But if he's able to deny a couple turns of scoring primary, and
think
he's
you have to
already
move them,
scored a 3-point
but
primary turn,
it's
which
again.
is what he needs to max his primary
Alright,
objective out, because I don't really
so-
see these Nurglings getting to objectives 2 or
Can I
5
shoot this
anytime
guy?
soon.
That depends with whom.
him.
That's
So it
what he's
looks
going to
like
need to
this-
do to pull ahead.
Well,
This
let's see.
tank commander
10.5
has line of sight to the Lord of
and what's the
Change. I think that's what they were
Nurglings?
measuring.
But the Nurglings will be out of line.
And now they're measuring.
Yeah, I think he's just looking.
distance.
He may
Nurglings
just
are
try to
looking.
pick up as many of these
Character
characters in the center as
Yeah,
possible
yeah.
to deny
Okay.
any chance of
Fine.
getting that Psychic
Already
Ritual
talking too
and a
much.
bunch of Assassinate points.
Good where they're at. Wyvern's good where he's at.
Because if
This tank
yeah,
right
if we
here.
can finagle a shot onto this Terminator Sorcerer,
Good.
Ooh, that could be
he's
wild.
probably gonna die.
Second
Yeah, that
ability
would be
here.
really
See
bad
him.
for the game.
I'm excited.
Oh my gosh, this is so tense. Also, only 10 minutes left
Okay.
for Tomb King to resolve these next 2.5 turns, which is tight.
Just move on to. Oh yeah, these guys got to come in.
Yep, he's got to deploy his Astropaths or they die.
Just get that.
Yep, that would be not
Sorry,
good.
what?
Hard to grind them down when you give your opponent a bunch of free kills.
Oh yeah.
Move my guys in.
Okay.
Yeah, I might just put them in the corner there. That's I agree. with this one.
I would put them behind this forest, honestly, on in his own deployment zone, because I think from there they can get pretty close to denying the casters in the center.
Okay. Got him over
But it looks like we're just gonna put them by one.
Take them both to yellow.
Maybe try some
Okay.
cheeky, crappy
And then
smites
this
from those
guy-
guys.
They smite on
It's a
what, one
1d6
die?
How does
smite,
it
yeah.
work?
Ew.
What's that?
Needs to be
Upside
one
is
of the
that you
table
can't
edges.
perils with that, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Even if you roll a single one, no
Yeah.
no perils.
You have to roll double ones to perils.
Oh, never mind. It's fine. Just put them here.
And then where's the second scout sentinel going? Also in the corner. Okay. Party house in the corner.
Yeah, there's no real good place to put him. You're just gonna kill him if I stick him over here.
Yeah, Tim King realizing that anywhere that Scout Sentinel goes, it's not basically exactly behind this ruin.
Alright,
It's
very
just
good.
it's just like one
Second
smite away from
phase,
Magnus to kill him. So
Psychic barrier on your yellow Nurglings.
might as well not give that out.
Wait, what?
Psychic.
Second
Psychic.
area?
You know what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. here it
Fails and then smite.
All right.
comes.
When smite goes off. how much?
Did you just smite on
Oh,
2d6?
1d6 smite.
Astropath's only 1d6.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They caught it.
realize
Okay.
Oh, it goes off
Smite
anyway.
goes
Get got. Oh, for one.
Just
All
one.
right.
Second phase,
So close and yet
this
so
guy's gonna
far.
Move up 6, and then shoot. The other one's gonna move up 6.
Oh, it looks
and
like we're
then
gonna. It's interesting. We're gonna
So 6 here.
use get around behind them for a pre-shot move.
shoot.
The
Should be within range.
little used
Yep.
Yep.
All right. He's gonna
mode of
double
that
shoot
Oh,
there.
special
start
order.
a shooting phase. I'm a warp surge. Yellow.
Oh, he's warp surging the Nurglings.
Yeah, warp surging on objective 1 to try to
This
keep
guy's
that
gonna
objective
move up
live.
6.
I don't hate that. I also like that he
Yeah,
kept
little
this Chimera on objective
Terminator
4 in
closes
melee
there.
with the Bile Piper, just
Lovely.
hoping to burn it down with the Flamer.
Oh, did he do it? Is this tank commander gonna snipe off the Terminator?
I think it is. Yeah, with that get around
Oh.
behind them. He literally got around behind them.
Oh, that's amazing.
Shooting at yellow with the other vehicle.
This is
Will
intense.
Shots in
That
the
is so exciting.
gun, overcharge.
Guard can pull this out.
All right, 10 shots.
Absolutely.
Make that 11 with
This is
last
the
one.
miracle turn. He just needs to like go really hard this turn, and then he can coast for the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah. And these need anything but.
Two.
So it looks like
Alright.
between the Demolisher and the Las Cannon, we put 6
pass it
wounds
to
onto
me,
the
5 ups. None.
Terminator
Pass it to you.
Sorcerer. Oh no. And it
Alright,
takes
I'm sorry.
all of them.
No, it doesn't.
Just wait, you shot yellow, right?
So they're
So
a
yeah,
little
save two.
out of
Yeah.
sequence
Yeah,
here,
first
right?
one.
Because the biopaper does have to die before they can shoot the
Three.
Terminator.
Well,
Is that correct?
No, he's a small character,
Third
so he
one.
doesn't count as
One.
close.
He doesn't count for lookout, sir, but
Okay, one.
he is closer
And
invisible.
fourth
Is that not?
No, you ignore other characters that are
Okay,
below 10
so
wounds
alright.
when
Fates
determining
die.
who's closest for
Okay.
2d3 shots.
for that. Oh, it looks like this was actually
6.
just shooting
Into
the
Nurglings? Yeah, that was into Nurglings.
Sorry,
Oh,
4.
I got very excited about that. I was ready for that Terminator Sorcerer
All hit.
to meet his maker.
Choose.
Yikes. 2 saves.
4 ups. 1 failed. 2 damage. Cool. Take 2 on this one.
Ugh.
Alright, lovely.
Only 2 from that tank commander.
Warp surge to the
Artillery
rest.
courage. Artillery courage gonna shoot it.
Same squad? Cool.
And then we're shooting Earthshakers into
3
them.
shots.
Ooh, only 3 shots.
Yeah, not great.
All
All hit though.
3
All
wounds.
wounds. Oops, come on. 4s.
Ooh,
Fail twice.
2 go through.
3 damage, please.
First one.
This could be big.
Dead.
3. Yeah.
Second
Yeah,
one.
kills an Nurgling Swarm. Second one hits for 1.
5 up. Takes it. So dead and takes 1.
Ooh, down to 1 yellow Nurgling Swarm.
Other one shooting the same target.
And we have another Earthshaker coming in. I think this will do it.
6
6
shots.
shots.
6 shots. Nice.
Oh boy.
1 CP. I already fucked that up. Rerolls. Oh well.
That's the way we like to shake the earth.
Hits.
Yeah, no kidding.
3 wounds.
3 wounds.
4s.
Oh, 2 go through. He's dead.
3. Yep.
Wyvern's gonna
Alright.
shoot
Got him.
in the back.
It's getting down to the wire though. A little bit less than 5 minutes on his clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be 18.
19.
Right? 19. One more.
So we got 19 shots coming out of Wyvern. That's a fair few. Do you know where this is going?
Oh my gosh.
I think this is going to the cultist, if I heard that right.
Yeah, it sounds right.
3s.
So he could get Killmore this turn for 3 points.
5s. Unit.
Okay.
Alright, they're dead.
Is the 2 shots from the Chimera is gonna get into your bile paper.
Chimera shooting the Bile Piper. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
6 hits.
6 shots.
Yeah, I can't. This should do it. Let's roll some 3s. Are they 4s? Is he toughness 5?
He is tough 5, yeah.
Oh, lame.
1 wound.
That's 2 wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 wound.
But I'll
Uh,
CP one of these.
Looking a little dicey. And we're going to CP
Is he
reroll.
CP? Oh, no.
Alright. 5.
That means no vengeance for Lofcadia. Oh, he's
Oh.
dead.
Go in there.
Well,
He may be dead. Yeah, he's
oh, he's dead. Wow.
Got him.
Right.
That's an assassinate.
Shooting
So that's 3 kills, an assassinate,
And
and,
then
he's
here we
looking to
go.
get a 4th kill.
6 shots. The main gun.
Everything into the sorcerer?
Yep. 3
Alright.
shots.
Oh, only Demolisher looks like only 3 though. Yikes. 2 hits.
2 hit.
Mm.
2 wounds.
Oh. Oh, no.
Saves
Nice.
both of
Blast
them.
cannon. Hits.
Oh.
Last cannon goes through.
Cool.
Saves it. Are
these
you kidding me?
saves.
No way.
This is brutal.
No
Four
way.
shots.
Not like this.
One
Alright.
wound on me.
1 wound on you. 2 saves.
Oh,
Take 2.
Here,
saves another. Ah.
Unbelievable. 2 damage goes through on that sorcerer from
Yeah.
that entire
So
tank
you're
commander.
no damage.
That's
9, right?
okay. So he still has options
Alright.
here.
My time's up.
You can't fall back in psychic, so he can charge the chimera
Run on
into the
sorcerer.
sorcerer.
Yep.
And I don't know if he's in
Charge
6 of the
center.
center.
Lovely.
Oh well, I guess I could charge your
Yeah, we could potentially see the
sorcerer what's his weapon.
Aramon warp time the sorcerer out of melee,
Force
Infernal
save.
and then
Bolter.
use the.
He's got force
And
save.
the
Oh, but
force
I guess
save,
that he
yes.
would be falling back.
It would still be a fallback, yeah.
Slap you.
You're right.
Yep. All right. Nope. No charge there.
Man, that's
Lovely.
that's disappointing. And only 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock.
What's your assassinate? Oh yeah, the Bile Piper, of course.
Oh,
Now we go to fight phase.
I'm just in shock that a Demolisher tank commander double shooting everything couldn't
It's that
kill.
tank commander that whiffed on the Lord of Change earlier. He's just got up on the wrong side of the bunk this morning.
During this.
Oh, that feels awful.
4s and 6s, re-rolling 1s. 3 saves, please.
Good.
Good.
3 attacks
Okay.
back.
Is that thing 3? That's D3.
Nope. Good.
Right.
Didn't matter.
Okay. Then I will do green, so 1 into infantry.
So we're just resolving some standing combats now. All these Nurglings have a million attacks every
Hits.
turn that amount to basically nothing.
5s re-rolling 1s.
They
Yeah.
did
One save,
spike
one
last
save.
turn and kill a Chimera, but
One dies.
overall they've done very
Then
little.
4 into the Wyvern.
I wonder how much a Desperate
Sixes.
Breakout would have changed this game.
There we go. 3 saves on your Wyvern, please.
Good.
Alright, all good. Feel free to slap back with the Wyvern.
Guardsman in your green
Or
squad.
Guardsman.
So looking at the options for Chaos in this coming turn, I'm sure the Lord of Change and Magnus are going to come out and kill everything on Objective 4, and maybe even eat into Objective 5.
1 damage.
So the Chaos will hold 1, 2, 3 objectives?
I'm gonna activate red.
Or no, only 2. Because they will not be able to steal away Objective 3.
Three saves, please.
3 saves.
And I'm done activating.
Takes 2.
2 minutes on the clock.
Alright, that's it.
Yep, that's the turn.
Yep.
Alright,
I think
so
it's
start of my
assassinating.
turn.
So we're scoring up the turn now.
I'm gonna be sad and score.
He's only on
Because you're
looks
being a
like
big old meanie to me.
1 objective,
Yeah, I think he's on 1.
Sniping
which
all those
is
objectives
5
just
points.
because my damage is on
Oh
the table here.
man, what a swing
Well.
for Militarum. If
Yeah,
he
he's an
doesn't have the
8-point lead.
time to
Looks like
to-
it's time we change this.
execute the
So,
remainder of this game, that's going to be very disappointing. Unfortunately, I do think
It's on
that
my
in
turn?
order to
It's
make
on my
that
turn.
play, he
Magnus
has he may have had to move too much
16.
stuff directly sort of into the
Let's
teeth.
see.
And Magnus now
Yeah.
has the opportunity to like
We
blow up
can
one of these
smite
things to the
these
psychic
dead
phase,
with
turn around and beat the other one to death with a stick, and just kind of run the table from here.
You said this is still
Um,
closer?
Oh, I just wish like this
So
was you know
Mira
sort of the game state like a
can be
round later. I think
dead
Astra
by
Militarum probably has this game, but I think Magnus
one
is going
dude,
to
so
be
my
too much of a
Lord of
late
Change
game to
will
pull
move
out
12.
against one tank commander. Potentially even he could potentially even kill both
to
tank
right
commanders
here.
this
How many
turn
CP do you
if
have?
he's
One.
able to
Okay.
warp time Magnus and get him into the second one in the back.
Magnus. Okay.
Could be
Do I
could be
still
rough.
have cultists? No.
Yeah. Oh, what an
Tallarn
intense
will move
turn that
to
was.
the
Oh my gosh,
very
this
corner of this building.
this game absolutely turns on its head if that Terminator Sorcerer goes
and
down though.
9 from there.
Killing all of the characters in the center and totally denying
Here.
Psychic Ritual for the entire game would have been so brutal.
Okay, Ahriman will move 16. To
So we have Armon coming out just in range of warp time from
the
or
16
sorry, the
From
reverse. With
Armon.
Magnus coming
Yeah,
out
yeah,
just in range of warp time from Armon.
yeah.
Well,
And they're measuring out how far he can get. And it looks like
Yeah,
far enough.
the question mark is whether his base can clear that obstacle though, because it is
So,
unstable. He can't stand on top of it. It's gonna be a little awkward.
whatever. I guess I'll just go
The big chickens are coming out to play.
Yeah,
further up the center.
I called
then.
this. We played a Chaos
What's
Mirror
that?
match the other day. I called this list Winged Warriors.
And with
It's just a bunch of big bird boys
Yep. And then my second
running
one
around
The-
the table.
The wings of
this
the
objective.
feathers of birds and the muscles of men. Is that
Sure, that sounds good.
Alright.
muscle birds? We doing that?
Muscle birds. Yeah, it's Muscle Beach, but totally different.
Then we have let's
Yeah. Chaos just has so many options this turn. He
Yeah.
can pretty much pick and choose
'cause I need to
what he
not
wants to die.
this. Otherwise,
Yeah, they just had, I think, like one too many threats on the table.
Load it up.
We have to maybe
Exactly what
take
I'll
a coherency check
So
for
gets
these
me on
green
there.
Nurglings, though.
Yeah.
Can we check
yeah, there's
coherency
too many.
on these green Nurgling squad here?
the green Nurgling squad. Oh, did I break this?
Yeah, this guy's only got 1 and 2 inches, right?
Oh no. Well, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So 3
I
die.
need to lose 3. Well.
Probably
yeah,
not the
guess I'm
3 I
gonna
would have
go and
chosen,
with
but
that
yeah.
Oh, you still are. This one's still in range.
Is it? Please measure. I can't see shit because there's a different tank there
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, then I'll pull on the other side, I guess, right? Oh, that is so frustrating. Fuck me.
Yeah, so we're just trying to resolve this broken coherency here.
Time. Okay.
He
So,
has to pull
what do I need
3
to
of his 8 Nargling bases so that he's down to 5,
Murder this.
because
I need to murder this.
when you are over 5 models in a unit,
I need to
every model needs to be within coherency of 2 other models, not just one, which means this guy on the end here is out of coherency, and it'll just keep going down the line as you try to get back into coherency until you have 5 models.
Okay.
So he has to
Start
pull
of the
3,
turn, I gain a CP and I roll for
and we'll see which he pulls.
Okay. That's I know what I need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 objectives. I can do.
I think he's just considering his game plan this turn
Okay.
before he elects which models to pull.
Okay,
Moved,
cool.
That's moved. This one stands still. Needs to stay here.
Yeah, I don't see a world in which he gets objective 3 back this turn. He might be considering objective number 1 and trying to get that back.
Yeah, I think it's a question of whether he goes for objective 3 or for objective 1. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna write 3 off. Those powerful Imperial Guardsman squads, just stealing these objectives away from these Nurglings. It is interesting to consider that despite the volume of a Nurgling unit, it is only 9 models. So these sort of chaff infantry do beat them out
End of my
a lot of
movement
times
phase,
for
this
controlling
sorcerer
objectives.
Will attempt to summon because he stood still. Roll.
Yeah, so
5.
someone in chat is pointing out maybe banners
Gets
would
me a
have been
chariot.
better than grind them down.
I'm gonna pop the chariot
but I
in within
Yeah, I
12 of
think
him.
that's probably the case. I think Tomb King
Immediately
maybe
pay
just
a CP
overestimating his
warp
ability to
portal
kill
at
Nurglings,
at any point,
which is
movement phase,
very often.
and it'll re-deep strike over on this
Whoa,
objective.
what? Where did this chariot come from?
So I think that was a
Side of
summon,
9 of you.
and then he's using the Zinch stratagem to deep strike it.
Whoa, fancy. I've never seen that before.
Here.
And a really good play, if I'm honest. That it makes a big
Is that
difference.
legal? Whatever. Just
Yeah, you're right here.
on
There
the-
you go.
I'm trying to make sure it's 9 away from everything.
objective
There you
is the
Okay.
intent. Alright.
Chasing him around with his measuring stick.
yeah.
Alright.
think
Also
we
90
figured it
in
out.
range of infantry, who are no longer in melee. Lovely. Then I will go and
Is this model
my
out of
psychic
coherency
phase.
too?
no, it's within 2 of this one.
Okay.
Yeah, the unit's down to 5
Double
now, so it's fine
5
on
now.
coherency for the Nurglings.
Yeah.
Ahriman will cast up. Let's start with the bird. Bird
Alright,
will
we're going into
cast Gate of
psychic
Fate.
phase.
Gets
Armon
it.
casting.
Bird will cast.
What's Gaze of Fate do again?
Give me a.
Case of
reroll.
Fate's a reroll.
Okay.
Bird will cast.
Yeah, it is
Focus
annoying. They
Change
have Gaze of Fate
on your
and
guardsman.
Gaze of Chaos, right? Or Infernal Gaze. They have two kinds of looking at you.
Failed it.
Yeah, one of them's looking into
Ahriman
the
will
future,
cast Warp
and the other
Time.
one's looking angrily.
Yeah, into your soul.
Gets it. Magnus will move 16.
Oh, here comes the warp time. Whoop.
Ooh. Yep, that objective's his.
And
Well,
then
we'll see.
Ahriman-
That is a OBSEC
well,
Guardsman
I
squad
see.
on that
Sounds
objective.
like shit.
So
Nice.
Wait, do they count the crew members or OPSEC?
no, there is
Well,
an actual
whatever.
Guardsman squad in between
Ahriman
the crew
will
Oh,
members.
leave with him.
yeah. Yeah, there's I
Ahriman
think
will glamour
6
the
crew
turn.
members left in this gaggle, and then there's like 8
Because
Guardsmen or
What's
so.
the range of
Because
Glamour?
Glamour's 18, Weaver's 24. That's why Glamour doesn't go on Magnus, because I missed time.
The difficult terrain is ignored by
Um,
flying.
Sorry, I'm
so the
trying
fact
to
that
be
Magnus
fast and
has
it's
big ol'
messing
wings,
me up.
he's
Magnus
okay.
smites guards.
Yep. Magnus smiting guardsman.
Magnus.
Sometimes being a big bird boy
8 becomes
is
10,
has
D6
its
damage to
uses.
guardsman for 2.
2 guardsmen die to smite from Magnus. That's not the end of the world.
Do it again.
And another smite coming out.
Super
Oof.
smite, 2d6 damage.
Yeah,
For
6 guardsmen
6.
into
Is
the
that
next
the
one.
squad, or how many are there?
No. I think there is.
Should be 2 guardsmen left.
That's the first you've killed, so there's 2 left.
Cool. Alright, sure. Third smite. Super
Third
again.
smite coming out from Magnus. Another super smite,
And
2 in a row.
the 8.
It's Magnus's speciality. It's just
I
like
think you
rolling
killed
10s.
Then I will go
2d6
next.
10s.
Yeah.
right?
Easy peasy.
Cool.
Wait, what?
Present
They
crew,
killed an Earthshaker?
Cool. Lovely.
Oh, I think
Next
the
up,
Earthshaker just
we
flipped.
have my
Here you
sorcerer
go.
here. He will Infernal Gateway.
So we have Infernal Gateway out of
Super Gateway. So d6 plus 1 to your
wait, out of the source.
Chimera.
He can't.
for
do ritual,
4,
then.
so Chimera is dead.
Is this-
Yeah, I guess he's
Does it
just.
blow?
Is
We're
this
just
a
not gonna
misplay?
ritual. Maybe we're.
Or is he simply asserting dominance?
Does put time on you. So
your sorcerer.
And the Chimera blew up.
Sorcerer.
Why?
For
Oh,
2.
I'm gonna.
What a
I can
game.
CP that, can I?
You can't CP that. Your
Alright.
guardsman's dead automatically.
It kills
for
the
your tank
guards. Oh my gosh.
This is insult to injury.
Just one.
Just the one. All right. Back to me. Lovely. And then.
Now I wonder why he
will
did. He could have very
also-
easily killed
well,
that Chimera in combat with Lord of Change. I wonder why he gave
So you
up.
will Infernal Gaze that tank commander.
He gave up the
4
ritual.
dice. Gets it. 3 dice for absurd. +1 if I get any. 3 damage.
So
3
3
dice.
damage gaze
Yep.
from Lord of Change
And
onto that
then
tank commander.
We are done with him.
Oh, sorry, that was from the. That was also from the sorcerer.
Any more spells? Any more spells? Any more spells? No. Cool. Shooting phase. I'll
Going on to the
shoot your
shooting phase.
Infantry squad with my burning chariot.
The chariot's gonna
Uh,
shoot infantry, huh?
Remember the terrain blocks.
Yeah,
line of
this
sight
one
now.
here. This one here.
Okay.
Past the wall. So I will use my 12-inch range flamer.
Yeah, let's see if we can give this guy a glow
D6
up in
shots.
chat. Let's see if I can do that.
D6 auto hits, I mean. For 6, lovely.
So we can see the Terminator sorcerer.
Uh,
We're gonna make him
come on.
pink.
the lag.
There you go.
To wound.
He's hiding. He's hiding
Uh,
behind the buildings.
4 at AP1, please.
So he's trying to whittle down this infantry squad
One.
in the hopes of eventually taking back objective
Alright,
3.
4 die. Over to me.
Okay.
4 shots, 4 kills.
Yeah. Those flamers pretty
We
decent.
then go.
That's 5. There you go.
Extra. Got two.
That's
There you
the end of my shooting phase. No, wait, the sorcerer can shoot.
Yeah, interesting that we're not gonna ritual.
Oh, I am touching that wall.
Yeah, I think
That's
he
guardsman crew,
is
guardsman
either
crew,
confident enough to win without it,
out of range.
or it's just an honest misplay.
That'll be.
I would argue
Well,
it's one of the hardest secondaries to score.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, it certainly is
my
easy to
charge phase.
disrupt for sure. You have to really
My
be trying it all
chicken
game
will charge your
to,
tank
to make sure that you confirm it.
Okay. Do the 1 CP for defensive. Wait. Yeah. screw
1
it.
CP would be Overwatch at all.
Oh, okay. Yep. So D6 shots from a main gun.
So it looks like we're overwatching.
6.
Not bad.
Into the Lord of Change, I think.
Yep.
2
the tank
hits from the
commander.
demo gun? Uh-oh. Only
One
wound,
wound.
though.
1 wound. Wait. I need to
Oh,
do a 3
five.
up. I'm good.
Okay, saves.
Last turn.
Nope.
And 2d6 or 2d3 shots.
Ooh, big
6.
big 6 from the plasma.
1 hit,
1 wound.
1 wound.
3 up.
Fails to save.
Knocks him for 2.
Alright.
It's down to 5.
Charge range.
It doesn't look like there's any plan to kill the final tank commander this turn, so maybe that tank commander can snipe out the
For
Lord of
7.
Change.
So let's get that Chimera out of the way.
Not a
here.
whole lot of game actions left for Tomb King.
I will go to.
So this is our
Here,
charge
with
from the
an
Lord of
infantry,
Change.
And I will pile in onto the objective.
He's gonna pile onto the objective. Makes sense.
Magnus will charge. One of the carriages is dead. Which one is it?
This one.
Cool. He will charge the other carriage.
So it looks like one of the carriages is dead.
Nah, wait.
Oh,
He will
interesting.
charge the There's a single guardsman here, right?
Two guardsmen.
There's still a squad of 2 guardsmen,
Okay,
so
I
this the
Oh, I
third
wonder
smite
if
from Magnus.
Magnus hit one of the carriage
The
crews.
carriage,
It doesn't look like it
Like
did.
basically, I'm gonna
Wonder what
attempt to
killed that
go
carriage.
here.
It
and
did take a
everything
couple
that's
wounds
within
from
an inch of it.
explosions and things
Cool.
earlier, and they only have 7. So
Yeah, you got
So,
two
I,
guardsmen.
I think the
Sergeant
third
died.
smite from Magnus went into it.
And,
Oh, there you go.
Somehow it was the
Just wanna make my
closest.
large
Yeah.
population.
Yeah.
Cool. 6-7 inches. All over it. Cool.
Okay.
I think honestly, like a big
And,
downside to for the Imperial Guard in this matchup was
that'll
just
be-
having to roll all these like random tank attacks into these Nurglings all game.
Of my charges,
You know, they'd probably
I'll go
ate
and activate the Lord
At
of
least
Change
5
first,
minutes of his
we'll
clock
pile in
that he would
3
really like to
onto
have
this
had.
objective,
Like just
we'll
this
slap
Wyvern
down
having to
tank
attack
commander
2
with
times
the
every
sword.
round for the literally every turn of the game. It's
Yeah,
just,
he's
like,
sub
sinking
1
time.
minute.
He
Yeah.
is
He's got
on
his 5.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think
Last
you know this this Overwatch might have been
No,
nice,
this
but
is
I don't know
middle
if it was
profile.
necessary.
He's got 4 attacks.
You just have to have the time to move your models around and hit your primary points for another 2 turns.
To hit. All hit. To wound.
That's nice.
1 doesn't wound.
So
18
this is
minus
3 wounds on the tank commander?
Okay, so it's like auto dead, ain't it? Or 6s. 1.
Makes 1 save.
6 damage.
Yeah, this is the big
For
sword, big 8 on the
8
tank
damage.
commander. Boom.
It's
Does
still
it explode?
Yeah, those Orchard Changers are
cool.
deceptively
Goodbye.
good at fighting,
Tank
especially big vehicles.
And
that sword.
we will go to Magnus. He will slap the guardsman, the actual guardsman,
Magnus choosing to put his attacks into guardsmen.
and then
Alright.
the crew that he's in melee with here. So sorry, there's
He's
one.
gonna split
crew-
between.
I need to differentiate. Which crew
This
is
is the
which?
crew this is out. The other crew is over here.
Why is there only one of these? What did they die to?
The explosion, I think, wasn't it? I don't.
Cool. Okay.
I don't
So
Yeah, so the
he
players are
slapped,
discussing what models are remaining over here.
Yeah, it is annoying
This
because
crew-
Tomb King is using the same model
4
for the
times the
Guardsman
Guardsman,
crew, which
4
is
times.
functionally just the Guardsman, but it is it does have the special crew rule.
So
Um,
4 into guardsman. All
And
hit,
importantly
Probably
here,
should tint those guys to
killing
make it
onto
the
blue.
crew is not
all
OBSEC.
kill.
Right.
4 into
Yeah, only the
crew.
standard Guardsmen are.
All hit, killing on 2s, all kill.
Alright,
So
the
Alright,
guardsmen
he
are
that's
burned
dead,
all the Guardsmen
carriage
and the crew.
dies, blah.
Kills everybody over
Yeah.
there. That is gonna max Arne
And,
out on Bring It Down.
Yeah, that's
It's big.
maxed out. Bring it down. 3 more for domination.
Yep, and that'll get him dominate.
And oh, we have to do a fight over here.
Oh, back to
you
the
need to slap
unending fight.
So over to you.
Yeah. Yeah, Tomb King
Good.
unfortunately forced to roll these
What's that?
Yes,
Oh, the chimera. Cool.
Yeah.
Then I.
these garbage attacks on these tanks. You do have to roll attacks if you're in melee, unfortunately.
6s. 1 save, please. Takes the damage. Alright.
Oh, he
One
takes the
damage at a
damage.
time to a Chimera. Just kill me now. Tanks versus Nurglings, all for the entirety of the game. Let's go back to the time when Nurgling swarms took extra damage
4 saves,
from blast and flamer temple weapons.
Takes
I'd
1
be all in
damage.
for that.
Okay.
I think honestly the
4
fix to
Nurglings
Nurglings is really just points. They're just
Slap
too
this Wyvern.
efficient.
Yeah.
4.5 points per wound.
Also, I mean, you could just make them not troops anymore, and then like everything goes away.
That would do it.
But they're still good, probably at 17 points, even if they're like a fast attack slot or something. But
3 more saves, please.
just them being troops, just so you can spam them a million times, is frustrating.
Save.
All good, and I'm out of slaps.
Okay.
Pause for scoring.
Yep.
Alright, so
You
we'll score up turn
hold,
3.
wait, leadership on those infantry, please.
Sorry, we have to do leadership on guardsmen. Looks like they
Alright.
fail.
Wanna roll an
And
attrition
then you
test
have
here?
to roll dice.
All right. On the 2.
Ooh, 1 more run, so there's 1 guardsman left. That ties
So
for
you
the
have a
objective. That's big.
So at
One
the
more.
start of
Runs.
your
I thought it
turn,
was 1. Oh, because they're below half.
because they're below half. So at the start of your turn, you will hold 1 for 5 primary points.
Do we
That's actually a
start
really
another
big
turn
swing,
with
because
6
now he's
rounds
only
left?
holding 1 objective.
Yeah, for sure.
I still
Huge
have
swing.
over 5, so I will start another
Yeah.
turn, yes.
Oof.
And in that turn, your hopefully gonna time out, and then I get to move once more.
So we have 30 seconds for Tomb King to like move one thing and shoot it, essentially.
Hold on, let me look real quick.
You're in your movement.
What? Oh. You already
Yikes.
started my time. I was looking
Trevi
forward
did.
still. You see? Okay.
Trevi paused.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, what are we discussing right now?
To see if it's even worth playing the last turn.
Oh, sure.
I was just saying, that should.
Looks like we might have a concession here from Tomb King.
20 seconds to like, I don't know if you can kill anything in 20 seconds.
I would kill the Burning Chariot, but it doesn't.
That
it doesn't
thing is
matter.
deceptively tanky. 4-up invul T.
The players are just discussing whether it's worth playing
Not
out
to a- not
Tomb
to a
King's
tank
final turn.
commander.
Oh yeah, sure. Tank Commander could probably do it.
So they're discussing either shooting the Lord
Yeah,
of Change or the
this
Burning
Sorcerer
Chariot.
Staying alive was huge for you.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
Dice dicked me in some places, but those invulns were with me.
yeah, I could get 3 more for corner to corner.
Some friendly banter going on. They're sort of
Probably
trying to
run
work
into
out what
this
Tomb King should
that
do with his time. He can really
I
only
start
move
the
and shoot
turn
the
on
tank
3
commander,
objectives.
and even then, within 20 seconds,
There's
it's
not.
Yeah, I
tough.
think he's just going to score and engage on all fronts, and that's probably going to be it for him.
I could charge onto this objective to contest it.
yeah, it's sad to see guard lose to the clock, but it's
Yeah,
tough.
unfortunately, I think having
Let
to move
me
so
start
aggressively
your
last
timer,
turn.
You can start moving, do your shooting, and do your charge roll. And if you make all of that in time, cool.
Well, no. I'm saying if it even. I don't think it'll matter though, because I think you're here.
Yeah. I can just
and
stay
you're
on
gonna be
the
up here.
objective that I'm on, and I think. So my plan is I have 6 minutes. I'm gonna go into my turn. I'm gonna move Psyker,
Yeah, so they're still talking.
end my turn. Ritual,
If
end my turn.
there's anything that Tomb King can do
I should be able to do
to
that in
not
5
lose
minutes.
this game,
It's
they're
just
saying
my secondary. I just
that
need to
if
cast Ritual
Arne
and
just
cast it.
stands on his objectives,
The ritual action, you can only perform with 1 Psyker each turn.
Worded the exact same way as the other psychic action.
Yeah, it's just
think-
one caster can perform the psychic action is what it says. The other objectives that you can cast, you can perform multiple times a turn. Says like 1 or more of your units can perform the action.
Wait, let me. That's actually something I want to read because they are read them.
okay, now we're checking the ritual. Arne might
Veil says 1 psychic character unit from your
have made a
army can
mistake
attempt
here.
to perform this psychic action during your psychic phase.
Mhm.
Psychic ritual says 1 psychic character unit from your army can attempt to perform this action in the psychic phase if it's within 6 of the center of the battlefield. They're the exact same way. They're worded the exact same.
Okay.
But the
And
same
you
psyker
ruled
has to
yesterday-
complete it
Like
3
you
times.
said yesterday that Pierce the Veil works twice in a turn. That's why I picked Psychic Ritual.
Yeah, I was incorrect about that. They would have to have you'd have to have multiple. You have to have one of the ones that say that you can perform them multiple times.
Well, so
Okay, so
if I can
neither
just
Pierce
step
the Veil
in
nor
real quick here,
Psychic
it's
Ritual work. Okay.
Yeah,
the same unit that has to complete it 3 times. So even if you could cast it with multiple units in the same turn, the same unit has to complete the ritual 3 times.
I'm not sure that that's true.
Where does it say that? Like, where does it say that?
I'm holding the main rule. Maybe they slightly changed the word in the GT pack, but
It says score 15 victory points at the end of the battle if any unit from your army successfully completes the following psychic action 3 times during the battle.
right. I read that to mean if that unit completed it 3 times, right?
I read that to mean if any unit from my army
Yeah, it's that. I
completed
think
it
that.
3 times in total.
Yeah, I think it would say if any one unit from your army completed the same
Yeah.
action 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it would specify
the
if it
the,
would
the
specify.
problematic issue additionally is that standard actions can be performed multiple times, or can only be performed once. But psychic actions don't have that restriction, except that all of the psychic actions specify that 1 caster can attempt them each turn.
Ah, okay. Okay. Well,
So we're good?
In that case, how many turns are left in the game? There's 4 and 5. So I
Okay,
can't
cool.
do it.
So
That's
we
annoying.
worked that out.
Ah,
Looks like Arne will not be able to complete Psychic Ritual,
I shouldn't have listened to you, Trevi, yesterday. I fully blame
which is a
you.
15-point swing, but I'm not sure it's enough to change
Yeah,
the game.
that doesn't change the
All
outcome of the game
right,
for sure.
there's only one thing I want to do, man. These guys are just gonna jump here.
Cool.
This guy is just going to advance here and do his move order, and he's going to shoot your Lord of Change. That is the only real thing I can do. So.
All right, so Arne has moved some models onto Objective 1, his 2 astropaths,
12,
and he's looking to move his tank commander and shoot the Lord of Change. That's it for his turn.
And, okay.
Oh, and contest Objective 5.
Right, shooting. Here.
Won't Magnus just intervene and kill him?
Yep.
I don't think it matters, to be honest.
And you're out of time.
Sorry.
No more hit rolls. That's what I meant, you can't do it. 20 seconds isn't enough to kill that Lord of Change. Alright.
So I had 4 shots. Can I finish? Do I finish the one I'm on, though?
No. You can
Really?
make no more dice rolls for the rest of the game. Yeah, that's what it states in the rule. The moment you time out, you can't roll any dice for any reason anymore. Not even saves. Not even feel no pains.
Well, just for my own sake.
So,
Well, I did do 2 wounds on you.
okay. So I want to
Well,
know what actually.
looks like Tomb King's timed out, and that's probably going to be it for this game.
See what
It's
I can
just
score,
just
I
Arne playing
know,
solitaire here.
Because it needs to be comparable to Spaniards and Vietnamese and so on scores.
Yeah, so the
So that's
yeah,
like
so the other player gets to obviously play the remainder of the game.
counting? There.
No.
The player without any time.
Oh, it isn't counting anymore? Can you start it, Trevi?
Yeah.
Oh.
There, thank you.
There you go.
So I will fall back with these onto here.
So he's going to fall back his Nurglings onto Objective 3, taking control of that. He could probably fall back the red Nurglings onto 4.
Yeah, Chad. There's no timing rules in the core rulebook. I don't know why people
Pull these back from here.
are asking about.
You actually wouldn't be able to do that, though. Wouldn't you still have to strike against me in my turn? Which would kill your time.
Would I?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, all we can really go off of
I
is
think I can
last
do it.
year's ITC.
Well,
timing rules.
the Invitational has its own timing rules. You just stop rolling.
Oh,
as soon
perfect.
As, yeah, you can't take
yeah.
any more game actions, including rolling or
This
using
is
stratagems
easier.
or anything. You just
To
score
hit.
points as you're on the table, and you pass your turn back anytime it comes to you,
1 damage.
and
Then
all your stuff just
these
stands
here,
there and eats
9 of
damage. I don't like 5 minutes is more than enough for Arne to max out all of his.
Oh my god, lag. Okay,
Oh,
sure.
there's
Oh,
dice
Let's do
everywhere.
it. Yeah.
Oh, no. It's more than enough for Arne to max all of his points, I think.
And then mine-
Yeah,
So
I think
he
if he
should-
just stands on objectives, the game's
Yeah,
over.
he should grab at the start of his next turn. He has Ahriman on objective 6, right?
6 is
Yeah,
2
so
damage.
he will grab
Reroll it once.
the maximum. I think
Oh,
1, 2,
come
3.
on. The dice won't
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
He'll get 15
so-
primary and domination
Alright,
turn.
2 damage. Cool.
So he'll end at
And
12
over here,
domination,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
which
Yeah, and then he can
52.
just slap the clock a couple times, and he
You have
3 times
7.
8. Oh. So 3 times 8 is 24. Oh, I have 7. Yes.
we did not score his primaries for this turn. I don't know.
Yeah, we're rolling out technically the end of Tomb King's 4 because the Nurglings are still engaged.
Oh, right.
4 damage.
The only thing that would matter is if
Now
Arne
I'm
somehow
down to
cannot cannot resolve all of this stuff in one go.
Right.
I will fall back here.
So he's falling back just to save his clock.
Yeah, and also he can move them to objective 2.
I
Not that
will,
it's gonna make a difference.
This one.
Oh.
He,
Oh.
no one saw that.
Magnus has been checkmated.
Magnus gets bounced
Magnus
right off the
stays there.
objective. Get outta
dup,
here.
dup, 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 dup. I will go into my charge phase, charge the tank commander with Magnus, auto in, 8 attacks,
Yeah, we don't even need to roll these attacks. I think we're just
rerolling ones.
we're just going for the flex here from
Oops.
Arne.
Okay. Stayed ones. And wounding on 2s. 7 times 3, 21 damage to your tank commander. AP4. And I will end my turn in control of 4 objectives. For 1, 2, 3 domination.
So we're just scoring it up.
Scored
He'll
15
get
at the start
15
of this.
primary,
Turn goes by,
3
ends,
domination,
and
15
scored
primary,
a
3
9.
domination.
Boom.
That's
scored
You
three
didn't
at
score
the end of
15 here. Stop.
Scored 10.
So you had this one.
Hold on.
I had this
I had
one.
this,
We
this,
tested
and this.
this one and this one.
Yep.
So all you had was 2.
At the start of mine, I held 1, 2. Oh, you had this contested, you said. Okay.
Yes.
So
There you go.
10.
Yeah.
Is this correct?
Okay. So
Yeah,
objective
for the
5
end of
was
the game.
contested between the tank commander and
Okay,
Magnus.
good to go.
Start
I
of turn
shouldn't have
4
rushed as much.
for Arne.
Oops.
So he only scores 10 points there.
Yeah.
77 to 52. Damn me for picking Psychic Ritual.
Well, I got grind.
Looks like Arne wins.
So, and then
Yeah, I think
I
the
didn't
writing
max
was on the wall
primary, I
there
only
with
got
Tomb King on
40.
the low enough time,
Yeah,
as low
40
time
on
as he did.
primary, and then that Psychic Ritual hit me hard.
Turn 1's always a
well,
killer for guard
learning
players.
Can you
Just
roll-
too many
can you roll
models.
2 saves on your Lord of Change real quick.
For
Yeah,
your
we're gonna see in posterity if
Well, the entire first turn we just spent it on my time anyways, so I, just,
3.
I probably had some time left.
I made 0.
There you
I
go.
failed 0.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, man.
So my thinking was
You
I
hate to
get
see it happen
out
that way,
of
but
melee, so I don't
sometimes
have to fight you
that's
in
how
the
games
at the
end.
end of the
yeah,
turn.
for sure.
And then I have the time to spend 2 turns running around on objectives.
So, how much time do we have in this game? Because I felt like it.
1.5 hours on a 200 ping.
Yeah, that was not.
It's pretty
not
rough. No, the ping really kills it, because it takes me so long to roll 5-ups, when the dice take like 10 seconds to come out of the dice roller. That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
annoying.
threw.
All right.
Missed a lot. which
So in
just
retrospect,
didn't have time.
Yeah, that's...
I think it's an interesting matchup. I think once multi-smite goes away, this will definitely become a much more interesting
To be
matchup.
honest with you,
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Once Magnus's immense damage output against those tanks is mitigated a little bit.
I mean,
And I think I would like to see a couple meta changes to the guard list. I would pull out the Wyverns, put in a Manticore for sure. 3 damage Manticores are just amazing.
Yeah.
more than I thought.
And I think going up to 6 Chimeras would help. I don't know where he can find the points for that, but just having more bodies on objectives makes a big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think I'm honestly the Chimeras and the Guardsmen were the MVPs for Tomb King in this game. And this sweet like face Wyvern, just holding this red Nurgling squad and stopping them from being relevant on scenario for almost the entire game was a big deal. And I once the green squad went into that Wyvern, I expected the red squad to push off onto Objective 4, and they just never did, because that would have required or kept the Wyvern tied up and stopped it from being able to charge back into that red squad and keep them pinned. But yeah, they just the red squad just sat there and chilled, and I think that was a really good move from Tomb King. Tomb King really played the first part of this game very well, but I think he had a bit of a mix-up. His round 2 shooting phase could have been much better than it was. He had the potential to kill that Lord of Change, which would have changed a lot of things, and unfortunately just missed it, and I think made a couple missed sequences, and that really swung the game pretty hard for the Chaos.
He almost clawed it back in turn 3. The Demolisher whiffing on the Terminator Sorcerer was just devastating. But good game overall. I think well played from both players.
Yeah, chat, Tomb King was down to 1 objective at the end of 4. Or at the start of 4. He may have 5 more from the last round.
From turn 5, yeah.
Yeah, I think he would, actually.
Doesn't change the outcome of the
objective
game.
2 would still be held, yeah. Yeah, it certainly doesn't change the outcome. And definitely the secondary objectives, even with that Psychic Ritual mix-up, the secondary objectives certainly hurt Tomb King a lot. That's where he lost a ton of points. I think Assassinate was probably a defensible pick, but Grind Them Down obviously hurt him a ton. And just
Yeah,
not
I would
being
have
able to kill enough Nurgling bases quick enough.
I would have liked to see banners. That's at least 10 free points. Maybe not quite 10, because Magnus did get onto Objective 5 by the end of the game, but I think banners is more guaranteed than Grind Them Down. Grind Them Down is like a win more kind of a pick in this scenario.
For sure.
And on top of Assassinate, like having 2 win more secondaries in a matchup like this is very dangerous.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, that was an exciting finish of the game, everyone. I think definitely Tomb King's round 3 was a nail biter. Certainly very scary for the Chaos player. I think it had the opportunity to just crush the Chaos game plan. And if you can imagine, like without that Burning Chariot, being able to summon and then redeploy onto Objective 1, which is an excellent move, Tomb King can just, I think he can just deploy into that objective, right, with his reserves. Is that 6 inches from the table edge?
There were Nurglings screening it out.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there was the yellow unit that was still alive at that point. Yeah, that's true. But still, that's a unit. Those models then immediately just take that objective rather than contesting it with the Burning Chariot, and the Burning Chariot doesn't get to shoot. Basically, you just you mostly just take the summoning points out of the Chaos list entirely.
Yeah, what an exciting game. I'm curious to see how Chaos will pivot once Smite gets FAQ'd. And I'm excited to see what's in store for the future of Guard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm also excited for FAQs on all this stuff. I think the Psychic Ritual question is a very valid one from Arne. During commentary yesterday, I don't believe that the secondary actually went off, but during commentary yesterday, we were talking about Pierce the Veil as scoreable multiple times per turn. But it seems like the intent is that it's not, but also none of the psychic actions have the clause that you can only perform them once per turn, so maybe it is. Who knows? The fact that they specify that one character can attempt to perform them each phase is pretty telling, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they intend for you to be able to like ritual 3 times.
Yeah,
in a turn.
ritual in one go. Yeah, and it is. I think it would be functional for all of them to be able to be completed more than once a turn, except for ritual. Ritual is the only one that breaks, but I think the other way around makes it extremely difficult.
Yeah,
and then also I think it's very. It is a little vague whether or not a single unit is supposed to be completing the ritual or multiple units. Who knows?
Yeah, they need to iron out some of the ambiguity.
Yeah, it's incredibly ambiguous on these ones. So that is a fair complaint from Arne, and I think we're being a little bit wishy-washy on the rulings there. But unfortunately, being this new to the edition, it's tough to get everything right the first time around.
Yeah, it's bound to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. So, chat, do we have any questions for the players we want to ask in particular? The psychic powers aren't psychic powers themselves. It's a psychic test you take to complete them, but they themselves are not psychic powers. They're just functionally the same as a psychic power.
Anyone else, including other Primarchs. Morty and Gilliam ain't got shit on him.
Ain't
At
got
least in the
shit
strength.
on me.
At least in the strength department.
Hey guys, that was a super awesome game, by the way.
It was a bit sloppy on my part. Like, I had 2 coherency mishaps. That shouldn't happen to me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And obviously, getting used to casualty pulling in 9th edition,
Yeah,
it's like it's a whole new world. So I
honestly,
totally
like
understand.
I'm using that.
Sorry.
I'm using that tool that highlights coherency for me.
Right.
Which is awesome. Except once it isn't,
yeah,
because I trust that I'm in coherency.
It's 8th edition coherency checking, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate for that, for sure.
I actually felt like I had that game and just couldn't get enough to go my way there towards the turn 2 and 3.
We were just talking about your round 3 was an absolute nail biter. And we're sitting in the chat. I'm sweating bullets over here. Just like the Demolisher tank commander going into that sorcerer could potentially have been like a game-ending move right there. And the sorcerer just bouncing it off of his invulnerable save like an absolute boss was a heartbreaker for that tank commander.
I believe that was actually armor saves that he made.
Oof.
Just straight up armor save. Yeah, it was all 5s and 6s from that guy all day. Oh,
I mean, it was 1-up armor.
That reminded me of the Impulsor yesterday.
Yeah,
what's the AP on the Demolisher?
The demo was going through at -4, right?
Sounds right.
So he was putting me up 5-ups. That's my invuln as well. So it was armor or invuln.
Oh, it's -3. Excuse me. Yeah, that's true.
Well,
yeah, he's down to a 4-up with a 1+ armor. Yeah. But yeah, we were like, oh well, there's no way the sorcerer survives. This is going to be bad.
Because I felt like if he spends his turn killing the Terminator in cover, and my bird lives, well, the bird eats the tank commander, so
for sure,
I'm okay with that. The Baleful Sword, it paid for itself.
Yeah, blew up a tank.
The tank to death.
Yeah,
like
this Lord of Change is like Bloodthirsters eat your heart out. Watch this as he's cutting tanks in half left and right.
I mean, honestly, a Bloodthirster on middle bracket wouldn't have even had that many attacks.
Absolutely, it's very sad. Greater Demon.
So, yes, it was. I had reminiscence of yesterday's game when I tried to kill an Impulsor and it took my entire army. Just kept rolling the 4-ups.
Yeah,
I was like,
for sure.
well, this hurts.
Yeah, we were worried for that Lord of Change on Tomb King on your round 2 shooting phase. But it seemed like, was it the...
Should have Vengeance for Cadia.
Yeah, between really the Vengeance for Cadia and it looked like the Earthshakers, the other tank commander had moved out of range to give the Earthshakers Old Grudges.
Well, Old Grudges was on Magnus.
Yeah, I did it on Magnus.
Oh, it was Magnus, not the Lord of Change?
Oh.
Old Grudges was on Magnus, so Old Grudges didn't come into the effect the entire game, because the turn I dropped in Magnus, I dropped him in a way where he would smite the tank commander with Old Grudges.
I thought I'd screened him enough, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's hard when Magnus can use the obscuring terrain to his own advantage. That's obviously an excellent move there to make sure the smites go where you want them.
Yeah, and then had the Lord of Change to eat the vehicle in front of me, so that my smites would actually go into the tank commander. Yeah,
they're gonna need to fix smite, otherwise you're gonna see Magnus in every list, chaos list.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm okay with Magnus smiting once. Like, he's still good enough in this list, even if he only smites once.
Yeah, just turbo smite. Just
really not bad.
Yeah,
because one smite will eat like a squad half the time, and then he can still Doombolt. And like, I have so many spells that I'm not casting because I can smite.
Right.
Instead, like, I'm not even through the list of spells by the end of my psychic phase with all those casts, just because smite gets cast too many times.
For sure.
But not like Magnus knows 4 spells. I haven't used any of them this game, but he knows 4.
Yeah, I think there's definitely we're a ways to go in 9th edition. There's a lot of changes that need to be made, and smiting being one of them for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the touch terrain with vehicles.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward.
It feels wrong. Even I did it today because they did it to me yesterday, but I still feel wrong doing it. Like, and then like you could touch with your guy and you were gonna shoot across the other way just because you were touching the terrain on that side. It's like,
I think I get it. It gives a little bit of I think sort of realistic play to the ruins that have windows and things in them. Like, they're not just sort of magic boxes. I kind of like that your models can go up and shoot through those windows. I don't know. I think I'm okay with it either way, but it could go away, and I wouldn't be that worried about it for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just getting a base for a terrain would help clarify it, because I know the bases, you touch the base, then you can see across. The terrain rules just got really wonky this edition because of that. I can see you, but I can't see you.
Yeah, the one thing that I think that could be problematic with the terrain with bases on it is that it becomes too difficult to hide behind them. Like if it's on a huge triangle with sort of area overlapping, then it's hard to hide your models in the center of the table. I think the obscuring sort of area terrain, like these sort of oblong pieces that are on the table, I think those work excellently.
I agree. There's a little bit of weirdness. For example, dense cover. Dense cover states that any shots going through it get a -1.
Mm-hmm.
But it also, in the rules for area terrain, it states that only infantry, beast, and swarm receive the benefit of cover from area terrain. So
yeah, the difference there is that only light and heavy cover actually can confer cover to units. So the dense cover, despite being called cover, it doesn't specify that you receive the benefit of cover, whereas the other types of cover do. So dense cover isn't actually cover. It's just, I don't know.
They need to fix that.
A leaf.
Like, that's something that they absolutely need to fix the wording.
Yeah,
Because
and part of the problem is that dense
Wait,
cover
ooh,
doesn't
like,
apply to
vehicle.
the... Part of the problem
So
is that
it's like-
dense cover isn't applied to a model inside the cover. It's applied to something else that's outside of the cover shooting at you. So the same benefiting from cover wording would need to be reworked as well.
So tell
By the
me,
way, I got
if-
engage all front 61. Hey, forgot to add it.
Got him.
yeah,
Doesn't matter,
61
I still
to
have
77. I really, I should have had a 92. Stupid psychic ritual. Trevi,
Yeah, that was...
I hate you.
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you about that afterwards, Arne. We'll talk
okay.
about that because that was definitely, I think, I should have clarified that in the chat after that last game. But
It
it's
happened to me in last game.
ambiguous. and
Yesterday.
annoying.
Yeah.
I lost all my points yesterday because I had a similar issue.
Yeah, but for you, it was you tried to psychic ritual and but you misread your stratagem and didn't realize that your stratagem didn't allow you to put Astropath in ambush because they're not.
Which you
allowed.
saw, the Astropaths were 2 CP, so that would be my way around it. Is I just put 2 CP into it, or one CP into putting them in reserve
like,
easier.
Like them, and then one turn later, you can come in the way you did this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which should my other mission, grind them down should have been my third mission, or not to grind them down, but psychic ritual, and I could have done that as soon as I came in this one. But I was worried about you just denying.
You also couldn't have done that because you can only cast it once then. Per turn. And then...
That I don't think that's the intent.
Yeah,
I
it's
disagree with that.
highly ambiguous, for sure.
Because you
since
wouldn't be able to max it at all.
Well, but if my ritual can't be cast more than once a turn, then the Pierce the Veil that's worded exactly the same way shouldn't be cast more than once
because
either.
Pierce the Veil would be impossible to max.
I know. I'm making an argument here.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to do it. Rounds 2 through 4, 2 through 5 every single round, without fail.
12.
Yeah.
Or no, you'd still get.
Yeah,
No,
you
you
get 15 if you do it 4 times. So if you do it 2, 3, 4, and 5, then you would max it.
So you'd have to go to their board edge and sit there.
Yeah, you have to, I guess, reserve onto their board edge immediately in order to max it, and then also cast the action every turn.
So I think the intent is multiple psychers can do it.
Yeah, it's.
That's why.
I think I would agree with you if it said 1 or more characters, but it says 1, so it's very stupid and I hate it.
All right.
Bridger, do you have any questions for the players?
So just one question for Tomb King. We talked about this amongst ourselves a lot, but you did not use the Desperate Breakout strategy. Was there?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, that's how I lost my Chimera. On the,
Oh, that's
right
what
left
happened.
flank. I rolled a 1, and you can't re-roll it. And I was
Okay.
that literally cost me about 10-point swing right there.
Yeah, we were expecting it on turn 2 on the Wyvern in the middle of the board.
Oh, I don't think
I would have.
that Wyvern to be
Nope.
because if he breaks out that Wyvern, my red Nurgling squad gets freed up to do whatever they want.
But in
And
the
then
that
it's
red-
all commanders.
Yeah, there was
Wyvern was my MVP.
That was the turn. I mean, the Wyvern, the face Wyvern, just crushing everything through the middle of the table was like absolutely the correct play, and that was awesome. But that was there were, I think, 2 tank commanders that turn that could have just turned and fired everything into those red Nurglings.
2 tank commanders don't kill a squad of Nurglings though. Not a 9-man.
No. Of course
Maybe
not.
all 3 of them.
Yeah, for sure. But I think they blow it up. They blow it up to the point that you can finish it off when they jump onto objective 4 next turn.
Yeah, I guess.
But I think there was an entire tank commander that turn that didn't shoot anything because everything was engaged, right? On
Yeah, that's
round
true.
2, yeah.
But I'd have to spend 2 CP to potentially break him out and roll 1.
Yeah, just kill him.
Which I did.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been brutal. I think losing the Wyvern would have been
Yeah.
Well, I guess would it have been worse than losing that Chimera? Because the Chimera at least was scoring you engage, right?
The
Where it
Chimera
was
was scoring engage, but
Yeah.
he came onto the backboard edge with dudes.
Yeah, you have to shoot those yellow guys for sure, and get rid of those guys anyway. So, I think that was the right call.
I didn't have the granularity left in my army. Like, Magnus can kill a thing or two things really, one in the psychic phase, one in the charge phase or fight phase. But I didn't have the granularity left to like take out an astropath in the back of the board. Like, yeah, didn't really have a unit that would have been able to go there quickly, other than Magnus.
For sure.
And I don't want to send Magnus to kill two astropaths.
Right. Yeah. We were also wondering if there was a place, maybe on this table edge for one of those astropaths that could have been within 18 inches of the center point. Because at that point, you're guaranteed to have a deny against the psychic ritual. And obviously, if one deny goes off against the ritual, like, it's over.
Well, so I was thinking I jump the bird and the Termi sorcerer into the middle of the board.
Yeah.
And I just go ritual. And then even if one gets denied, I still have two more casts next turn.
Right, you have 2 tries next turn, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then next turn, since it's turn 5 and I'm bottom of turn, Magnus doesn't have to kill anything. He can just jump in the middle as well. There isn't really... And the chance that an astropath denies a +2 to cast spell isn't that good. Especially not with me having reroll 1s on spells.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I think just having that chance, I think, is important because you do have, potentially a couple tries at it, 2 tries over a couple turns.
But within 18 of the center wouldn't be... Let me think. Because my spell goes off within 6 of the center, right?
Yeah.
So
if you're within 18 of the center, you have to be within 24 of the caster.
That's true, yeah. Within 18 of the center has to be within 24, yep.
Yeah, that's one of the scariest parts about Psychic Ritual for me is that on the off chance your opponent gets a lucky deny into you, well, sometimes it can just stop the objective. You, I think, have the volume of casters that you can push through it regardless, and so it's not the same.
I can cast it twice in a turn. Yes, I can push through it regardless.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's not the same danger that a lot of factions would have if they're trying it with 1 or 2 models over the course of the game.
But also, you gotta consider, if there's 2 astropaths there, I can, like, the Termi sorcerer kills 2 astropaths at 24 inch range with smites. Like, 2 target smites will kill 2 astropaths half the time, if not more.
For sure.
Yeah,
they could potentially sit here, right? I mean, something could go get them, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think usually I should have something that can go get him.
Yeah.
Especially with, like, Infernal Gateway and Astral Blast existing, where I can splash from one onto the other if they're too close. But yeah. By the way, Tomb King, you need to pay more attention to your 3 inches. If you're playing with big models like Chimeras and Tank Commanders, and you're playing against Thousand Suns, don't put your whole army in a blob. Like, turn 1, I walked in, I was like, that's a nice gateway, and splashed onto, like, 5 things in your army with a single gateway? It was like, you really don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't rolled, like, utter shit and failed to kill this Chimera with the bird here and or like forgot to move Ahriman up here to also smite this, it would have been Gateway followed up by Astral Blast to do another 2 mortal wounds to everyone behind that tank and another D3+1 to the tank, which was, like, that was my initial plan, to just put, like, an average of 5 mortal wounds on everything in your, like, army there.
I made the mistake of I overplanned for Magnus to come in too early.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did it that way, but
yeah, it seemed like
that's why I moved that way.
Your sort of turn 1 and 2 setup was pretty good with the tank commanders kind of grouped up here behind these, like, walls of chimeras. But I think as soon as they spread out, that was that obviously lets Magnus start to target his mites into them.
Yeah.
Seemed like
And
that was
then
definitely a downfall.
The turn that you have to be scared of, though, is turn 3. Because turn 2, Magnus walks on the table and goes smite, 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 and he kills a tank commander. But turn 3, he jumps 16 somewhere on the table, goes smite, smite, smite into someone, warp times himself, goes over to a different area of the table and melees something. Like, that's where you have to start worrying. Because now you're easily losing 2 tank commanders in a single turn. With
I've already, my list is built like I've built a more of a this is not a competitive list to the current meta.
yeah, it feels
unfortunately.
more. It feels a lot more 8th edition.
Yeah, well, it's a good list, but with the like Space Wolves being OPSEC everything and Impulsors being as good as they are, plus the that damn Dreadnought. Tell you what.
Yeah, Contemptor.
Yeah.
I'm worried about that Dreadnought.
Yeah.
Like, if I go second against Jaime, I have to like Deep Strike Magnus just because of the Dread. Like, his stupid 200-point Dread makes it so Magnus can't be on the table, because otherwise I'm eating what?
Yeah, just drops 12 big shots, big D6 shots, right? Or 20 big D6 shots, is that right?
And yeah, he was like
12,
3 off
12.
perfect damage on me.
Well,
Yeah, that did help. Did they put 2 wounds through every time and did 11 wounds?
well, you
Yeah,
got
he did 11, 12,
that he
18.
hits on, like, he has 6 shots hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s. Like, 1 in 6 turns he will miss one of those on average. 1 in 6 turns. Your game's only 5 turns long, so on average he'll hit literally everything. And then wounding on 3s, so you get around 4 wounds through, 4 times d6 damage. That kills a tank commander.
Well, he killed everything he shot at.
Yeah, well, AP4 las cannons, my man. Like, cut straight through the tank commander.
Yeah, that +1 AP on Devastator Doctrine absolutely helps a ton. Even against that up armor, putting you to a 6-up instead of a 5-up is like such a big swing.
And you still made 2 of the 6
Yeah, he almost tanked it.
Like, on average, you should die there.
And then 11 damaged.
Yeah, but like, I want to say, on average, you would have died there anyways, because you were supposed to make like 1 6-up, and then his 3d6 damage kills you.
Yeah.
But,
Well, 3d6 damage is averaging just barely alive.
10.5, and then your CP rerolls 1 of them. Yeah. It's not good. Like, you don't want to get hit by a Contemptor, ever.
Yeah.
They're so crazy.
No.
They are
sure.
210 points. Why? Why?
Yeah. Well, fortunately, they take a lot of damage back, right? It's really hard. It's really easy to kill Contemptor Dreadnoughts. They definitely can't like get -1 damage for a CP or something.
Sure, totally, yeah. 2-up armor, 6-up
Yeah.
5-up invul.
Easy.
That would be silly.
Easy peasy.
Yeah,
I think you'll still house him though. Your list Smite would be the counter for that, and you could hide very well.
Yeah.
With
he has
the
a
warp time.
Calexis, which means we have to do some. I have to do some trickery. I should walk over him if I go first.
Good
This
old
list tends to
chicanery.
walk over people if I go first. What was
So
your
I played
plan
it.
for? What was your plan for if you lost the roll off? I mean, you really didn't want to lose the roll off with a 6 into a 6, but
If I went second, I was gonna put all 3 tank commanders in reserve.
love it. Okay, cool. That's good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Because I would have came in and alpha what I could.
Yeah.
It
makes sense. But going second means I have 2 full turns of walking over you before they come in. Oof,
Yep. But
rough.
I also would have been mounted up, so you'd have to kill vehicle and then the guys inside.
Oh, I don't kill the vehicle. You know me. I just hug the vehicle. Big friendly hug.
Just put Nurglings in its treads.
Like,
Can't go anywhere.
Let me just say, like, if you go second, my Nurglings are advancing and charging you in your deployments. Are like, I get advance and charge on my Nurglings with the Bile Piper, so I charge you in your deployment zone, and you never leave that again. Look at the game that Phil played against Dan. Phil Barfoot against Dan Kennedy. Dan copied my list. Well, he helped me design it, to be fair.
Yeah. So his list. So he copied his own list.
Well, he's never played Chaos before. So let's say I made the list and he advised me to put the Chariot in the summoning sideboard. I like the
Which used in
Chariot.
this one.
Yeah, the Chariot is fucking awesome. I love this thing now. I need to I continue to congratulate him on reminding me that the Chariot exists, because Warp Portal is just an awesome stratagem. But yeah,
Which wouldn't have worked had my Chimera not just ate it.
Sure sucks. Hey,
Yeah.
there's so many dice rolls in a game. Like, you can point out a single dice roll, but like I had a I've super smited for 3 damage. That happens. Things just sometimes just totally don't go your way. And by super smite I mean Magnus super smite. Super smiting for 3 damage with a normal sorcerer is
Super
so bad.
duper smite.
Yeah.
Super smited with Magnus for 3 damage, but then he rolled a 6 on the next one to finish me off. I was like, oh sweet, if I get him.
Yeah, I did get you on the next one. See, dice swing both ways.
All right.
That was Bush.
I think we're gonna wrap up the stream here, Bridger. Unless you have anything else to add.
No, I think that's it. Good game, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was an awesome game to watch, guys. Bridger, again from the Tabletop Titans channel. Thanks for joining me for commentary
Yeah,
today.
thanks for having me on.
That was a super fun time. I hope you had a good time, and we'll be back live with more T5S2 coverage tomorrow. It looks like we have. We'll just double check the schedule. I think we have a game around
tomorrow.
1. We're starting early tomorrow. Yeah, we have your game. That's I think at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and then I have another one with Wolf.
3 p.m. my
I'm,
time.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to play Bethany tomorrow.
Yeah.
sweet.
I am playing Spaniard, I believe.
Yep.
Climate.
Yep.
And
Yeah, so a bunch of good games. We're going to have, the Space Wolves back on. And then obviously this Chaos list back on, as excited as we all are for that. And and then Wolf on Mibu's Chaos list with the 9 Obliterators at 4 Eastern tomorrow afternoon. And then versus Liam's Harlequins, which I think is going to be sweet.
that one's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that game's going to be awesome.
I'm rooting for Harleys,
Yeah.
obviously. But
So
I
I'm not
think
going to be on the stream tomorrow? That's good.
Yeah, we'll see how the timing works out. I think it might be a little bit tough to
You're
get
all
all
right.
the games in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, no pressure, please. Let's let's have an easy game.
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, guys. Thanks everybody.
I appreciate you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
You too.